distribution. And another thing, in the whole of East Africa, we have the largest oven, and we recently did a joint venture with Britannia Industries India, and we are now co-packing Britannia's biscuits in Uganda, their prestigious brands, as you all know, and we're manufacturing their brands in our state-of-the-art plant and exporting all over the region. So there's so many possibilities in Uganda, and I would really urge everyone to look into manufacturing. Build your own brands, build your brand equity, and create employment in the region. Now in our factories, we're employing 700 people directly. In our matchbox factory, we only employ ladies because it includes very intricate work of putting the matchsticks in the boxes, and there's a multiplier effect. All these people who are employed are, beneficial to their families, and it's very rewarding, and it feels really good to be able to have your own brand and giving a positive change to the country. Thank you.
I think we would also like to learn a little bit about the journey of manufacturing from you, from India. And I think you're based in Jamnagar, which is the dynamic part of India. We would love to hear a little bit more from you.
Okay. Yeah. We have a start-off art unit in Jamnagar, and Jamnagar is the end part of Gujarat. We are the last city of the Gujarat. Okay. The challenges which we are producing our state, in our country, that is India, and state is Gujarat. So there is a labor cost, is day by day higher and higher. And the fuel cost, which is after the war of Ukraine and Russia, the new challenges are coming, and Corona, after the raw material price hike, the container price hike, raw material are unavailability in the market. In that challenging, we have to sustain with the price. FMCG, it's a fast consumer goods. It is a very price sensitive market. If you increase the price, you have to sort out in the market, and the multinational company are very strict in that price. They make loss, but they doesn't afford to the consumer. At that time, the small player are kicked out in this Corona time. So we are hurdles, we are facing it in India in last 2 years, but now the systems are very clear, and it's a time to grow now. Thank you.
Yes, I think this is a very common phenomenon. All over the world, particularly in fast-moving consumer goods, we are facing tremendous increases in raw material prices. Us, TransLink, we have also had so many of our suppliers writing to us from December onwards, where prices have gone up by anything from 20 to 40% because of raw material inputs, and it will be hitting the value chain. And as a result, manages is another thing to see. Right now we are being challenged to make sure that we are competitive, and that's not been an easy journey for us as well here in Uganda, particularly where we are a landlocked country and products are coming from across the world. We are bringing in inflation from various different countries coming into Uganda. So it's going to be a challenge, and I think this poses an opportunity for joint ventures and manufacturing of products where raw materials are locally available. If you look at the successful industries in Uganda, there are beverage companies. Alcoholic beverages are one of the leading companies in Uganda. Milk production, conversion of milk from liquid to powder has been very, very successful as well. there are various other products which can be produced with raw materials that are easily available here, sugar being one of them. TransLink has had an experience of doing distribution in Rwanda as well as in Kenya, and we have seen the dynamics changing. East Africa is a very dynamic destination for anybody who's interested in fast-moving consumer goods as well as manufacturing. Nigeria and South Africa being the leaders in this industry, but East Africa is definitely very, very dynamic with a lot of potential. Perhaps, excuse me, would you like to add to the kind of challenges that you've been facing in India with exports of materials out of India? For તમે ત્યાંથી એક્સપોર્ટ્સ કરો છો, એક્સપોર્ટ નથી કરતા, લોકલ જ માર્કેટમાં છે. ઓકે ઓકે. સો મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગમાં તમને મોટામાં મોટા ચેલેન્જીસ કેવી ટાઈપના તમે ફેસ કરો છો ત્યાં?
મારું કોમ્પ્યુટર છે હલ્દીરામ છે ત્યાં, પણ એની સામે આપણે ક્વોલિટી, ક્વોન્ટિટી એન્ડ કન્ઝ્યુમર પ્રાઇસ ઇઝ વેરી રિઝનેબલ. એટલે એ હિસાબે મને માર્કેટ સારું મળે છે કે પૂરું જ્યાં બી મારું પ્રોડક્ટ અવેલેબલ થાય એટલે પ્રોડક્ટ કન્ઝ્યુમર ઓપ્ટેક કરે એટલે રિપીટ કરી નાખે. અને
Thank you for that. Challenges in all sectors will always be there. When you look at the demographics of East Africa, you find that urbanization is increasing. Though all of these countries are predominantly agro-based countries, the GDP shift from agro to service industries has been rapid. When I came in 1995, I saw that 85% of the population was engaged in agriculture and contributing 85% to the GDP. Today, 75% still remain engaged in agriculture, but their contribution is only 25%. So that shows that urbanization has taken shape to some extent, but rather other industries have also grown. And amongst that is fast-moving consumer goods. We are always encouraging companies from outside of Uganda and East Africa to look at East Africa as a joint venture partner destination. And earlier I was discussing with various delegates that there is tremendous opportunities to add value to locally produced raw materials, and even to the extent where initially some raw materials can be imported from various parts of the world, where there is definite tariff benefits and raw materials are not being charged any duty. So you can really add value and benefit from the 400 million population within the East African region. And I would like to ask you to give us your view as to if you would consider putting up a manufacturing plant or a joint venture business in East Africa after this visit.
Thank you, Raju bhai. After that visit, my eyes is very open, mind is very open, and what the thought process and the development. Before 6 years, I came to Kampala for 2 days, but this time I stay and I meet to Lohana community, the way of working, and the Lohana community's business in distribution particularly. And FMC is a very good and very fast and very big volume. So I definitely interested for joint venture and produce our production here, and it's much better and economically wise and sustain wise, and if you want to grow more, that is the only alternate in Africa to sustain. Otherwise, the import duty of finished product is very high. When the local production after 3 or 5 years, they are producing, you can't beat them the price and duties. Both the way we are not competitive. So that is the only alternate to grow more. Okay, we have to produce here and we save the tax, and little bit import duty we can sustain it, and we can give also local employment, and the future is bright like that only. What we are producing in India, that the same kind of concept we can hear. Thank you.
So we are at least 25 to 30 years behind what you have gone through, and we have a long way to go before we can say that we are very, very competitive on the world platform. But I think the potential is definitely there. The writing is on the wall, and I think the opportunities are very clear. And this is a natural progression that I would invite our delegates to consider. Nishi, you wanted to say something that you missed out earlier.
No, I just wanted to say what a small world it is. And when I was walking through the exhibition the other day, my husband and I, here in Kampala, so about 7 or 8 years ago, my husband went to Gujarat and with his managers, and they found Mehul Bai's factory, and they signed up with Mehul Bai, who's now producing one of our top-selling products. And what a small world to see our brand designed in Uganda in a stall here at the exhibition. So, yeah, and we're still importing from Mehul Bai for the last 6 years, and his product is fantastic and it's doing very well. And it's in our brand name, which is registered here in Uganda. So we get the brand equity, and he benefits from exporting. Thank you.
અમે છે ને ઇન્ડિયામાં હું ₹5 પર પીસ સોનપાપડી બનાવું છું, એટલે નાનામાં નાનો માણસ સ્વીટ ખાઈ શકે. સ્વીટ ઇન જેબ, ₹5 કોસ્ટ પર પીસ. થેન્ક યુ.
Wow, that's quite a story, Nishi, and Mehul Bai as well. So I've been told that we are running out of time. So if there's any last minute questions from anyone, we can answer those, and otherwise we would like to wrap up here. No? Okay, thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, there's one question, sorry. Very interesting question. Distribution channels within the FMCG sector, predominantly we have the hypermarkets at the top end, where in East Africa there are a number of chains that are operating. If you look at Kenya, there is Carrefour, there used to be Nakumatt and various other chains, but there are very many independent chains who have 30, 40 branches, chains. Owned by local companies here. That's the major top-end sector, which we classify it as hypers. We have various tiers of supermarkets, tier A, tier B, tier C, and then there is the wholesale channel, which is very powerful as well, and they will predominantly focus on fast-moving consumer goods, which are appealing to the masses. And then there is the dukas and the kiosks and the tabletops. So if your products end up on a tabletop, you'll find that that product has become has a mass appeal across the country. So there's tabletops to kiosks to wholesalers to supermarkets to hypermarkets. Those are the main channels that we focus upon. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for this wonderful session. અમુક તો આઈટમો એવી છે કે જેના નામ સાંભળતા જ મોઢામાંથી સરવાણીઓ છૂટવા માંડે. દાખલા તરીકે કાજુ કતલી. નીતિનભાઈને નેક્સ્ટ ટાઈમ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરીએ આપણે કે આવે ત્યારે કાજુ કતલીના એમના બોક્સીસ લેતા આવે કે જેથી એમને બોલવાની જરૂર ના પડે, માત્ર દેખાડે અને આપણે બધા મોઢામાં મૂકીએ. તો હવે પછીનું સેશન છે. ધ નેક્સ્ટ સેશન ઇઝ અબાઉટ what can IT professionals offer to business? Evolving technologies, changing lives, IT, software and infrastructure. Mr. Rohit Raja, please put your hands together for Rohit Bhai Raja. He is going to be the moderator of this session, and the participating delegates are Atish Sachdev, Darshit Badani, Meeta Pabari, Mitesh Khakheria, Vishal Rugani, Prashant Pujara, Premal Batavia, Satyajit Ramji, and Miss Chanel Thakkar. Chanel ઠક્કરનું આપણે મેં ખાસ નામ ચેન્જ કર્યું છે કારણ કે Chanel is a very lovely brand of fragrance also. Thank you very much. Please come. And if Rohit Bhai is going to introduce, it's very fine. But if the participants themselves are going to introduce, please take only 2 completed lines, not more than that, in introduction. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right. Welcome, everyone. Are you going to introduce yourself? All right. Thank you for coming. Today we're going to talk about digital transformation and how it's going to help improve our movement into the new digital economy. We're going to talk about the benefits to you as entrepreneurs and business owners. And we're going to go through our panel, and each one is a specialist in a different area of technology, and they'll address certain questions that we'll have and help you better understand and appreciate how technology can help you take your business to the next level. My name is Rohit J. Raja. I'll be your moderator today, and as I said, we'll be talking about digital transformation. A little bit about myself. I have a combined 20 years experience that spans across agency recruiting, HR management, independent consulting, and corporate talent acquisition. My focus is on identifying top talent from the information technology domain, and I've mainly been supporting financial services organizations like insurance, reinsurance, capital markets, foreign exchange, and microfinance for underserved markets. Can I quickly get you guys to participate by raising your hand as I ask a few of these questions? Can you please let me know if you're comfortable with technology in terms of using apps on mobile devices, tablets, laptops, or desktops? Thank you. How many of you use some form of technology on a daily basis? Thank you. How many of you have ordered something online or were part of an online digital transaction? How many of you have ever wondered why you see an ad on Facebook that applies to you? i.e., you're looking at your Facebook and all of a sudden you see that there's an ad for a travel destination, car rental, hotel, etc., etc. Yeah? All right. Let's move on. We're going to help you better understand how digital transformation can change the way we do things as individuals, entrepreneurs, small, mid, and large enterprise organizations across many domains and industries. We'll help you better understand this by answering three key questions. And I'll address those 3 questions with you so you have a better understanding of our flow. So we're going to help you understand what's in it for me. How can digital transformation help you grow? Did you know that you're already involved in some sort of digital transformation? And did you know that data is everything? So let's start with our panelists. They'll introduce themselves, a couple of key points about them, and then I'll ask those questions to them, and they'll answer based on their speciality.
My name is Kishan, and I work for Neural Metrics, and we are focused highly in the data space. So we look at data as how can we leverage data to solve real-world business problems.
Good morning, everyone. Jai Jalaram. I'm Meeta from SmartSense. I'm founder and executive director. We work in latest technologies like blockchain, data science, IoT, cloud computing, AI, ML, and we design and develop products for our customers, and we do have our own products also. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Vishal Rugani. I am the co-founder of Webosphere and Alchemy Technolabs. We have built product solutions for FMCG, oil and gas, pharma, life science. We build products which helps COVID's drug delivery and drug discovery faster. Thank you.
Jessica Krishna, good morning. I'm Premal Bhattavia. We typically do the United Nations and NGOs and World Bank funded project supply over almost 2 decades, and I'm the first generation Africans. Also, we have other businesses here, the biggest foundry in Uganda. Definitely through IT, we are discovering everything. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Swaminarayan. My name is Yash Thakkar. My company's name is Inference Tech Private Limited. And our branches are located in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. One is Pune in Maharashtra, and other one that we have recently started in California. So we have an expertise in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, data engineering, and we have a great expertise in healthcare domain, e-commerce domain. So yeah, that's what we do at Inference. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chanel Thakkar. I am the founder and CEO of DieQuery Digital LLP, and I come with a 15-year experience in the marketing space and branding space. That's what I do. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So anyone at any time, feel free to answer this first question. Can you please help our audience understand what's in it for me? What is the benefit of them transitioning to technology? Why go through a digital transformation?
First and foremost thing is you collect data. And to be very honest, data is the next gold and current gold. From that you can drive your sales, you can drive your marketing, you can have operational excellence. So moving to digital will help you to get operational excellence, more quality of the product, and eventually you work more smarter. And that's what the whole world is doing. Thank you.
So another thing about digital transformation is like we all remember, most of the people are businessmen here, and in past days we used to maintain the books in like literally in hard copies, right? And at the end of the year when it's time to file the ITR and all that, so we need to consolidate everything from the books. But nowadays you have latest technology, latest software right in front of your screen, and you just need to maintain the data. So that is the digital transformation that we have today. And at the anytime, we don't need to wait until the end of the year. Anytime you need any data, any reports, it's just a click away. So that is the great advantage of digital transformation that we have today. Thank you.
Thanks. I would like to add on 2 things. Number one is like, let's say this first day, Pujya Brahmavihari Swami said that Evelyn Packard, Vice President, needs intelligence, emotionally balanced secretary. Maybe in next, let's say 5 years or 10 years down the line, we will see that artificial intelligence will do for us. So economic solutions, number one. Number 2 is like, we are into development sector. We are developing like a device which can convert the radio frequencies into the without Wi-Fi, without internet, without any satellite mode, convert into the audios and location devices. We are now trying for video. So that's it. If it got success, that would be tremendously economic option. So for me, I look at the economic way of it. Thanks.
Digital transformation, in my opinion, is no longer a trend, it's a necessity. So in some format, in some way, if you are, it's a part of your individual KRAs, it's a part of your individual transformations, your business needs. And that's the primary reason why you need to shift. Everything else sort of falls into place once you come to terms with the fact that this is something that's a part of your life already. And I guess that's the reason why a transformation is extremely critically essential for all of us to be doing.
So talking about digital transformation, as COVID is a classic example of. Can you hear me now? Yeah, thanks. So talking about digital transformation, COVID was a classic example where you had a lot of companies go overnight from having stores to going e-commerce because they had to still sell their goods and consumers still had to find a way. So digital transformation in today's world is more of a necessity, and it's more of a benefit to help them find their customers and where they are located and what they want to be sold.
We have a gentleman who's just joined us. His name is Janak. Let's give Janak a quick opportunity to introduce himself.
Thank you, Rohit. I myself, Janak Bindora. I am the founder and CEO of Daksh Consulting Group. We are in IT technologies with management solutions. Yeah.
Thank you. Janak, while you're here, let's answer this question. Same question that everyone's been addressing so far. Can you help them understand what's in it for them from your perspective and your specialty?
Yeah. So basically, nowadays, the business booster is required. And business booster is the information technology, I can say. Yeah. So we all people are businessmen. Lohana community, most of us are the businessmen. So business booster is must. And this could happen through the digital transformation, I can say. Yeah. So now, it is basically 3 steps process. One is digitization, second is digitalization, and third thing is digital transformations through innovative solutions. Yeah. So we are also in this particular field to watch, complete the SOPs of the organization, okay, their pain points. So we need to look at the business. We need to put our legs in the shoes of our clients. We need to identify the opportunities. We need to make aware about, these are
Janak, if I may, sorry to interrupt. If you can answer the question, what's in it for me, based on your speciality? From my understanding, yours is SAP Enterprise.
Yeah.
If we can address that.
True, yeah. So using this particular part, we can move into, the ERP softwares. And we have, the specializations in SAP consulting specifically, and ERP solutions along with the robotic process automations and everything. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. We've somehow answered 2 questions at once. What's in it for me, and how can digital transformation help you grow? If there's any questions on those areas, we're more than happy to discuss those after the presentation, but let's move to the next question. Do you realize that you're already involved in digital in some aspect? Anybody want to take this on?
Jai Jalaram. We are using technology in our day-to-day life. We are using WhatsApp. We are using Facebook. We are using Instagram. But this is a known things, known apps which we know. But my specific domain is Internet of Things. I would like to give an example about that. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are using IoT in our day-to-day life. For example, everybody drives the car, right? How we open our car? With the help of key? By just clicking a button. That's a machine. And it's get unlocked with the help of machine. How we start our engine? Just by pressing a button. That's where we are unknowingly or knowingly using a new technology called Internet of Things. Thank you.
I will add up a couple of things. So as we know, like initially when we had a communication device, right, that was used just to communicate. Now we have a device in our hand, which is like very close to us, like anything else. And we do bankings with it, we do communication, we do business, we have a digital assets there, digital lockers. So if you have a phone with you, and even if you don't have your wallet, you can do everything. right? So it's very critical that we adopt technology very way and use it in a more smarter way. Rather like we use informal business tools like WhatsApp and things, and we can gradually get it into very organization way using some nice platforms. Thank you.
Sorry, I would like to also add one more, like two more things, like whether like it or not, maybe next, maybe let's say 10, 20 years, you will find there is no more passport. Your retina is your passport, number one. Number two is like, let's say we embrace the changes, whether it's good or bad. So number two, maybe I'll later.
I think the blend here is we need to stop looking at technology as a monster that seems alien to us and realize where is it that we're using already. I think we've started using terms like Alexa, Google all the time. We have a voice assistant who's basically ruling our lives more or less. It doesn't take a while. You don't need a phone in your hand. You don't need to do anything with any of the multiple sets of technology processes around. You just need to talk to the machine and it responds to you. That's how simple technology is. The difference is that do you look at it as an ally or do you look at it as a monster? You already have it as part of your... Is it good? Perfect. So technology already is your ally. You're using it as a part of your daily routine anyway. You're looking at everything that you need. Even before you think of it, it's right in front of you. So it's just probably being aware that you're already used to it and then figuring it out that, okay, this is how I can actually use technology to my advantage, I guess.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll try to answer this question in a very layman language, in a very basic language. Back in India, my family and my friends, those who are from non-tech background, they sometimes ask me that, what do you guys do in the office? You guys sitting in the AC cabin, you guys, all the time you are in front of your laptop, in front of your phone. What do you guys actually do? So, to answer that question, I'm telling them that, are you buying something online on Amazon? Are you using Facebook? So their answer is yes. So I'm like, that's what we do. So, behind any app, like behind any Amazon app or any app that you name it, like, Facebook, Instagram. So behind any app, trust me, there is thousands of millions of lines of code that has been written with security. So that is the efforts that we are putting in so that it makes your life easy and it makes, all the transitions or all the entertainment, make it easy for you guys. So that is the, best answer I can give. Thank you.
Sorry, I have just 1 minute announcement to make. So apparently it seems that the President finds our conference very interesting. For the first time, somebody is coming earlier than he had said. So I think President is expected very shortly. You all can continue with the presentation because he will go to the exhibition first. We can continue with the session. But when the President is coming here, the people who are the sponsors, the VIPs, they need to shift to that area beyond that tape out there. And the people who are exhibitors, I would prefer 1 per stall, maximum 2 depending on the size of your stall. People who are exhibitors and have done their COVID test can move to the exhibition area just now so that when he comes there, people are available to greet him. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. It's promising. All right.
Yeah. So I will add one more point here. So in India, everybody knows what UPI is doing, right? UPI, where right now people using it, street vendors are using it, each and every industries are using UPI. So that gives ease to everybody to transfer their money. And I can give an example. If you don't adopt technology, what happens? So, for example, peppermint industry in India was used as a currency. When people go buy a 7 rupee thing, they give 10 rupee, and in return, the shopkeeper gives 3 rupees chocolates, right? But right now, what happens is people pay digitally. So peppermint industry goes down by 70%. So it was used as a currency. So how digitally things can move upwards and can also go some industries downwards. So that's how we have to adopt technology in our day-to-day life.
Thank you. All right. Let's get to our last question. And we've heard about it a little bit throughout our conversation, but let's expand on it. Did you know that data is everything? Essentially, data is a currency in different ways. I'll give you a brief example. Where I live in Toronto, we have a telecom company called Rogers, and they provide you with television, internet, mobile services. Once Rogers identifies you and your behaviors, they start to target market their commercials based on your interests, your gender, your age, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to continue with that and help you as business owners understand how you can use data to better understand your clients and their behaviors. So let's start over here. Anyone at any time join in? Can you help us understand from your speciality how data is everything?
Yeah. Thank you. So basically now, the world is moving very, very fast, and we need to compete with this fast moving world. And in this particular stage, as if we are not having with the data at that time, we are nothing like that. Data of our all different stakeholders in different way, like all customers and other areas, our competitors, right? So all this data, as if in our hand, we can do a lot many analysis. Okay, so we can convert this data into information. There are multiple technological tools is available in the market. Okay, say for example, let me give one small example. Say the big company owner is sitting with us. Okay, yeah. So he wants to know where my organization is. Okay, what is the sales my team has made today? Okay, which area? Say in globally. Okay, so where is my fleet running on? Right. What is the location of that particular fleet? So all these things, based on the data analytics, we can do proper decisions. Nowadays, one more thing I will to add. If we have the raw data available with us, okay, we have the market trends, then we can make the predictive analysis based on the data trends and everything. And as if we know that, this curved line is going down little bit, okay, we can make the corrective actions on that particular part, and we can, win the positions in our market. Yeah.
Thank you. We're running out of time, but I do have two data specialists. I'll ask one of them, whichever one is most comfortable addressing this topic.
So I'm just going to quickly add on what was said on data. So data is actually kind of more of an art tool. It helps us in giving market validation. It helps us telling us what's really going on. So it's more of a factual kind of point of reference in our businesses. One of the use cases which we work with on the insurance career side is how can we use external data points to actually understand what a business does. And what we found out during the entire process was that the world outside actually has better understanding of a business than a business owner itself, because the data tells you what the reference point of a particular business does. So data is kind of gives you indicators. The three steps of data is to kind of acquire data and understand what the data is, whether that's primary source or is that secondary to social media or to chatter. The second one is to kind of process it. And then the third one, which is the kind of the more fun one, is how do you use this data to solve business problems? What is the goal of the problem you're trying to solve, and does the data tell you that it supports your hypothesis, or does it go otherwise? So data is kind of, it's inevitable in some manner, but it really looks out in terms of what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you. So I hope you better understand how technology can help you enhance your business. It can take Auntie from taking orders on the phone to spending more time doing what she needs to do because her orders come in electronically. It can help mid-sized organizations take them to the next level and become large organizations. It can take large organizations to be largely profitable and even better positioned for the market and competition that they face. Thank you for your time. Thank you to our panelists. I also want to thank the team. They're not here, but they're the ones that created the website and the app for this event. So thank you to them as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
આ એકચ્યુઅલી ધંધામાં જ પહેલેથી બરકત હતી સાહેબ. 2000ની સાલમાં હું અમેરિકા ગયેલો અને જગજીતસિંહજીના કોન્સર્ટ ટૂર એન્કર કરવા માટે, પછી વન મેન શોઝ કરતો હતો. તે વખતે આખું અમેરિકા સોફ્ટવેરથી છલકાઈ રહ્યું હતું. પેલું આપણે Y2K આવવાનું હતું એટલે ખરેખર તે વખતે એક મારી હ્યુમર ફ્રોમ કોસ્ટ ટુ કોસ્ટ હિટ થઈ ગયેલી મહેન્દ્રભાઈ. ન્યુયોર્કથી લોસ એન્જલિસ સુધી ગાડા થઈ ગયેલા લોકો. એ હ્યુમર એ હતી કે ફિલાડેલ્ફિયાની એક કેજીની સ્કૂલમાં બાળ મંદિરમાં શિક્ષકે સવાલ પૂછ્યો કે યોર જનરલ નોલેજ ઇઝ ફેન્ટાસ્ટિક, વોટ ડઝ DC સ્ટેન્ડ ફોર? તો કે washington.com. Now I call upon my subsequent panel participants. The subject is very interesting, family and succession planning. આપણે બધું ખૂબ બધું ક્રિએટ કરતા જઈએ છીએ, પણ બધા જ જાણે છે, ઇટ્સ અ નોન ફેક્ટ કે સુરુભાઈ 72% આપણે જે કમાઈએ છીએ ને એ વાપર્યા વગર ઉપર જતા રહીએ છીએ, 72%. સો હાઉ ટુ યુટિલાઇઝ દેટ 72%, હાઉ ટુ પ્લાન દેટ 72%, એના માટે હવે જે પેનલિસ્ટ આવે છે એ છે દીપ્તિ કોટક એન્ડ સંદીપ નેર્લેકર, મહેન્દ્રભાઈ ઘેલાણી, અમારા મુંબઈના લીગલ પ્રોફેશનના પર્યાય જેને કહી શકાય, પછી જનક ઠાકર, રાજ ઠકરાર, મીનાક્ષી બાટવિયા, દર્શના કોટેચા, ચિરાગ કોટેચા અને નિશી ઠકરાર. પણ આ સેશન who is going to be moderated by Dipti Kotak. She is one of the silent players in organizing this Lohana Mahaparishad's business forum. And I would please call upon her to take care of the remaining session, the subsequent session. And please put your hands together for all the participants and the moderator. Yes. And badhane, hello, all you panelists are requested to please, keep the mic at a distance of only a finger. I would not mind if you almost reach your mic to a kissable distance. But that has to be the inevitability, because otherwise your voice is not projected properly and we can't hear you. So that is the thing. And by the time આવા માડો બધા ઉપર દીપ્તિ લઈ આવો બધાને, અને તમને બધાને આ કેટલું મહત્વનું છે એ સમજાય આ સેશન. એટલા માટે મને એક બહુ નાનકડી 1 જ મિનિટ જોઈએ છે. આવો જનકભાઈ, મારે 1 મિનિટ જોઈએ છે તમારી. અમર પાલનપુરી કરીને આપણા બહુ સરસ કવિ છે, એમણે આજના સબ્જેક્ટ ઉપર બહુ સરસ 2 પંક્તિઓ લખી છે. કે પહેલી 2 પંક્તિઓ એમ છે એની કે આપ ખુદ જ્યારે થયા, સુરુભાઈ આપ ખુદ અને આપ ખુદ એ બંનેનું પન છે, શ્લેષ છે. આપ ખુદ જ્યારે થયા, કાયદા ત્યારે થયા. જનક સાંભળજે, આપ ખુદ જ્યારે થયા, કાયદા ત્યારે થયા, કાલે એ મહેલો હતા, કાલે એ મહેલો હતા, ઘર તો બટવારે થયા. મહેલમાંથી ઘર બની ગયા ડિવિઝનમાં, પ્રોપર્ટી ડિવિઝનમાં, લીગલ એન્ટેંગલમેન્ટ્સમાં અને કોર્ટોના ખર્ચામાં. તો તમારે તમારા મહેલોને મહેલ તરીકે રાખવા હોય અને ઘરમાં કન્વર્ટ ન થવા દેવા હોય તો હવે પછીના સેશનના એક શબ્દને ધ્યાનથી સાંભળજો. અને બધા જ ડેલિગેટ્સને વિનંતી કે એક શબ્દ લોકો ધ્યાનથી સાંભળી શકે એવી રીતે બોલજો. થેન્ક યુ.
Good morning, Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram, and happy Gudi Padwa to all. Sandeep and myself are going to present a very much needed topic and much ignored topic, which is succession planning and family business succession planning. I think most people here who are part of the audience, who are part of this entire group, are successful business owners, first gen, second gen, third gen, and some even fifth generation business owners. ઘણીવાર આપણે ભૂલી જઈએ છીએ important documents લખતા like wills, અને એના લીધે God forbid unfortunately આપણા ઉપર કંઈ બી પ્રોબ્લેમ આવે તો આપણા ફેમિલીવાળા આપણી પાછળ બહુ હેરાન થાય છે. We want to discuss the importance of succession planning because I think it's a much needed but much ignored subject. So handing it over to Sandeep, who's the subject expert on this, and we'll take it from here.
Jai Shri Krishna. I don't think people should say that behind a successful woman there's no man standing, and here's the man standing. Okay, can I ask you a few questions? How many of you are married, and how many of you intend to do that suicide, in the sense want to get married? Can you raise your hands as to how many people are married? Can you raise your hands, please? Okay. How many of you travel? I believe almost everybody. Can you please raise your hands who travel, who use some means of modes of transport, car, flight, or whatever? Yeah. How many of you have invested in some real estate or own a piece of real estate? Can we raise our hands? How many of you have invested in financial assets, bank accounts, mutual funds, equities, or whatever? Hello? Okay. How many of you believe that there are certain risks that are associated with life? Yeah? How many of you believe that we are eternal, we'll never die? Okay? And now, after knowing all these things, when you are successful business people, I think that day Madam Elvin said about Lohana, community, and she was comparing that to wealth, correct? So if Kuber was there, he could be Lohana today, right? How many of you have written will? I can hardly see any hands being raised. I think we are the people who really, one, are well educated, understand, but as a simple document as a will also we don't write, correct? Before we start the presentation, what I will do is, so there used to be I'll tell you one story. There used to be an old man, he had a problem in hearing, and his family knew it. Every day he would spend time with his family members. One day on his phone, like this is a session right now, he got a message on his WhatsApp, and it read that anybody who has a hearing problem can fix an aid and he would be able to hear after that. So this man went to the doctor. Doctor examined him and told him that you come back after a week and I'll give you an hearing aid. After a week, this old man goes to the doctor. Doctor gives him a hearing aid, and he realizes that he asks him questions, and he is able to hear clearly. So the man says, doctor asks the old man, I'm sure your family would be happy to know that you can hear now. He says, I guess so. So what the old man does, old man as usual goes home. He spends time with his family. He doesn't tell them that he's got a hearing aid fixed. After a month, he goes back to the doctor for a normal checkup, and doctor asks him, so old man, do you have any problem while hearing? He said, no, absolutely fine. He said, I'm sure your family must be really happy with this. He said, one, I have not told them that I can hear now. Every day when I go home, I sit with them, have a chat. Since that day, till date, I have changed my will 3 times. Okay, the next slide, please. Weber? Slide, please. The next one. So fundamentally, legacy planning for larger audience can be split into two. One is estate planning and family business succession planning. Estate planning majorly deals with, say, writing will, creating trust. The next slide, please. Or even writing something like a POA, because a will and a trust takes care of certain aspects of planning, but beyond that, you also need something like a POA. But commonly we have seen that there are some issues or there are some challenges where people face and they want to avoid writing a will or doing a estate planning. Next slide, please. Hello? Yeah. The common reasons are, most of the time people say that I'm not that old and nothing wrong will happen to me. Or my family won't fight. Something like, I have a nuclear family, I have only one wife, my 2 kids, why do I need to write a will? I haven't made enough money. Now, if you look at one life, I think life is uncertain, you don't know what's going to happen. We have seen Corona, where I think we have lost loved ones, we have lost our friends. And even then, I think we must be really brave to say that nothing wrong will happen, correct? What's the right value or what's the right amount of money to say that, okay, I need to write a will? I don't think you need a definition for that. The moment you have, probably you are married, you have children, you have a family, you have created some asset. I think that asset is important to you and valuable. I think that's the time that you need to start writing a will. Estate planning, majorly the 3 tools are used. One is wills, others trust, and along with that, we also advise writing a POA. Will is a simple document you can write on a piece of paper. We can say, okay, I'm writing this piece of document, I'm in my proper senses, nobody is forcing me. You declare your assets, get 2 witnesses, sign it in front of them, and that's a good legal document. Beyond will, you also need trust, because a will doesn't take care of unborn children. Certain things like ifs and buts are not covered through the will, those can be covered through trust. Asset protection can be covered through trust. Incapacitation can be covered through trust. When we talk of business families, we believe there are 2 large areas where we can slot where they face challenges. One is tangible, other is intangible. Tangible is everything to do with my wealth, my assets, my stake, my shares. You can deal with this by creating structures. Whereas when you deal with intangible side of the challenges, largely these are mind-related issues where you talk of biases, egos, power. When you talk of 2 different things, structures can be utilized to take care of tangible challenges, and documents like family constitution or shareholders agreement, family protocols can be used to get the intangible challenges in place. We all are Raghuvanshis, right? Ramayana happened because one mother wanted her son to be the king. She didn't want Bharat to be the richest man in the world. Whereas Mahabharata happened for all the reasons, all the possible reasons. It was for ego, it was for wealth, and many more reasons. Simple logic is, if gods couldn't save themselves from all these challenges, we are mere mortals, right? Next one, please. If you want to build a multi-generational business model and you want your business to continue multi-generational, all that you need to do is probably follow this image, where you need to get an estate plan in place, where you define your will, you create your trust structures, you create asset protection structure. Most of us, while we are in business, we take risk, we take loans, we sign bank guarantees, we sign personal guarantees. It's extremely important for everybody to ring fence the assets from creditor driven risks, and that's the reason people create asset protection trust. You create a document which basically tells the family on how the business would be run, what rights they have. It's basically do's and don'ts, like a family constitution that would be covered under the family business planning. And most of us do create large families, family offices, basically to take care of the family wealth where easily compliances, taxes, investments can be managed. I think what we will do is, sorry I'm rushing through because of paucity of time, but what we will do is, let's open it to the panel. But before that, let me tell you one more story if I'm allowed. There used to be an old man. His wife was a Lohana. And you will get to know, rather you will get the relevance of why she was a Lohana later. Okay? He was a miser man. माने पैसे नहीं खर्च करते थे, पैसे बचाते थे, and he had lots of wealth. One fine day he called his wife and told the wife that this is an envelope, it's a sealed envelope, I have written my will. When I die, open it, read it, and follow my instructions to the T. One fine day the man dies. So her friends come and she has obviously told them that he's written a will. She opens the envelope, reads the will. The will simply says that rest of the things, but the crux of that, he's written that when I die, please bury all my wealth along. Man was miser, completely crazy. Are you really going to follow what he said or what he's written? She said, yes, I'm an honest and obedient wife. I'm an loyal wife and I would like to do what he said. It's his wealth. So the day of the burial, everybody come. They join that day. She is carrying a case, a silver case. And even at that time, her friends would ask, are you serious you're going to do it? She said, absolutely yes. She opens the box. She says, here's the check. I have written the amount. If the old man can encash, it's all his. So it's extremely important to get these documents in place. Yeah, over to the panel.
Thank you. So we're going to open up some questions to the panel. Also, post the panel, we would be open to taking questions from the audience if you have any, and we'll take it from there. So we'll start with you, Mahendra Bhai. Good morning. Why do you think estate planning is required?
Well,
is it required?
Planning is required in various fields, and therefore estate planning, why is it required is not a question which is to be asked. It is required, like Sanjay explained earlier. If you have estate, આપણે જૂના જમાનામાં કહેતા હતા સાત જનરેશન સુધી, સાત પેઢી સુધી ચાલે એટલું ભેગું કરો. હવે જમાનો બદલાઈ ગયો છે. જોઈન્ટ ફેમિલીઝ હતી, જોઈન્ટ ફેમિલીઝની હવે રિસ્ટ્રિક્ટેડ ફેમિલીઝ થઈ એન્ડ સો ઓન એન્ડ સો ફોર્થ. જ્યાં જ્યાં પ્રોપર્ટી હોય ત્યાં પ્રોબ્લેમ હોવાના જ હોય છે કરીને. એટલે આ બધા સમય સંજોગો જોતા આજે ટેક્સના કાનૂનો બીજા બધા એક જગ્યાએ બધાની એસ્ટેટ હોય એવું પણ નથી આજે રહ્યું. ઇટ સ્પ્રેડ એટ સેવરલ પ્લેસીસ, સેવરલ jurisdictions and so on. So those angles also come in. Then comes corporate world. There are many who have now large corporations to control. When the patriarch is there, he controls everything. Next in line, then he will have a brother, he will have sons of the brother and his own children and so on. How to keep them together, keep the business going together, that again requires a succession planning. So there are various intricate issues. I am talking of a level which is a different level. આપણે નોર્મલ સંજયે કહ્યું એમ કે ઘણા એના બધા પ્રશ્નો કયા કે કોઈ કહેશે કે ના મારી પાસે એટલું બધું છે શું કે હું શું કામ કરું, કે હજી સમય છે શું કામ ઉતાવળ કરું. ના, એ બધા વિચારોને વાતો બધી ખોટી છે. ભરોસો નથી હોતો માણસનો કે 40 વર્ષે જવાનો છે કે 80 વર્ષે જવાનો છે. હું આજે એમ કહું કે ના હું ક્યારેય રિટાયર નથી થવું નહીં કર્યું એટલે તમે કામમાંથી રિટાયર નથી થતા. પણ એટ ધ સેમ ટાઈમ તમારે જો તમારી પાછળ પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ ઓછા મૂકી જવા હોય તો સક્સેશન પ્લાનિંગ કરવું ને કરવું ને કરવું જ જોઈએ. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you. So over to you, Meenakshi Ben. What is the right time? તમને શું લાગે છે કે સાચો સમય ક્યારે છે કે આપણે એસ્ટેટ પ્લાનિંગ કરવું જોઈએ, વિલ લખવું જોઈએ? Is there any age or stage? Please introduce yourself first and then answer the question.
My name is Meenakshi Batavia. I'm the director of Computer Vision Limited. We are dealing with the IT product and we are supplying to NGO, UN, and I'm only lady running the business in Uganda and Juba as well. that planning, you take, okay, you think, but don't think too long to write it, the will or anything. Because મારા હસબન્ડ મારી ઉપર જે વીતી છે, મારા હસબન્ડ 10 વર્ષ પહેલાં ડેથ થઈ ગઈ હતી. મારો સન 9 વર્ષનો હતો એ ટાઈમે. તો પછી કાંઈ બી ક્યાંય લખેલું ના હોય, કાંઈ ના હોય, પછી જ્યારે તમારે હેરાન થવું પડે છે, જે રીતે હું હેરાન થઈ છું અને એમાંથી પાસ થઈ છું, એટલે મને ખબર છે કે કેવું હાર્ડ છે. તો એ પ્લાનિંગ મને લાગે છે એમાં વિચાર કર્યા વગર આજે જ કરી લેવા જોઈએ. થેન્ક યુ.
Darshana Ben, please introduce yourself. And yeah, but for the benefit of the common audience, please introduce yourself. And what do you think is the role of women in estate planning?
Jai Shri Krishna, Darshana Kotecha. The role of women, I think ladies, પહેલાં એમ હતું કે બૈરાને શું ખબર હોય, બૈરાને શું જાણવું છે. પણ હવે આજકાલ આપણી છોકરીઓ દીકરા આપણે વહુને બધાને હવે ભણાવીએ છીએ. તો આઈ થિંક ઇટ્સ વેરી વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ કે કંઈ પણ એજ હોય તમારી વિમેનની, હવે થોડુંક પૂછતા થાવ. એમ નહીં કે મારા વરને ખબર છે, મારા દીકરાને ખબર છે. હવે એવો ટાઈમ થઈ ગયો છે કે હવે દીકરાઓ પૈણીને બારે જાય છે કે ભણવા આપણે બારે મોકલીએ છીએ, તો આપને ખબર નથી હોતી. પણ હવે માથું મારો એમાં, તારું શું કામ છે એ દિવસો ગયા. હવે બધું જાણવાનું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે હવે. અને પૂછો પ્લીઝ, કારણ કે ગડપણમાં પણ, અને આપણે બધે મૂવીઝ જોઈ છે, બધે સાંભળ્યું છે, બધું દીકરા ઉપર આમ તેમ મૂકી દેવું. હા કરો, પણ બૈરાવને હવે બોલવાની જરૂર છે કે પ્લીઝ આપણા માટે શું રાખ્યું, કાલ સવારે આપણું શું થશે. આપણું મકાન છે, આપણી પાસે ખાવાના પૈસા છે. તો ધ રોલ ઓફ વિમેન ઇઝ યસ, ચૂપ નહીં બેઠા રહ્યો. હવે પ્લીઝ આસ્ક ક્વેશ્ચન્સ બિયા વગર, કારણ કે તમારો એ હક છે આમાં. સો પ્લીઝ લેડીઝ, લેટ્સ ડુ દેટ.
So just to add little bit more to what Darshana Ben said, we believe, and there are theories, studies, everything that supports that women are more practical, more intuitive, and more sensitive when it comes to these things. Men can be emotional when making these decisions, but women are practical. And most importantly, એટલું યાદ રાખજો કે તમારી વેલ્થ જે તમે ક્રિએટ કરી છે with the support of your wife should serve your purpose in your lifetime. તમે છોકરાઓ માટે મૂકી જશો, yes, but I think it's important to cover you. ઘણીવાર આપણે વિચાર નથી કરતા કે incapacitation is a possibility, terminal illness is a possibility. અને I think કોવિડના 2 વર્ષે આપણે શીખડાવ્યું છે કે માણસોને શું શું થઈ શકે છે. It's impossible things that we have heard, people may not have faced death, but they have faced a lot of other circumstances, which I think it's a warning sign for all of us that it's high time we think about this sensitive topic. Koi amar nathi. I think it's time to realize that we need to plan this.
Can I just add one example? હું દીપ્તિબેનને કહેતી હતી, મારા સાસુ 93 યર્સના હતા, એ ઓફ થયા ત્યારે. પણ એની પાસે એનું વેલ્થ, આપણે કહીએ ને મારા દીકરાઓ ને મારા પરપોતરા મારું વેલ્થ છે, પણ એ 10 વર્ષ પહેલાં ઓફ થયા એ પહેલાં એને મારા હસબન્ડને કીધું તું મને વિલ લખવું છે, અમને કોઈને નથી ખબર. તો એના વિલમાં ખાલી શું હતું, વિલમાં અમુક સિમ્પલ થિંગ્સ હોય કે આપણા દાદીમાં છે, માયું કોઈ દી કામ ના કર્યું હોય, કમાણા ના હોય, પણ એ લોકોની એક ઈચ્છા હોય. એને ઓફ થયા પછી બીજે દી વકીલ આવ્યો કે આ બાનું વિલ છે, અમને ખબર નથી. એને એટલું સિમ્પલ ખાલી વિલમાં લખ્યું હતું કે બધા સુખી રહેજો, મેં કોઈને કંઈ હેરાન કર્યા હોય તો માફી માગું છું. મારા દીકરાઓનું સ્થિતિ 10 વર્ષ પછી મને નથી ખબર શું હશે, એટલે એને એવું નહોતું લખ્યું કે મારી દીકરીઓને આટલા દેજો કે આને આટલા દેજો. એ કે એની સ્થિતિ પ્રમાણે ખાલી એક સ્મોલ અમાઉન્ટ લખ્યો હતો, અને બસ કે હું જેની ઘરે ઓફ થાવ મેં જે પહેર્યું છે એ વહુનું. તો ઇટ્સ સો ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ કે આપણે આપણી બુઢી માયુને દાદીમાને કહી કે તમારી શું ઈચ્છા છે. ઇટ્સ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ટુ આસ્ક ધમ.
So Nishi, this question is directed towards you. Please introduce yourself. I'll read out your question. What are the expectations of Gen X from the seniors in terms of family business?
Hi everyone, I'm Nishi Takrar Damani. I introduced myself a bit earlier, so I won't go into all that. I'll talk from the perspective of a daughter. Families are now getting smaller, so there's a more positive attitude towards daughters. And daughters are now inheriting portions of assets, businesses. So times are changing. Now we have to get involved in businesses, and we will one day inherit things from our parents. So as a daughter, what do I expect from the elder generation? Well, I expect, first of all, there's a common notion that a will should be written in old age, and I think that's a misplaced notion. I think a will should be done as soon as possible when you're mentally healthy and physically healthy. Secondly, I believe the will should be very detailed and documented with utmost clarity. If you are going to give a higher portion of your wealth to one of your children and less to your other children, please explain to them why, and please document that in the will, because the ultimate goal is you don't want to leave a fight behind with the children and the siblings. You want everyone to live harmoniously after you go. If I can give myself as an example, my father, Mukesh Bhai Takrar, and my mother, Anita Ben Takrar, sat down, my brothers and I, and showed us their will. Showed us, this is what we're leaving behind for each of you. Is there any issue with each of you? And I really appreciated that. I'm so grateful for them for doing that. And my husband and I will definitely be doing the same thing with our children when they're old enough. Thank you.
And maybe on the other side of the generation, or the generation that is going to receive from you, I think as per our traditions, આપણે કોઈ દિવસ આપણા મા બાપને પૂછવા નથી જાતા કે તમે અમને શું આપવાના છો, કે અમારી માટે શું મૂકી જવાના છો, and we don't want to know. But if you don't document it, with disclosure, without disclosure is a choice. It's not necessary that you need to tell your children what you're going to devolve onto them, કે તમે એમને શું આપવાના છો. પણ if there is no document, અગર will જ નથી, જે માણસો રિસીવ કરે છે, તમે કોઈ માણસને કોઈ જગ્યાએ મોકલો, અને આપણે આજ ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ કંપાલા આવ્યા છે, અને આપણે કહીએ કે સ્પીક રિસોર્ટ જવાનું, પણ એનો કંઈ એડ્રેસ નથી, કેવી રીતે માણસ ગોતી શકે? સેમ વે, અગર વિલ નથી અને આપણને ખબર નથી કે શું ક્યાં છે, લેવાવાળા બહુ જલ્દી ઊભા થઈ જાય છે અને દરવાજે ઊભા રહી જાય છે, દેવાવાળા કોઈ આવતા નથી. અને એટ દેટ ટાઈમ ઓલરેડી જ્યારે તમારા ફેમિલીને ઇમોશનલ લોસ હોય છે, તમે હોતા નથી, they already feel that they miss you. In between all that, how will they handle all this? So for the sake of the next generation who's going to handle it, for the sake of either or spouse, it's most important that please have your document in place. A good idea when you write the will is also to video shoot the will. While you write the will, read out 4 lines. It makes it more authentic. It is an acceptable thing in the law to video shoot your will and use that as a proof in case there are any future conflicts. So please, we urge you, will tamara માટે છે, તમારા ફેમિલી માટે છે અને બધાની શાંતિ માટે છે. Please write it. Janakbhai, over to you. Please introduce yourself and I'll ask you the next question. What is the right time for the patriarch to pass the baton to the next generation? કયો સમય છે, કોઈ ઉંમર છે જ્યારે તમારા નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશનને તમે કહી શકો કે ભાઈ ઓકે તમે મેનેજ કરો, this is how we want you to operate. What is your thought on that?
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ દીપ્તિબેન. આ જે સવાલ તમે પૂછ્યો એ લગભગ બધાના મગજમાં આવતો જ હશે અને ઇટ્સ અ રાઇટ ક્વેશ્ચન ટુ મી. એઝ સચ આમ જોવા જઈએ તો દેર ઇઝ નો રાઇટ ટાઈમ ઓર દેર ઇઝ ઓલવેઝ રાઇટ ટાઈમ. When your next generation finish their studies, their professions, and when they willingly plan to join us, that is the right time. But exactly, that's not a full stop. Gradually, we have to ask them to sit on a driving seat and we have to take a back seat. So, the mistake experience is always to cost and get it. We would like to see that જે મિસ્ટેકો આપણે કરી છે while by sitting on the back seat, જે મિસ્ટેકો આપણે કરી છે એમાં આપણે એને ગાઈડન્સ આપી શકીએ કે આપણે એમને રોકી શકીએ કે એને તરફ વાળી શકીએ કે જે આપણે અટક્યા હતા. અત્યારના એક વસ્તુ વિચાર કરું, મારા મગજમાં બે મહાન વ્યક્તિઓ મારા મગજમાં આવે છે. એક તો છે રતન ટાટા અને એક છે શ્રી નારાયણ કૃષ્ણમૂર્તિ. ઘણું કર્યું એ લોકોએ, જનરેશનને સોંપ્યું, બટ દે આર સ્ટીલ ઓન એડવાઇઝરી બોર્ડ, હેવિંગ બાયનોક્યુલર ઇન ધેર હેન્ડ, ઓન સ્ટેન્ડિંગ ઓન ધ હિલ, કે હાઉ વોઝ ધ જર્ની એન્ડ હાઉ યુ વિલ ટ્રેન યોર નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશન. એન્ડ ધી અધર થિંગ્સ આઈ ઓલવેઝ થિંક કે આપણા જનરેશનને આપણે જ સંભાળવાનું છે. એટલે ધીસ ઇઝ માય વ્યૂ.
થેન્ક યુ જાનકભાઈ.
Thank you.
So probably, Mahendra Bhai, we missed introducing you, so we would like you to give your introduction.
મહેન્દ્ર ગેલાણી, મુંબઈ જન્મ્યો, મુંબઈ મોટો, મુંબઈમાં લાઈફ કાઢી છે. વ્યવસાય હું સોલિસિટર છું. સોલિસિટર એટલે એડવોકેટને લગતો વ્યવસાય. સમાજની સાથે મારા પિતાને કારણે અને પિતાના મિત્રોને કારણે ઘણા વખતથી સંકળાયેલો છું અને હવે જેમ જેમ વ્યય વધતી જાય એ પ્રમાણે વ્યાવસાયિક સમય ફાળવવાનું ઓછું કર્યું છે. સમાજમાં જે કંઈ યોગદાન આપી શકાય એમાં થોડી સમયની ફાળવણી વધારે કરી છે. દીપ્તિબેન, તમે મને મોકો આપ્યો, જો શોભિતભાઈ રજા આપે તો 1.5 મિનિટ મારે મારામાં એડ કરવી છે કરીને, જસ્ટ ટુ ક્લેરિફાય ફ્યુ થિંગ્સ. દેર આર ટુ ઇશ્યુઝ, સક્સેશન એન્ડ સક્સેશન પ્લાનિંગ. They are intermingled, but at the same time they are distinct subjects. I think succession will possibly be taken care by the next session. We ought to be connected with succession planning, as Sanjay initially told us, what succession planning means, what are the methods of doing that and so on. Will બનાવો, willમાં શું લખવું, કોના શું feelings છે, કોના શું sentiments છે. I am not criticizing anybody, but at the same time it is something not totally connected with planning. પ્લાનિંગના વેઝ એન્ડ મીન્સ. આજે રૂલ્સ રેગ્યુલેશન બધા બદલાઈ ગયા છે. જૂના ટાઈમમાં તો હિન્દુ લો હતો કે જેનો જે ધર્મ હતો, હિન્દુ હોય, મુસ્લિમ હોય, ક્રિશ્ચિયન હોય, પારસી હોય, દરેકના પોતપોતાના ધર્મ પ્રમાણે એના રેગ્યુલેશન્સ હતા. મેં હમણાં પૂજાને પૂછ્યું હતું તો એણે મને કહ્યું કે અહીંયા આફ્રિકામાં ટ્રાઇબલ રૂલ્સ બી હોય છે કરીને. નાઉ દેટ અગેન ઇઝ અનધર ફેસેટ. પણ નોર્મલી હવે ઓલ ધ સિવિલાઇઝ સોસાયટીઝ હેવ કોડિફાઈડ લોઝ, કોડિફાઈડ રૂલ્સ, કોડિફાઈડ રેગ્યુલેશન્સ, કે જેના કારણે મા બાપ બેઠા છે, પેટ્રિયાર્ક બેઠા છે, ત્યાં લગી તો છોકરાઓ ગમે કે ન ગમે, ફાવે કે ન ફાવે, મને કમને સંપ જાળવી રાખે. પણ જેવો એ છત્ર ગયું એટલે પછી પ્રોપર્ટી એવી ચીજ છે કે પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય ને થાય જ. મારા વ્યવસાયમાં હું જોઉં છું, ઘણું જોઉં છું કે જે કુટુંબો આપણે પહેલી નજરે ઉપર છેલ્લું જોઈએ તો એમ લાગે કે એટલા બધા ઓતપ્રોત છે કે આમાં આ લોકોમાં ક્યારેક કંઈ વિખવાદ જ નહીં થાય. એક રોટલી હશે તો 2 ભાગ પાડીને ખાશે. પછી ડૉક્ટર ખાવાની ના પાડશે તો એ ટુકડાને માટે મારામારી કરશે. જો એ આપણે એવોઇડ કરવું હોય, મિનિમાઇઝ કરવું હોય અને મારા જેવા વકીલાત કરતા હોય એને બહુ પાડવા ન હોય, ઇટ અલ્ટિમેટલી પ્રોપર્ટી ડિસ્પ્યુટ્સ એટલે ઇટ્સ અ બેનિફિટ ટુ ધ લોયર્સ. એ એવોઇડ કરવું હોય તો સંજયે જેમ કહ્યું and planning is a must, and our focus should therefore be on the planning. And if in that direction, if these discussions can carry things home, it will be worth our while, worth our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So over to you, Chirag. One second. Over to you, Chirag.
Hello.
Hi. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Chirag Kotecha. I'm in the healthcare business in Uganda, and third generation Lohana in Kenya, born in Kenya, now in Uganda.
Nice to know. So what should the senior generation do to motivate the next generation to join business? Often we are seeing that children or the next generation don't want to join the business or want to pursue something of their own. If they decide to join business, or if you want to decide to entice them to join the business, what should the senior generation do?
That's a very good question. I personally, we come from a business background of trading, commodity trading. I was educated to be a doctor and went in the healthcare vertical, so completely unrelated to the family business. But from a young age, school holidays and everything, I was asked to be involved in the business. And what would have enticed me more to pursue it was being given decision-making power from a young age. I mean, grooming, the seniors would be there to advise, as was mentioned earlier. But when we are being forced to follow somebody's vision, how they want it in a concrete way, was discouraging. But when we are allowed to make some decisions, give our opinion and inputs as society was changing, the world was changing, that would entice the younger generation to be more involved. On that, what we've realized as a family now is that having sort of professional management from outside to help run the business was actually helping it grow faster. So that was good for us. Just on the one thing I wanted to mention, which all the panelists have talked about, something which I, from a medical point of view, wanted us to all look at is the point of advanced directives. I don't know if you've talked about that. It's about how you want to be treated in the event or prior to your demise.
Right.
If you have a critical illness, you're in hospital, do you want to be put on the ventilator? I mean, because I've seen families being torn apart or ripped apart from the person or the parent or somebody going to hospital, having to be put on the ventilator, differences in decisions. So that is something that you should also think about and leave information of how you'd want to be handled in such a scenario. What we talked about, advanced directive. Thank you.
So fortunately, India now has the concept of a living will, which is specific only to this point of your life, where in case you happen to go on ventilator, or you are in a position where you're incapacitated, your family has the choice, of course, by expert opinion, if they think that it's not going to be of any use. You can write it in your will as to when you can give them the permission to pull the plug. That's what we call it. So I think it's not an easy decision for your family to do that. I mean, for them, they will do anything, every height and everything to make sure you deserve the medical attention. But if there is a situation like that, please, like as Dr. Chirag said, mention it in your will. So we will open the session to the audience for any questions. If you have any, you can raise your hand and please stand up, and more than happy to take it.
એક ક્વેશ્ચન છે મારું કે આ વ્હીલ જે છે ઓપન કરીને ડિક્લેર કરીને કરવું જોઈએ કે ક્લોઝ કરીને રાખવું જોઈએ?
So it's your wealth.
No.
You've created it. You've created it with a lot of mehnat, if I had to say. Your will is completely your choice.
No,
it is not, there's no common law or common practice for that. Somebody may do it like that, or somebody may not do it like that.
So your question is, should we declare the contents of the will or not?
Yes, yes.
Honestly, it's up to an individual. It purely depends on what you feel, what you should share with the family, at what point in time. Definitely, I feel you should tell the family that you have written a will. The contents of the will. Oh, sorry, I think she always says that Gujarati, there's something where a old lady has a lota and she keeps moving that, correct? Family takes care of her because they feel कि वो बक्से में बहुत सारा कुछ है. So it's up to you to decide.
No. One thing. ये कुछ मैं थोड़ा सा हिंदी में बोलूँगा यदि अलाउ करें सब. तो बेसिकली ये होता है यदि हम विल को अगर ओपन करके दिखाते हैं तो हमारे फैमिली में ही डिस्प्यूट हो जाते हैं इन प्रेजेंस ऑफ द विल राइटर. तो मेरे विचार से क्या होना चाहिए, दिखाना चाहिए या नहीं दिखाना चाहिए?
सर मैं वापस सेम रिपीट करूँगा. ये हर एक इंडिविजुअल अलग अलग होता है. मुझे मेरे फैमिली का अंदाज़ा है वो कैसे रिएक्ट करेंगे, क्या रिएक्ट करेंगे. अगर आप मुझे पूछो तो मैं बोलूँगा शायद कंटेंट पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ये बताने की ज़रूरत की विल है. पता चले कि सॉरी टू से एवरीबडीज फैमिली इज़ डिफरेंट, आई एम नॉट पॉइंटिंग इट आउट, बट पता चले कि कल सुबह एक तकिया आ गया मुंह पे एंड
हाँ बस दैट्स
ऑल दैट आई एम सेइंग इज अप टू यू.
यस मगर आपको एक चीज़ बताऊं,
यहाँ लोग विल लिखते नहीं, एटलीस्ट गेट द विल इन प्लेस फर्स्ट.
So thank you very much for being a patient audience. Thank you to the panelists who have again emphasized on this topic. We appreciate your inputs and thank you for your time and patience. But please write your will. At least that's the least you can do for your family. Succession planning is important, but please write your will. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for this lovely discussion. Very enlightening discussion. And મહેન્દ્રભાઈ આપે બેસવાનું છે કારણ કે હવે પછીનું સેશન આપ મોડરેટ કરવાના છો. પણ સંદીપે જે પેલી यहाँ वॉल्यूम इतना ही रखना, द सेम वॉल्यूम. संदीप ने जो तकिया रखने की बात की, दैट वॉज वेरी फेटल सिनेरियो. અને મહેન્દ્રભાઈએ જે વાત કરી, મહેન્દ્રભાઈ તમે જે વાત કરી કે વાય અનિવાર્ય છે વિલ બનાવવું અને વાય બધું જ દીકરા ઉપર છોડી ન દેવાય. આપણી પાસે વિજયપત સિંઘાનિયાનું ઉદાહરણ છે. માલિકને કઈ રીતે પ્લીઝ ડોન્ટ ડિસ્ટર્બ મી. માલિકને કઈ રીતે ડેઇલી વેજ લેબરરના કક્ષામાં મૂકી દીધો, આ અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડિંગ વગર આપણી પાસે બધાની પાસે ફેટલ છે. મહેન્દ્રભાઈ મને એક શેર યાદ આવે છે કે ઘર કે એક છોटे से कमरे को बांटने के लिए घर के एक छोटे से कमरे को बांटने के लिए बेटों ने बाप के मरने की दुआ मांगी है. दिस इज द फेटालिटी ऑफ द सिचुएशन. અને એટલા માટે આપણે આ સંભાળીને કરવાનું છે. તો હવે પછીનું જે ડિસ્કશન છે, ધ સેશન છે, that is the growing clout of Lohana professionals, the challenges faced and opportunities available in the global scenario. And our own very respected Mahendrabhai Gelani is going to be the moderator of that. And the participating delegates are Anjali Thakrar of TFC Kenya, Pooja Karia and Shyam Nathwani. Please put your hands together for, and of course, yes, Janak Panjwani. I'm sorry. Your name is not listed. Please come on stage and take the position. Please put your hands together for these lovely people who are going to take care of the next session.
Small announcement to make. We have more people on this side and we need to fill up those tables. So requesting people from here to move there. Do not cross that red tape, red and white tape. But please, if you can shift your table and fill up the spaces there, it would be great. Don't cross that red and white line. Please move your tables there. Thank you. Let's settle down quickly.
May I?
Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram, Jai Mahaparishad. I'm just told that the President is likely to arrive shortly. So we'll have to position ourselves as suggested by Dipti. Before he enters, we all will also have to be ready with our mask on. Take it everybody has their mask with them. Maybe there may be little interruption. If he comes in between, then we may have to take a break and then continue usual. With that, Shobit bhai, we can start so that we can make best use of time as much as we can. As Shobit bhai mentioned earlier, we have in this panel today the distinguished members of the profession.
May I interrupt you for a second?
Please. Please.
There is a welcome committee that is going to welcome him up as he arrives. But there is a list that I've been given to welcome him here. So I'd like to request those people whose names I mentioned to please sit here near me. Sanjay Thakkar, Ketan Morjaria, Rishi Chetwani, Bhaskar Kotecha, Mohan Rao, Samir Somaya, Chetan Chak, Kaushik Majitya, and Mukesh Nathwani. Please bear with us. I know that everyone would want to, but in terms of organization, we need to be organized and we need to continue with the spirit that we've been exercising. So if the people I've mentioned are here nearby, it will be easy to welcome him when he comes to the floor. I thank you and please continue.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આવવાના હોય તો ક્યાંકથી અવાજ આવી જાય. Very well, let's continue. The distinguished panelists today with us are, of course, the first and foremost, the young Pooja Karya, who has made a lot of efforts in getting this organized. Janakbhai Panjwani from Dubai. Sanjay Thakrari is one of the panelists, but I don't see him here. I take it he must be either busy or must be on his way. And we have Hirenbhai Thakkar.
Sorry, my friend, sorry. I have been told that if you have a stall and you are supposed to be on your stall, this is the last and final call for those that have been cleared to be on their stalls. This is the last and final call for those that have been approved and, to be on your stalls. I thank you.
Hirenbhai Thakkar, Shyambhai Nathwani. I am not introducing them. I leave it to each of them to introduce themselves as has been the practice. May I therefore request and start with Pooja Karya to please introduce herself.
Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jalaram, Jai Swaminarayan. My name is Pooja Mahendra Karya. I am a third generation Lohana from Mwanza, Tanzania. I found a legal consultancy and a law firm named E&E International Consultants, and it has been practicing for 3 years now. I am a registered advocate in Tanzania and a mediator and an arbitrator.
Shri Janakbhai Panjwani.
Jai Jalaram. Janakbhai Panjwani. I am 30 years in practice in Dubai, and I am a practicing chartered accountant. Thank you.
Shri Hirenbhai Thakkar.
Yeah, myself Hiren Thakkar, serving Gujarat geographically and virtually the whole world, including some MNCs and NRIs. Thank you.
Shri Shyambhai Nathwani.
Thank you. Jai Shri Krishna. My name is Shyam Nathwani. I'm a lawyer from Vancouver, Canada. I'm a fifth generation Tanzanian, but I also have ties to Uganda. I'm here and I'm enjoying myself, and I thank you all for the opportunity. I focus on immigration law, specifically to Canada, but hoping to see help anyone in any way that I can.
Thank you, Shri. We'll wait for Shyambhai, one panelist who has been awaited, but we can get on with our session. Our session has two combinations, legal profession and accountancy. Both are to an extent interrelated, and there are many chartered accountants and lawyers who have done both. In addition to that, they have done CS also. and there is a combination, overlapping of one with the other. આ ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ માટે નથી કહેતો, પણ લોયર્સ માટે હું જરૂર કહું કે આ એક વર્ગ એવો છે કે લોકો એને દૂર રાખવાની કોશિશ કરે, કારણ કે ઝઘડા હોય ત્યારે લોયર ધ્યાનમાં આવે, અને એ આવે એટલે જે પ્રોપર્ટીની વાત થતી હોય, જે ઝઘડાની વાત થઈ મટે ત્યાં લગીની તો વાત જુદી છે, પણ એની પહેલાં ઓલાના ગજવા ભરવાનું કામ ચાલુ થઈ જાય કરીને. એટલે આપણે વારસાની વાત અગાઉ કરી કે બાપ ગુજરી જાય ને 4 દીકરા હોય કે 2 દીકરા ને 2 દીકરી હોય તો 4 ભાગ ન પડે, 5 ભાગે ન પડે. ઓલા 4 જણાના અલગ અલગ વકીલ થાય તો એના 8 વારસ થઈ જાય કરીને, અને ઓલા વારસ કદાચ વધારે લઈ લે અને પછીવાળા ઓછા લઈ લે કરીને. એનીવે આ લાઇટર વાત થઈ. આજે હવે સમય બદલાઈ ગયો છે, જરૂરિયાતો બદલાઈ ગઈ છે, અને લોયરના પ્રોફેશનનું કામ પૂજા નેગેટિવ છે એવું હવે એ રહ્યું નથી. આ પ્રોફેશનનો પેરાડિમ શિફ્ટ થયો છે. અગાઉ આપણે હમણાં વાત કરતા હતા કે વિલની વાતો થઈ, સક્સેશનને બદલે આપણે થોડા ડાયવર્ટ થઈ ગયા અને સક્સેશનનો સબ્જેક્ટ કર્યો ઇન્સ્ટેડ ઓફ સક્સેશન પ્લાનિંગનો સબ્જેક્ટ કર્યો. પણ બધાના મગજમાં એક પેલી ફર્સ્ટ એન્ડ ફોરમોસ્ટ વાત આવે સક્સેશન લગતી, પણ દેટ અગેન ઇઝ a very small and insignificant part થાય. There is a total paradigm shift in functioning of any profession, and more so even with the legal profession and the accountancy related activities. That paradigm shift is also pushed and promoted by the technological advances. પહેલાંની જેવું નથી રહ્યું કે કાગળ પેન્સિલ કે પેન પેન્સિલ લઈને બેઠા, લખ્યું ને ચાલ્યું. આજે તમે જુઓ છો કે વર્ચ્યુઅલ હિયરિંગ્સ કોર્ટમાં ચાલુ થઈ છે. દિલ્હી સુપ્રીમ કોર્ટમાં મેટર ચાલતી હોય, હરીશ સાલ્વી લંડનમાં બેસીને મેટર આર્ગ્યુ કરતો હોય ને ચાલતું હોય છે. એક વકીલ મુંબઈમાં બેઠો હોય, અડધો કલાક દિલ્હીની મેટર આર્ગ્યુ કરશે, પછી અડધો કલાક મદ્રાસની મેટર આર્ગ્યુ કરશે ને પછી મુંબઈ બેઠો બેઠો પાછો આર્ગ્યુ કરશે. સમય બદલાઈ ગયો છે. એ જ પ્રમાણે એક બધાને એક રહેતું હોય કે હું મારું હોય તો જાળવી રાખું, મારો પ્રોફેશન છે તો બીજો કોઈ આમાં એન્ક્રોચ ન કરે. તમારામાંથી જે ઇન્ડિયામાંથી આવ્યા છે એ લોકોને બધાને ખ્યાલ હશે કે એક ટસલ ચાલ્યા જ કરતી હતી કે ફોરેન ફર્મ્સોને ઇન્ડિયામાં પ્રેક્ટિસ કરવાની છૂટ આપવી કે ન આપવી, અને એ મારી ચાલ્યા કરતી હતી. એક વર્ગ એવો હતો કે એને એમાંથી, પણ આજે હવે વ્યાપક વિઝન થતું જાય છે. તમે સંકુચિતતા રાખો છો એ ચાલતું નથી. એન્ડ દેટ ઇઝ ટુડે વાય આઈ એમ મેન્શનિંગ ધીસ ઇઝ દેટ વી આર ક્રિએટિંગ એન ઇન્ટરનેશનલ પ્લેટફોર્મ, એન્ડ ધેરફોર that vision has to be appreciated. અને ઇન્ડિયાએ હમણાં 10 દિવસ પહેલાં બાર કાઉન્સિલે એનાઉન્સ કર્યું કે even foreign firms will be allowed to function in India on the reciprocity basis. Of course, it can't be one way, that we allow the foreign firms to come and function in India and vice versa, we are not recognized. So that balancing has been achieved, but then it has been on a wider scale. Lawyers' practice, lawyers know it and you all also know it now, that એના ડિફરન્ટ ફિલ્ડ્સ એન્ડ ડિવિઝન્સ છે. જેમ ડૉક્ટરમાં હોય છે કાનના, નાકના, આંખના, કેન્સરના, પેટના, બધું અલગ અલગ. એમ હવે પહેલાંને જેવું નથી કે સબબંદર કે વેપારી, એક વકીલ હોય તો એ બધું કર્યા કરે. ચાલતું હોય છે અમુક જગ્યાએ. મને પૂજાએ કહ્યું કે અહીંયા આગળ હજી એવી રીતનું કમ્પાર્ટમેન્ટલાઇઝેશન નથી, પણ બાય એન્ડ લાર્જ હવે નાઉ વિથ ધ થિંગ્સ ધેર ટ્રેડિશનલ લોયર હોય કે જે આ બધી આપણે અગાઉ વાત સમજીએ એમ કે વિલ લખવાનું હોય, બીજા નાના કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ કરવાના હોય, ફેમિલી ઇસ્યુઝ હોય કે ફેમિલી કોર્ટની ઇસ્યુ હોય, પછી ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શનલ લોયર કે સોદા કરવાના હોય, સોદાને ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરવાના હોય, એને પ્રોટેક્શન આપવું હોય કે એમાંથી કંઈ તોડફોડ બીજી ન થાય, કે એમાંથી ઝઘડા ઉત્પન્ન ન થાય, એ ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શનલ લોયર થયા. મોસ્ટ સોટ આફ્ટર નાવ ઇઝ ધી કોર્પોરેટ લો. ટ્રાન્સનેશનલ, મલ્ટીનેશનલ એક્ટિવિટીઝ થતા ગઈ એટલે કોર્પોરેટ, આજે કોઈ પણ યંગ છોકરો છોકરી હશે, ભણવા જતો હશે, ભણીને તૈયાર થતો હોય, ઇન્ટર્નશીપ કરવાની હોય તો પહેલું એનું ફોકસ રહેશે શું, તો કે હું કોર્પોરેટ લો કરીશ. મર્જર્સ, એક્વિઝિશન, થોડી ગ્લેમર રહે, થોડી ગ્લોરી રહે, ફોરેન જવા આવવાનું થાય, જુદા જુદા લોકોને મળવાનું થાય, અને એમાં આવક પણ કદાચ થોડી વધારે રહેતી હોય છે. એટલે એ એક્ટિવિટી પર ફોકસ વધારે આપે છે લોયર્સો આજે. મોસ્ટ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ઓફકોર્સ આઉટ ઓફ ઓલ ધીસ પ્રેક્ટિસ and which gives a satisfaction to a lawyer and should give a satisfaction to a lawyer is the alternative dispute resolution thing. આજે આપણે કહીએ છીએ ડિલેઝ, એક ચીજ પૂરી થાય, છોકરો બાપા ચાલુ કર્યા હોય, છોકરો પૂરો કરે એ રીતનું કામ થાય. 20 વર્ષ સુધી નિકાલ ના આવતો હોય. મને યાદ છે, મને ખબર છે, હું જુનિયર હતો ત્યારે મેં જે પ્લેન ડ્રાફ્ટ કરી હતી એ પ્લેનનો દાવો હું કામ ઓછું કરવાની તબક્કે આવ્યો, રિટાયરમેન્ટ શબ્દ નહીં વાપરો, પણ કામ ઓછું કરવાના તબક્કે આવ્યો ત્યારે માંડ એનો નિકાલ આવ્યો. પોણા ભાગના તો એમાંથી બધા રામ રામ થઈ ગયા, તો હું બચી ગયો હતો. પણ આ તબક્કો એક આવી ગયો હોય કરીને એને માટે ઓલ્ટરનેટ ડિસ્પ્યુટ રેઝોલ્યુશન, કે જેથી કરીને લોકોને સમાધાનનો રહે, અથવા તો ઓછે ખર્ચે ટૂંકા સમયમાં કોઈ પણ ચીજનો નિકાલ આવે, આર્બિટ્રેશન હોય, મીડિયેશન હોય. હવે આમાં હું શું કામ આનો ખાસ ઉલ્લેખ કરું છું કે જ્ઞાતિ સંગઠનો શું કામ ના આવે. શોભિતભાઈ, તમે એમ વિચાર કરો કે જૂનું આપણું પંચ બેસીને નિકાલ લાવતું હતું. આજે હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં હવે પંચાયતનું જરા રોલ ડિફરન્ટ થઈ ગયો છે, એટલે જુદી વાત થઈ ગઈ. પણ એક સમય એવું હતું કે પંચની એક રિસ્પેક્ટ હતી, એ લોકોનો એક આદર્શ હતો, વેલ્યુઝ હતી, અને એ વેલ્યુઝ પ્રમાણે નિષ્પક્ષ રીતે એનો નિકાલ લાવતા હતા. ડિસ્પ્યુટ નાના હતા, વાતો નાની હતી, નિકાલ આવતો, એકબીજાને ઓળખતા જ કરતા હતા કરીને. આજે હવે આપણે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ લેવલ પર બેઠા છે. જ્ઞાતિ એટલે સંકુચિતતા છે એવું નથી. આજે આટલા 800ની ઉપર ડેલિગેટ્સો અહીંયા ઓલ ઓવર વર્લ્ડ આવ્યા છે. હું ઇસ્માઇલીનો દાખલો આપીશ, તમારામાંના ઘણાને ખ્યાલ હશે. આજે ઇન્ટરેક્શન આપણા લોહાણો અને ઇસ્માઇલીઓનું ઘણું સારું છે. મારા ઘણા ઇસ્માઇલી મિત્રો છે. એ લોકોમાં જમાત, અને જમાતમાં શોભિતભાઈ એ લોકોના હોય, કોઈ પણ ઇસ્માઇલીના બે જ પક્ષ હોય તો હાર્ડલી જોવા મળશે. મને મારા પ્રોફેશનનો અનુભવ છે કે કોર્ટમાં જાય. ઝઘડા તો નાના મોટા ક્યારેક ધંધો કરતા હોય તો થાય, વિખવાદ થાય, પણ એનું નિરાકરણ જમાતમાં બેસે, એનો મુખી હોય, મુખીની સામે એ રજૂઆત કરે, 1 સિટિંગ થાય, 2 સિટિંગ થાય, 3 સિટિંગ થાય, પણ એનું નિરાકરણ આવે. વકીલોના પેટ ન ભરે, સમય ખરાબ ન કરે, અને એનું નિરાકરણ આવે. થોડી વાંચોળ કરવાની જરૂર પડે. તો આમાં એક સવાલ પૂછવામાં આવ્યો હતો, પૂજાએ પણ કહ્યું કે ભાઈ વોટ ઇઝ ધ રોલ ઓફ અ કોમ્યુનિટી. આજે લોયર્સની ને પ્રોફેશનની ને આપણે વાત કરીએ છીએ, પણ આ મુખ્ય રોલ છે અને કરી શકાય છે. આપણે, મને ખબર છે અમુક મહાજનોએ આ વ્યવસ્થા રાખી છે કે સમાધાન સમિતિ કરે. મોસ્ટલી ફેમિલી ડિસ્પ્યુટ્સના હિસાબે હસબન્ડ વાઈફના હોય તો એમાં વધારે ફોકસ કરતા હોય છે. પણ એને વ્યાપક સ્વરૂપ પણ આપી શકાય કે ખાલી ફેમિલી ડિસ્પ્યુટ્સને પૂરતું નહીં, બીજા કોઈ પણ પ્રકારના હોય વરવાંધા, અને જો બંને પક્ષ રઘુવંશી હોય તો એનો મુખ્ય મુદ્દો સામાજિક ધોરણે એ રહેવો જોઈએ કે બેસી અને કોઈ પણ વ્યક્તિને વચ્ચે રાખીને એનું નિરાકરણ લાવે. With this background, I will leave it open now for the panel. I spoke a little more than I should. થોડાક પ્રશ્નો હું પેનલિસ્ટોને, શ્યામભાઈ તમારાથી શરૂઆત કરું કે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ ફોરમમાં આપણે અહીંયા બેઠા છીએ એટલે કે હાઉ ડુ યુ થિંક the professionals who are here, I am not referring to all over, professionals from various parts of the world can join together, collaborate with each other for their own betterment and to help the community. Please tell us.
Thank you for the question. I think just being here today, it shows how spread out in the world we are. And I think there is a lack of communication and a central system for us all to be able to communicate together. We've been able to meet many people here in the same industries, in the same field, and we've realized that we can actually help each other. I think if we have a way for us to communicate, to allow other people in the world to realize, hey, there are others, like-minded individuals out there that I can rely on for support, for questions, for mentorship, which has also been a topic of discussion here as well, bringing people together, like-minded individuals in a informal way. There's no need to make it formal. There's got to be a way for us to be able to reach out to each other. There should be no formality. There should be, I think, an ice-breaking system here that we've all had. And I think being able to shake someone's hand and being able to reach out to someone over Zoom or WhatsApp, email, I think goes a long way.
Thank you. Hirenbhai, would you like to add?
Yes, sir. I would like to request our LIBF to make a panel of professionals that is topic-wise or domain subject-wise. It would be a great help to all of them, and at least for geographically wise also. See, I have many times I work in Dubai. Right now, Janakbhai is with me, so he can help me. Correct. That is required.
Thank you. Janakbhai, in continuation of this, આપણે લોહાણા ફોરમમાં છીએ એટલે પૂછું છું એના સંદર્ભમાં કે હાઉ ડુ યુ થિંક ધી ઇવેન્ટ્સ લાઇક LIBF on an event basis and otherwise on a long term and a broader basis Mahaparishad can provide opportunities or be a synthesizer for getting all the professionals together to help the community apart from themselves.
Thank you. First and foremost, it can provide, as Mehul Bhai said, it can provide an opportunity for an international affiliation. Global, local excellence, global presence. I am present in whichever area, like GC, I am in Dubai, Mehul Bhai may be here, Pooja Ben is in Africa. So everybody, a client is served not only all services under one roof, but all services throughout the world with the one firm. It will be, that is what is expected. Secondly, what I can say, let Lohana International can be a firm where now in major cities or major countries, you are allowed to do two things. One, lawyers and advocates, lawyers and chartered accountants can grow together, they can have a firm together. And this Lohana International may be one of the first 10 firms of the world. So that should be the vision. આપણે શોભિતભાઈને આપણે કહીએ ને કે શોભિતભાઈની ભાષામાં બોલું તો કે નીચાન ચૂક માફ ન માફ નીચું નિશાન. અને છેલ્લે બે લાઈન કહીશ સાહેબ કે પ્યાર કરી લે શું કોઈ તારો યાર નથી. પ્યાર કરી લે શું કોઈ તારો યાર નથી. ગોતી લેજે LIFBFમાં છે કાંઈ બહાર નથી. Thank you.
Very good. So the professionals also can have this kind of બધાને એમ લાગે કે ડ્રાય છે એ લોકોને કાગળિયા કલમ બીજું કાંઈ નહીં બાકી રૂપિયા ગણવાના પણ નથી એવું નથી. એ લોકો બી માણસ છે, એ લોકોને બી હૃદય છે, એ લોકોને બી લાગણી છે, ભાવના છે. એક્ઝામ્પલ છે આપણી પાસે. આપણે we were hoping Dr. Sanjay Thakra to be with us, but I think he's on his stall waiting for the president to arrive. એટલે that's right. So I think we will excuse him. There were some questions which were aimed at him, which we will have to skip because it's related to banking sector and the correlation between banking sector and the law. I will not trouble my panelists with that field because it's a different field. Now, since we all are Hindus, there were some feedback and questions which Pooja was getting with regard to Hindu law. And since the earlier panel was dealing with the Hindu Succession Act, there were issues connected with that also. Pooja, would you like to enlighten the august audience here as to the Hindu law in brief with regard to succession and with regard to any related aspects for individual family living? Can you please...
Thank you, Mahendra Bhai. You would agree with me that even in India, we still practice Hindu law? Yeah. You would agree with me that even in India, the Hindu law is still being practiced when it comes to succession. હવે successionમાં શું થાય કે a person could die leaving a will or he could die intestate કે will વગર એ deceased થઈ જાય. So what happens when a person dies without a will? In India, we have the Hindu law that particularly and precisely and clearly provides for how to distribute the deceased estate after him passing away. Now, as far as I know, the East African laws for the Hindus who are residing in East Africa, the law allows, the procedural law for succession provides for the substantive application of the Hindu law. કે આપણો કોઈ હિન્દુ ભાઈ કાલ સવારે will વગર ગુજરી જાય તો પછી કયો લો એપ્લાય કરવો કે એનું એસ્ટેટ કેવી રીતે આપણે ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કરવું એ આપણા લોકલ લો અલાઉ કરે છે કે તમે હિન્દુ લો એપ્લાય કરી શકો છો. So it's time now. I also personally do not know the proper Hindu law for application because my clients also are not aware that what are our Hindu laws, that we want to distribute the estate of the deceased person in a certain way. So it is time now for lawyers on board to do some research and incorporate Hindu law in African countries as well.
Thank you, Pooja. I'll just supplement few things connecting also with the earlier session. કે સક્સેશનની વાત થાય છે એટલે કરીને આપણો ઓરિજિનલ અસલ હિન્દુ લો જો શોભિતભાઈ તો મિતાક્ષર અને દયાભાગ આ બે ટ્રેટ હતી, એક આર્યન એક દ્રવિડિયન, અને નોર્થ ઇસ્ટમાં મેટ્રિયાર્કલ સિસ્ટમ, બાકી પેટર્નલ સિસ્ટમ. એ આપણું ઓરિજિન હિન્દુ લો, અનકોડિફાઈડ હિન્દુ લો. 1956માં હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં કોડિફાઈડ થયું. ઇન્ડિયન સક્સેશન એક્ટ પહેલાં જ હતો જ. એટલે સક્સેશનની મોડાલિટી હિન્દુ સક્સેશન એક્ટ ગવર્ન કરે. એને કેમ ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરવું એ આપણો જૂનો બ્રિટિશ ટાઈમથી ઇન્ડિયન સક્સેશન એક્ટ આવતો હતો, એ ચાલતો હતો અને ચાલે છે આજે પણ. અહીંયા આગળ મેં પૂછ્યું કે કેવી રીતના આપણે અગાઉ બી આગલી સેશનમાં વાત થઈ કે ધર્મ પ્રમાણે સક્સેશનના રૂલ્સ હોય છે. ઇવન ધર્મની અંદર પણ પેટા ધર્મ પ્રમાણે રૂલ્સ હોય છે, શરિયત પ્રમાણે હોય. તમે દુબઈમાં ખબર છે તમને કે અત્યાર સુધી કોઈ પણ ધર્મના તમે કે થોડું રિલેક્ટન્સ ને રેઝિસ્ટન્સ આવતું, પણ સમય પ્રમાણે હવે ત્યાં પણ ફેરફાર થતા જાય છે કે યુ વોન્ટ ગ્લોબલી people to come and attract. So they have now allowed personal law also to be made applicable with certain conditions and certain formalities and so on. હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં તમારામાંના ઘણાને ખબર નહીં હોય કે ગોવામાં પોર્ટુગીઝ લો ચાલતો હતો હજી, અને એટલો ઇન્ટ્રિકેટ કે ખૂબ તકલીફ થતી ગોવાની બહારના જે માણસો હોય તેને માટે. તો રાઈટ, હા. મુસ્લિમોમાં શરિયતની સાથે શિયા અને સુન્નીની અંદર અલગ અલગ હતા. ઇસ્માઈલીઓને માટે પાછું અલગ હતું. તમે વિલ કરી શકો, પૂરું કરી શકો, 1/3નું કરી શકો, દીકરીઓને કેટલા મળે, દીકરાને કેટલા મળે. પારસીઓમાં પણ એ જ પ્રમાણે આ અલગ અલગ બધા હતા. એટલે કોડિફાઈડ લો પણ આવી ગયો, અને કોડિફાઈડ લો પ્રમાણે થોડી એક યુનિફોર્મિટી આવી. એની પાછળ પણ થોડી ઘણી નાની મોટી ઝંઝટ ચાલે છે. અહીંયા આગળ એ સ્ટેજ પણ આવવાની શરૂઆત થઈ છે, પણ પૂરેપૂરી નથી આવી. અને અગાઉ જેમ આપણે વાત કરીએ એમ કે ટ્રાઇબલ લો જે છે અહીંયા આગળ ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ થાય છે, પણ સક્સેશન એક દરેકે દરેક વ્યક્તિના વ્યક્તિગત ધોરણમાં એક અગત્યનો પ્રશ્ન હોતો હોય છે. એટલે એના પર લોકોનું ફોકસ અને ધ્યાન વધારે રહેતું હોય છે. પણ આ બધામાં જ આપણે હિન્દુ છીએ એટલે ગર્વ લઈએ એમ નહીં, પણ સૌથી સમજદારીપૂર્વકનું અને સરળતાવાળું જો સક્સેશનનો લો હોય અનકોડિફાઈડ, તો એ હિન્દુ લો છે. એટલું આપણે જરૂર સમજી જાણી શકીએ કરીને. મૂવિંગ ઓન. કિશોરભાઈ, ઘોડો ને ઘાસ દોસ્તી કરે કોઈ દાડો? તો ખાય શું? એક પ્રશ્ન એ પ્રમાણેનો આવ્યો કે ભાઈ વકીલો પ્રો બોનો એટલે મફત સર્વિસ કરે કે નહીં, ને કરે તો કેટલી કરે ને શું કરે, કે પછી દેખાડમાં પ્રો બોનો હોય, મફત કરવાની હોય, પણ એની પાછળનો હેતુ કંઈક જુદો હોય. તો આપણા સમાજના રઘુવંશી સમાજના લોકો પૂરતી હું આ વાત કરું છું કરીને. શ્યામભાઈ, પ્રો બોનો સર્વિસીસ માટે લીગલ પ્રોફેશન અને એકાઉન્ટિંગ પ્રોફેશન સમાજને શું યોગદાન આપી શકે?
Thank you for the question once again. Pro bono service, I think, in the legal field is being embraced more and more as we want to give back to the community. We are in a privileged position, and it is our duty to also give back our time to people as much as we can. One thing in the legal industry is how can we provide our time and services? The best way that we can do it is to provide our advice at no cost. Unfortunately, the people that come to see you are in dire situations, and time is of the essence. So you do have to be aware and available should someone come see you at a critical time. There are situations, especially in family law, where you have to attend court pretty quickly. You also have to be honest with yourself and with a potential, not client, with the potential person. You have to be realistic. Can I help you at this time as well? It is a balance of both, but I think pro bono work as lawyers is being embraced even more. I think one part of how we can improve pro bono services, having a global system or even a local regional system. I mean, you can't practice law outside your jurisdiction, but having a directory available of Lohanas who are willing to help in your country or your jurisdiction helps. Unfortunately, people think there's a stigma when you ask for help, when you are asking for free work. There is no stigma with that. We're all in different situations, and I think we need to overcome that. Ask for help. There are people out there that will be willing to give you their time, and there's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherish Bhai. Pooja, would you like to add something?
So Shyam spoke about how us as professionals can be providing services at no cost to Raghuvanshi members, needy members at no cost. But I think as professionals, we also owe a duty to our societies. For instance, Ajay Mahaparishad che, but I remember Satish Bhai was saying that registration, kevi rite karvu, shu karvu, we're still not certain about that. So as lawyers and professions, આ બધી સંસ્થાનું રજિસ્ટ્રેશન છે, કોમ્પ્લાયન્સ છે, કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન ડ્રાફ્ટિંગ છે, રિટર્ન્સ ફાઇલિંગ છે, એમાં I think it's our first duty to help in our societies and to see that they're continuing very sustainably for generations and generations to come.
Thank you, Pooja. That was very good. I must add one more thing. It's not restricted only to lawyers and chartered accountants, but I am telling you from my experience, chartered accountants, of course, have been giving wonderful services for various organizations. Today you have requirements of filing returns, doing taxation, doing exemption matters and so on. But I have seen, by and large, most of the chartered accountants have been doing this as a service, and they have been rendering a wonderful service. It's not as if દરવાજાનું કામ કરવાનું છે, ચલાવ્યા કરો કરીને. But I must make a specific mention that even doctors, field of doctors, I am saying it from personal experience. I think I saw Dr. Daya here, Dr. Suresh Popat, there were quite a few others કે જે હું રઘુકૃષિ આરોગ્ય નીતિ સાથે સંકળાયેલો છું એટલે અનુભવે કહું છું કે એટલી સરસ વન્ડરફુલ સર્વિસ પોતાનો સમય કાઢીને પ્રોફેશનમાં વ્યસ્ત હોવા છતાં સેવા આપતા હોય છે. એટલે એવું રઘુવંશીની એક આમ જુઓ તો એક ભાવના હોય છે, બધા બાવા સાધુ થઈને સમાજની સેવા કરે છે એમ નથી. હા, એના કરતાં વધારે મોટી અને સારી સેવા છે.
અમે લોકો ટ્રસ્ટ ઓડિટ ફ્રીમાં જ કરીએ છીએ.
That's right. So that's wonderful. આપણી પાસે સમય હવે 5 મિનિટ ગણો. Pooja, any specific area that you would like to cover? I will.
The foremost thing that I would suggest is, atyare we've all gathered up for the Lohana International Business Forum. Businesses will come together. Businesses from one country will contract businesses from another country. One business will have clients in other countries. હવે આમાં ઝઘડા તો થવાના જ. We don't want to go to courts because, as Mahendra Bhai said, courts and cases would take ages and ages, years and years, expenses and expenses, costs and costs. This is where the Lohana International Business Forum should come up and think of Lohana Arbitration Center. We've heard about London arbitration, court of arbitration. We have arbitration centers in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. But now it's time that, the Lohana community should come up and think of the arbitration center. And the Mahaparishad is the very right place to start this off, beginning from India and have its branches in East Africa and all over the country. And I assure you that the professions, all the professionals in the Lohana community would be the first persons to come and volunteer and take up the responsibility to handle the center.
I wholeheartedly endorse what Pooja has said. I'll just make a slight variation that it should be Raghuvanshi International Arbitration Forum. Because it can't be located to a particular region or area or a city. Ultimately, it must grow into the field of Raghuvanshi International Arbitration Forum. And all those who are connected, I will earnestly urge them to work. અહીંયા ઉભા ઉભા આપણે ભાષણ કરશું, વાત કરશું, તાળી પાડીને ઘરે જશું એમ નહીં. આમાં સક્રિયતાપૂર્વક જો બધા આગળ વધશું તો it will be a memorable thing to remember that in the first conference this was something which was discussed about, decided and implemented later. Thank you. તમે પંજવાની કંઈ કહેવા માંગતા હતા, પ્લીઝ.
Only thing which I would like to say, I have seen that corporate presence in Dubai helps all the business grow. I'm not promoting Dubai, but I'm saying with full confidence, because even if Africa, take a case of Africa, my experience itself suggests that any person who wants to deal with Africa or from Africa has a presence in UAE, Dubai UAE, for various corporate presence, and that is for various reasons. Secondly, whatever businessman wants, Dubai offers to it, such as safety, security, business-friendly environment, tax-efficient jurisdiction. In our UAE, the corporate tax will come from the accounting year starting from 1st June 2023. But UAE has already signed double tax avoidance agreements with 115 countries of the world already before commencing of the corporate tax law. So it has a very good efficient tax jurisdiction. Secondly, Mahendra Bhai, as mentioned, now there is a DIFC will provision whereby all the non-Muslim community can create a will, and it will be very, very effective, successful inheritance law, which can be also done by that. So that provision is also there in the law. And tolerance is there, as Brahma Vihari Swamiji itself says, Bap's Mandir itself coming with 27 acres of the land. So you have everything what you want. And last but not the least, dollar is also pegged with the UAE dirhams at 3.67. So majority of your exchange gain, if your business is in dollars, it is already taken care of. So that is one more very thing. And last, every multinational companies have a presence in Dubai. And now with the change of law, you can have 100% your own company in the mainland also. Previously it was only allowed in the free zone. Now in the mainland also you can have your 100% ownership company. So it is a very business friendly location, and I will be pleased to offer any services. પાછું ગુજરાતીમાં એક જ ચીજ કહીશ, બ્રાહ્મણનો ધંધો લઈને બેઠો છું જન્મથી મરણ સુધી. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you
an alert. His Excellency the President is entering the venue now, and shortly he will be going into the exhibition. We will be watching the exhibition and the observation on the screens. So I would like to request our panelists to please wind up within the next couple of minutes. I thank you.
Thank you. 2-3 મિનિટ જે બાકીની છે પૂરી કરીએ કે તમે હમણાં જનકભાઈ વાત કરી about the corporate structure in Dubai for multinational corporations or people who are having a corporate structure elsewhere. Can you please tell the audience, because Dubai is one main focused point apart from what Africa is trying, as to how multinational corporations on a wider scale or a corporate stationed in other jurisdictions operate in Dubai or UAE for that matter?
See, either it can be a branch of a company which is established elsewhere, or it can be a subsidiary. Majority of people are going by way of subsidiary route, and please come, my humble advice to everybody is, be a law abiding, like coming from India, then come with a FEMA compliance, ODI route, overseas direct investment route, so that in future you don't have a problem at all. So that is one piece where I say. Secondly, I would like to say that be very clear in your objective, why you want to establish, why should be very clear, what you want to do, whether it is a manufacturing, only trading, or it is a service organization. Like many of African clients have set up companies in Dubai who are servicing them from Dubai offices because of various restriction, or they are opening letter of credit for suppliers because Dubai is considered a better jurisdiction from a financial perspective than a African region. So this could be the way forward.
Thank you, Janak Bhai. As the President has graced us for a few more seconds and minutes, if anybody from the audience has any question which can briefly be answered apart from... Very well. I think we can... he just wants... short ma karwana hai? That's okay, yeah. That's right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for patient hearing and bearing us for such a long time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja, for organizing this in a meticulous manner.
I would now like to request one more time. Sanjay Thakkar, Ketan Morjaria, Rashmi Chatwani, Ketan Kotecha, Bhaskar Kotecha, Mohan Rao, Samir Somaya, Chetan Chugh, Kaushik Majithia and Mukesh Nathwani to please make their way forward. Please come forward as we will be required to receive His Excellency. The gentleman wearing that hat is our President. That's the President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. As you can see, Uganda was one of those countries that God was gracious and merciful upon. We had one of the lowest rates of fatality during the COVID pandemic, despite having challenges on access to the medical facilities. We were very, very careful under the wise leadership of His Excellency. We maintain the full COVID protocols, and we still continue to do so, as especially for his own security. As many of you may be aware that we lost a head of state in Tanzania at the peak of the pandemic. So it's very, very important that for his security and our security, that all these protocols are observed. It would be good to observe that our minister is wearing a Punjabi dress, and I want to, it would be of pleasure to you that many Ugandan women wear Indian sari and Punjabi dress during many of their occasions nowadays. So the Indian attire is becoming extremely popular in the Ugandan social circles. Those in the tent that are having their tea and having their snacks, I would like to request that this is the time to move in. The security may not allow you to stampede the tent. So I would like to request the ushers to please call in all the people who are now having tea and coffee and snacks that this is the time to bring in the people to this tent. I do. It's here. તમે અહીંયા જ આપણે રિસીવ કરવાના I want to once again read Sanjay Thakkar, Ketan Morjaria, Rashmi Chetwani, Ketan Kotecha, Bhaskar Kotecha, Mohan Rao, Samir Somaya, Chetan Chugg, Kaushik Majithia and Mukesh Nathwani. Can I have you here, please? Yeah, I have. Can we have all the people having tea, coffee to please come? And those of you seated in the tents at the back, if you can come and feel these tables at the front, not past the red tape, but there are many tables. Please fill them up. Can we have the coffee and the tea counters closed now, please? Ushers, can you please close the tea and coffee tent now? I've been announcing Ketan Bhai Kotacharya.
Okay. Quiz Nyamurei. Baka Konukwat. Baka Tumunjirich. Tahi Nyarubang. Quiz Nyamurei. Baka Konukwat. Baka Tumunjirich. Tahi Nyarubang. Okay. Nzikureba cyane. N'umuharambuye. Shangiye batari. Nsubire rubamba. Nsubire rugo. Uzito mu ishazi. Yarasinge niyo. Ngigurire ibyuma byayo. No muri rugo. Okay. Quiz Nyamurei. Baka Konukwat. Baka Tumunjirich. Tahi Nyarubanga. Quiz Nyamurei. Baka Konukwat. Baka Tumunjirich. Tahi Nyarubanga. Sibere gutyo.
Honorable delegates, once the function with the President ends, please hold your seats as there is another function thereafter. I will announce and guide you into the next function, but please hold your seats when he leaves us. Let us maintain decorum and let us maintain order when he's here. And as he leaves, can we not leave our seats? Can we maintain our seats as the program will continue? There is one more item on the agenda that we will complete before the elders can speak to you thereafter.
Quiz Nyamurei. Baka Konukwat. Baka Tumunjirich. tahe nyarubanda kwezi 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 nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumugereki tahe nyarubanda okay nze kureba cyangwa n'umuharangwemo cange batarimo nsubure rubamba nsubure rugoro ruzito mwishazi yarasinge ndiyo ngigurire ibyuma byayo no muri rugwayo okay kwezi 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 nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumugereki tahe nyarubanda kwezi 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 nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumugereki tahe nyarubanda it's a very good tune.
As we wait for His Excellency to join us, I would like all of us to appreciate. You know, it's okay for some of us to go on stage and talk and present and be the big boys. But this event would not have been possible without Raj Sakaria, Akash Adia, Vinay Dauda, Nilesh Kanabar, Sanjay Chandarana, Sawan Kotecha, Sunil Amlani, Jitubai Ruparelia, Alpesh Thakkar, Vivek Kesaria, Devang Kotak, Nasib Dattani, Nilesh Lakhani, Sachin Ramani, Vivek Thakkar, Meet Pabari, Sanjay Thakkar, Parag Gadia, Hiren Thakkar, Balkrishna Raval, and Jane Nandaula. Can we please give them a big round of applause? These are our volunteers who have worked in the kitchen, in the parking, to make sure that we've been comfortable during this time. I thank you all, and I would like to thank the volunteers from the bottom of our heart for the best, excellent work that you've done and made our stay here a pleasant one. We thank you. As the President walks in, can we all be upstanding and clapping? When he comes, please clap and welcome him, and a little bit of joy, show a little bit of joy, happiness. We would like to request the delegates. As you see him, you will see his motorcade coming in, so let's give him the respect and the applause.
Check stability. Yellow ability. Stable stability. Civil. Votability. Yellow ability. Stable stability. Civil.
Abantu basula kuteguche wento wabiyato nebisigadde sayibempana oli kigalo oli mudembe lyaffe twagala abaana sayo oli kigalo kati njoga nnyumirwa mpaka wenjagala ekyo ki
Kwezi nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumungereki tahe nyarubanda kwezi nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumungereki tahe nyarubanda okay nze kureba cyangwa n'umuharangwemo cangiye batarimo nsubire rubamba nsubire rugora uzito mu bishaza yarashinge nivu ngigurire ibyuma byayo no muri rugwanya okay kwezi nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumungereki tahe nyarubanda kwezi nyamurembo mpaka konukwati mpaka tumungereki tahe nyarubanda It's very good tune. Mukuru murisho Serakazinga Ezente nezo Zanyega konje Arumwete ngori Nejugu burindi Okay. Quiz. Isn't it so? This I never punch. Quiz.
Can we prepare for the national anthems as soon as, yeah, I think we are ready for the national anthems. May I also ask for a word of prayer and the Lohana anthem?
Lokabhiramam Ranarang Dhiram Rajivanetram Raghuvanshanatham Karunyarupam Karunakarantam Shri Ramachandram Sharanam Prapadyai Shri Ramachandram Sharanam Prapadyai Shri Ramachandram Sharanam
भूषण रामना वंशज लोहाना ओ अमे रवि कुलतणा गौरव सहित जीवन अमारू जीविए रघुवंशना आदर्श पात्रु भाव रे निभाविए पितृ भक्ति दे समर्पण थी जीवन
for accepting our invitation. Thanking you, Your Excellency, for gracing this occasion, the Lohana International Business Forum. Can we assume our seats? Your Excellency, today before you, you have a gathering of Lohanas. Lohanas is a sub-sect within the Gujaratis, and we all are from different parts of the world, 28 different countries, 5 continents of the world are present here today, Your Excellency. On this momentous occasion, captains of business houses, expatriates, all from different walks of life and fields of Lohanaism, to celebrate our success in different spheres of life. As I invite our global chairperson, the chairperson of the Lohana Mahaparishad, Shri Satish Bhai Vitlani, to address this august gathering, I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, once again on behalf of the community for accepting this function to take place, the security that has been provided to us, all the permissions. We would like to thank the government of Uganda, the Immigration Department, the Customs Department. Excellent reception and service that has been given to us. Shri Satish Bhai, please.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. Your Excellency, President Museveni, Honorable Anite, ministers, distinguished guests, and my Raghuvansis. Kulha Mu Caesar, Muzi, Jumbo, Namaste. Jai Shri Krishna. A very warm welcome from the Lohana tribe to this first ever Lohana Global Get-Together. First of all, on behalf of Global Lohana community, I would like to convey our appreciation and gratitude to His Excellency President of Uganda, Honorable Museveni, Government of Uganda ministers, government officials, and security officers. We also want to extend our deepest thank you to the people of Uganda for their warm welcome to all of us. Your Excellency, you will be pleased to know that this is a beautiful country of Uganda today. We have countries and from 39 businesses and services sectors and holding over 100 billion worth. Also proud to tell you that we have representation of all generations of Lohanas, especially women and youth, whose representation is more than 40% here. This Lohana International Business Conference, Your Excellency, is a continuing journey of Lohanas to Africa. So we called it Africa Calling, or we could have called it Africa Recalling. Many of our forefathers traded the source of Africa in 1700 and 1800 in dhows. In late 1800s and early 1900s, the first migration of Lohanas to East Africa started. Grandparents and parents of many of us here, members of our now global community, are here undertaking a 2 to 20-hour journeys. Your Excellency, representing every industry and corporate sector. I stand here today as the President and Managing Trustee of an umbrella association of our community known as the Lohana Mahaparishad. For your information, our community's objectives established by our forefathers are Sannistha, Sangathan, Seva Dwara Siddhi. This is achieving our goals and objectives through diligence, solidarity, unity, and respect for all. And more importantly, through service to the community and humanity. Your Excellency, I also note these objectives of our community and practice by individual Lohanas have led to the improved well-being of not only our members, but also the communities and countries where we have established our presence. You may ask why we Lohanas having this conference here in Uganda. Your Excellency, through your leadership and government and the policies that you have put in place, Uganda today offers a tremendous amount of stability, security, and confidence for long-term development. As you know, the lack of dynamic leadership and lack of stability by the previous regime led to the negative consequences in 1972, when I believe 30,000 plus members of our community were expelled. Today, the security that your government offers to both the person as well as the property, along with your investor-friendly attitude and your global understanding, has created a very positive environment. Another virtue that I have personally experienced while visiting here is, Your Excellency, the warmth, the welcoming nature, and the unity of the people of Uganda. For an investor, these are all very positive dimensions in this highly competitive global landscape. And importantly, this land is blessed with sun, fertile soil, and an abundance of fresh water, full of minerals and agriculture, including cash crops. Uganda is located centrally in the continent of Africa, standing the equator, providing a hub to cater to the rest of Africa, north, south, and west, east and west. Uganda has a large, young, and tech-savvy and employable workforce. We are holding our conference in Uganda as we believe that both the potential investors and the people of this great nation can benefit and grow mutually. Your Excellency, President Museveni, we are honored to welcome at the important occasion for the Lohana community. Your Excellency, thank you for gracing us with your presence. I'm hoping to see you more often as we harvest the fruits of the conference. God bless Uganda, your government, and the people of Uganda. Namaste. On behalf of us, we would like to present you. Thank you.
Can we give a big round of applause to the global chairperson? Your Excellency, I beg to report that within the last 3 days, this gathering here has been addressed by distinguished industrialists like Mayurbhai Madhvani, Mahendrabhai Mehta, Dr. Sudhir Ruparelia, Lord Popat, Dr. Subhash Thakrar, and many, many others that have been here sharing their experiences, asking how it can be done and how it should be done. Your Excellency, amongst us, like our chairman has said, we do have ladies. We do have ladies, and if the ladies did not support the men, I don't think this function of this magnitude would have been possible. The Lohana Mahila Mandal of Kampala has a leadership. We have Madam Joshna Ruparelia, Mrs. Kotecha and her team. Can you please stand up for recognition? Nita Ben. Would also like to request Mrs. Satish Vitlani and Mrs. Karya from that side, all the way from Mumbai, Canada, UK. Can you please stand up? Thank you for supporting your husbands in putting up all this together. We appreciate you. Allow me, Your Excellency, to invite our chairperson, the chairperson of Board of Trustees of the Lohana community of Kampala, without whose guidance and blessings and his magnanimity, today's function would have been either very difficult or would not have been possible. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sudhir Ruparelia to come and address this august gathering.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers, our sponsors, partners, distinguished guests, Chairman of Indian Association, ladies and gentlemen, A very good afternoon to you all. As a chairman of Board of Trustees, Lohana Community of Uganda, it's my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to you, and in particular those of you who have traveled from outside Uganda to be with us. Your Excellency, your presence has made everybody's day. Thank you very much for finding time in your extremely busy schedule. We are here to be part of the Lohana International Business Forum. There are more than 800 plus delegates from all over the world, I think already been mentioned. And it's an amazing networking, and also a lot of these people are here for the first time in Uganda, and some of them cannot believe that such a beautiful country on this earth exists. Thank you. Uganda has a conducive investment climate which encourages businesses to consistently grow while providing employment, raising living standards, and contributing to an increased annual GDP, which is one of the fastest in the region. We're therefore fortunate that in Uganda, the President, His Excellency Museveni, is such a far-sighted and understands and supports the business community of Uganda, and is always willing to listen. Have invested in commercial activities including agro-processing, retail service, pharmaceutical, manufacturing, construction, banking, information, technology, hospital industry, and not the last but the least, education. Many of our successful businessmen going concerns are owned by the people of the Asian descent and rank as the leading taxpayers. I'm pleased to inform you that representatives of these companies are here with us today, and I'm sure you will find it interesting to hear some of their stories in time permitting. Notable Lohanas in these countries are Ruparelias, Madhwanis, Mehtas, Kotechas, Murjerias, Jobanputras, and Tanas, and so on and on and on. And forgive me if I don't mention a lot of you, but equally, all of you have played your part. Thank you. LIB strives for harmonious business environment that encourages sustained investment. Uganda has many natural resources, a young, increasingly educated workforce, a steadily rising middle income, and more stable in terms of governance, including macroeconomic policies, all of which makes an ideal destination for long-term investment. You can see some of us families came here 120 years and we are still here. Uganda lies at the heart of East Africa and the Horn of Africa, sharing borders with Kenya, Tanzania, Sudan, Rwanda, and Democratic Republic of Congo, within the proximity of Burundi. 7 countries form East African Community and have a population of over 300 million. There was times when people would talk about population. Our Excellency, through his wisdom, he says, you produce more. We want a market of 50 million people for Uganda. Now he's created a market of 300 million people for you. Thank you, Your Excellency. And we're also excited about the emerging African continental free trade area, which aims to create a single continental market for goods and services. With free movement of business people, investments, full implementation of AfCFTA will be a huge benefit, giving to Africa a bigger say in the international trade. Government is offering generous incentives for the right investment. These can enable investors to execute rapid projects takeoff, including availability of service, industrial parks, to help reduce the cost of production. It's noteworthy and recommended the government has committed itself to allocate additional resources to finance critical infrastructure and also invest in human resource. I'm very hopeful over the next couple of days, meaningful discussions which have taken place between the community will help to highlight these issues and attract Uganda with all the opportunity it has. Before I end my remarks, I'd like to thank our special guest from United Kingdom, Lord Dolo Popot, who's an ex-Ugandan and a Lohana, member of the House of Lords and a trade envoy to Uganda and Rwanda, for honoring our invitation. This forum would not have been possible without the support of generous sponsors. First, I'd like to thank one of the sponsors, Madhwani Group, and of course, Ruparela Group and Euro Exim Bank. Our gold sponsors are Coteja Group, Meta Group, Fairview Hotels. Silver, Prime Bank, Elgin, Kenya, Lato, IMN Bank, Standard Chartered, Joban Bodra Group, Urmin Somea. Our leading sponsor, Mr. Wimat Group of Congo. So some of the lunches and dinners are sponsored by Art Group, Ravin Group, Meg Group, ISKCON, Tucker's Late DLG, M. Modern Family, DM Group, Kyatri Group, Perrine, Furniture, and Synergy Group. Your Excellency, as I conclude, on behalf of everyone here, allow me to thank you for the great and visionary leadership of Uganda. Under your guidance, we will certainly achieve our goal to promote more investment in Uganda, as well as inclusive of all. Thank you so much. And I thank this wonderful participants who have come from 28 different countries, and there are about 800 plus to be here, and you have made your day. You have made their day, Your Excellency. Thank you so much.
A bigger round of applause for Dr. Sudhir Ruparelia. Your Excellency, I beg to report that within the last few days, our chairperson of the Executive Committee and the Executive Committee and the youth who have been volunteers, selfless volunteers, have worked tireless hours to make this event a success. I would like to request Sanjay Thakra for a recognition and a round of applause. Thank you. Your Excellency, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Uganda officials that have participated. We had participation from Uganda Investment Authority that has been working here, that opened up a counter and was giving out valid information, extremely valuable information to all those that were hungry for information. So Uganda Investment Authority, can you please stand up for recognition? They were led by the Honorable Minister, my sister, Honorable Evelyn Anite, who has been here addressing women, addressing youth, addressing businessmen. Thank you very much, Honorable. I'd like to also at this juncture recognize Honorable Odrek Rwabogo, a Special Presidential Advisor, who sat here yesterday till 10 o'clock meeting different investors and taking details, advising and directing on how processes can be completed. I would also like to specially recognize Lord Popot, who is our mentor in politics, from the Lohana community, our elder. And Your Excellency, allow me to also report that I was here, I addressed this gathering and told them about the democracy in Uganda ushered by the NRM government under your wise leadership, and how I was elected by the ordinary Ugandans for 2 terms in parliament. And that is the democracy that is there in Uganda today. Your Excellency, allow me, I may come back to offer gifts, but at this juncture, I would like to request the Honorable Minister to come and address this August gathering and take this function forward. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Lord Popet, the Prime Minister's envoy of trade to Uganda and Rwanda, the President of Lohana Community International, the Chairman of Lohana Community, Dr. Sudhir Pereira, all the Lohana. I salute all of you. Jai Krishna. Mr. President, allow me to start my speech by recognizing those who are here so that you know exactly whom you're addressing. Your Excellency, thanks to the Lohanas who came to Uganda over 100 years ago, that many more Lohanas from the globe have followed them to Uganda. And thanks to your able leadership of doing away with what I told them yesterday, and I have to repeat, shamefully, my tribesmates, and thanks to you for taking him off the chair, Idi Amin did by taking them out, expelling the Asians out of Uganda, and you bring them back to Uganda. Thus, we now have over 1,000. Your Excellency, because of you and that noble duty that you performed, to save Ugandans from that embarrassment and the curse from the people of India, today we talk about 1,900 factories owned by Indians. I thank you very, very much for listening to the call of the President. For those of you who have come to Uganda for the first time, you're most welcome to the Pearl of Africa. I will shortly tell you what makes us the Pearl of Africa. But before that, Mr. President, we have delegation all the way from India, and I want to ask all of them to stand up for recognition. If you're from India, just stand up for recognition. India. And they're first-timers, Your Excellency. These standing up are from India, and they're in Uganda for the first time. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Your Excellency, we're having a very big delegation all the way from Kenya. They're Asians from Kenya. There are Lohanas from Kenya. Thank you very, very much for coming. Your Excellency, Lord Puppet led over 33 Lohanas from UK. So we shall ask Lord Puppet and all the Lohanas from UK to stand up. Your Excellency, I'm told the Lohanas are from Gujarat, and all they know is the language of money, and they look money. Your Excellency, we have a delegation from Tanzania. The Lohanas from Tanzania, please stand up. From Tanzania, thank you very, very much. We have Lohanas from United Arab Emirates. Very good, thank you very much. Your Excellency, we have Lohanas from United States of America. Thank you very much for coming. They're coming to Uganda for the first time. Mr. President, it's an international conference, not for Asians, but for the Lohana community. Your Excellency, we're having Lohanas from Democratic Republic of Congo. Merci beaucoup. Your Excellency, these ones come from my country of birth. Your Excellency, we have Lohanas from Canada. They're back there. They're Lohanas from Canada. We have Lohanas from Portugal. The Portuguese, thank you very, very much. We have Lohanas from Oman. Thank you very, very much. We have Lohanas from Mozambique. Thank you very, very much. We have Lohanas, they have gone as far as South Sudan. Even a new nation, the Lohanas know the smell of money. They have arrived there. South Sudan. We have Lohanas from Germany. Germany, thank you very, very much. Lohanas from South Africa. We have Lohanas from Madagascar. Finally, the Lohanas from Uganda. Sudhir Pereira, Metha, and the group, please do stand up. Thank you very much. Mr. President, the Lohanas in Uganda have done a very noble duty. The fact that they smell the scent of money in Uganda, and your advice of industrializing Uganda and taking our investors as our development partners, and the incentives that you've put, ranging from 10 years income tax holiday for any investor who invests in manufacturing, the Lohanas in Uganda today have brought you Lohanas from the globe to come to Uganda. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, indeed, before you came, we have been talking to them about the investment opportunities. Your Excellency, as your student, and a good one at that, I did mention to them your teaching on us attracting investors in the pharmaceutical industry. Your Excellency, today we import, and this is true statistics from URA, we import pharmaceutical products worth $100 million. And we have doctors here, we have owners of pharmaceuticals, and Your Excellency, you did tour. We have interested them to come and invest in the pharmaceutical sector so that we avoid importation and improve on our export of pharmaceutical products, and you call it the pathogenic economy. So we have told them that this is a virgin area, and Your Excellency, we told them that your policy is that for every product that is manufactured in Uganda, we shall buy their products. And Your Excellency, indeed, I mentioned to one of the Lohanas, and I used him as an example, and this afternoon you'll be flagging their products. Your Excellency, I told them our policy is that their business is our business. We look for markets. You've mobilized regional markets of 300 million people in the East African market. I did mention to them the African free continental trade area of 1.4 billion people. That, Your Excellency, I told them that you did negotiate this market, that you have negotiated market for our product, and the latest is the 50,000 uniform, military uniform, that Southern Range Mitul, who is one of the Lohanas, I want to ask him to stand up, that today, Your Excellency, you'll be flagging off 50,000 military uniform going to Guinea, and thank you very, very much for negotiating that market. Your Excellency, I told them about the opportunity in the edible oil sector. Your Excellency, we import edible oil worth of $10 million every year. And we are looking and earning for people to come and invest in the sector of doing value addition on our sunflower, on our sesame, on our cotton, all oil seed products. And Your Excellency, you saw the first time Lohanas in Uganda exhibiting how they can actually be, they are doing it in their countries of origin and in the countries where they've gone to look for market. And I did mention to them that if they manufacture here, you have directed that we give them 5 cents electricity for them to be able to manufacture. And they told me that is very cheap and very affordable. They like the idea. Mr. President, I also told them about opportunity in the fertilizer. And Mr. President, it was not me alone. Even Uganda Investment Authority did emphasize that you're looking for investors in the phosphate in Sukuru. We did tell them that you're looking for investors for this country in the value addition in gold and value addition in copper. Your Excellency, I did mention to them that we'll give them non-tax incentive that you have directed, that we give them free land that they do not have to pay a coin. What we expect out of return is job creation for the citizens of Uganda. Your Excellency, you did guide that we should provide industrial water at a price of only $250,000. Your Excellency, you told us to tell them that if they manufacture in Uganda, additional to giving them free land, you will ensure that Ugandans will buy their products. And the policy that you spearheaded is called Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. I told them that if they go into the furniture sector, all government ministries and departments shall be able to buy their furniture. Your Excellency, I told them that we have opportunity in transformer manufacturing. We went ahead and mentioned all the sectors. In the interest of time, and I know that when the teacher arrives, the student sits down, I will not mention all the other opportunities because I know I have an excellent teacher, an excellent leader, a wonderful revolutionary leader who has made Uganda to live to the test of being the Pearl of Africa. Your Excellency, had it not been for you, the stability that we enjoy, which is a #1 incentive for a manufacturer, for an industrialist, which is peace and stability, we will not be attracting all these investors in the magnitude of 8,000 of them to come to Uganda, had it not been that you fought for the liberation and the peace and continuous stability of Uganda. Let's clap for President Museveni. Now in the region, we're just about the only country that is very stable for 30 years, over 30 years. Thank you, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. All I can wish for you every time I see you is long life. May God give you long life so that you can continue steering this country to greater strides of becoming a development world. Your Excellency, I did mention to them, which will be my final point, I did mention to them that the Asians, thanks to you, we do not call them Asians. We call them our tribesmen. You recognize them and gave them identity and called them one of our tribesmen. I did mention to them that every Diwali, when they're celebrating the Diwali, they do not celebrate anywhere but in the State House. Thank you very, very much, Mr. President. Your Excellency, you've gone further to recognize our tribesmen by giving them positions of authority. Your Excellency, you appointed Namisha Madivan to be our ambassador. By color, she might look Asian, but she is Ugandan, thanks to President Museveni. By color, the MC might look Asian, but he is Ugandan. He was a member of parliament in Uganda. He is now the chairman of Kilembe Mines. And thank you, Mr. President, for appointing Sanjay Tana. Your Excellency, we're very proud of you, and I can't keep on singing it again and again. People tell me that I sing too much praises, but if I don't sing, whom will I sing for, other than you who has done a good job? I only know how to sing the right hymns, and the hymn is, Mr. President is an excellent leader. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the rest of the program later. At this juncture, I want to ask, first of all the Lohana women to stand up and we clap for the president. And he sees you. He loves the women. He has appointed the vice president a woman, the prime minister a woman, the minister of health a woman, minister of energy a woman. I can assure you, we women in Uganda, thanks to President Museveni, Anita is a woman and she's the minister of investment. So thank you, women of Lohana, for supporting the men of Lohana. Thank you. Now at this point, let's all rise up and welcome our president to address the gathering. Let's put our hands together as we invite the president.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sit down, please. The Honorable Minister, Evelyn Anite, the International Chairman of the Lohana community, Lord Popat, Sudhir Paredia, the chairperson of the Lohanas in Uganda, and all the people who are here. I'm very happy to be here to talk to you, and I welcome you to Uganda. You're most welcome. The Asian people played a positive role in Uganda right from when they started coming here. I normally tell people that in my village of Ntungamo, we had four Indians. I think for them they were Ismailis. But I think Ismailis are also Lohana, are they? Okay. We had the one we called Budara. That was Abdallah, but for us we put it in our language. Budara. Then we had Mahmoud Ali, and we had Hari, and another one. There were four families. And then we had two Arabs. These people were complementary with us. This is because for us, we are farmers, we are cattle keepers, and crop growers. And these Asians were traders. Traders bringing what we needed from far away and buying some of the products we produced. Like I used to sell milk to them. I'm very happy to see Asian ladies here. Now, those Asian ladies of Ntungamo were really talkative. They talk a lot. I don't know whether all of them talk like that. But really, we had a very good relationship, with a very productive, symbiotic relationship with the Asian people. It was therefore rubbish for people like Idi Amin, who were parasites. You see, parasites, the ones who are not involved in wealth creation, are the ones who create sectarian conflicts. Because Idi Amin had never been involved in wealth creation. He was not a farmer, he was not a cattle keeper, he was not a manufacturer, he was just a colonial soldier. I don't think even his family was involved in wealth creation. So we, like myself, who was involved in wealth creation, there was no way I could see the presence of the Asians as a problem, because it was a service to us. They were bringing services we didn't have, but needed, and we were also giving them what they needed. So therefore, like for that area where I come from, I'm happy now to see people like Lato, the milkman. Is he here? Ah, he's there now. So that now is now doing in a modern way what me and Budara and his talkative wife were doing in 1952. 1952, I would carry the milk from my father to Budara's wife, when I was just like 6 years or something like that. But now, Lato is processing milk in a modern way, in a very large, on a very large scale. And Mr. Lato, we have got a market for you, not only here in East Africa, but recently we were in Algeria. They need your milk. And they say that your milk is good, it's the best, it's much better than the milk they were getting from Ukraine, from Russia. They are now going to buy Ugandan powdered milk. That's what they like most. So therefore, sit down. I'm very happy that the Lohanas who have been here for a long time, like the Madvanis and the Metas and the Ruparelias, they have now invited you from other parts of the world. I thank them so much because this economy of Uganda can grow very fast to have a trillion economy if you add value to all our raw materials. Because now we have got a large spectrum and quantity. We have got a wide spectrum and great quantities of raw materials. Now, part of the problem of Africa, when you hear that the economies are still low, still lagging behind, where there is no lack of peace, the other problem is confining ourselves to producing raw materials only, and not adding value. Now, if you take the example of coffee, I have told the Ugandans a number of times, the coffee business in the world is $460 billion. $460 billion. But all the coffee producing countries in the world, Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, Uganda, out of the 460 billion, they share only $26 billion. The rest, 440 billion, is taken by others from the coffee value chain. And that's why we are saying now, and why is this? When we produce a kilo of coffee, when we sell a kilo of coffee beans, we get $2.5 per kilo if the quality is good. But when somebody roasts and grinds and packages that same amount of coffee, he gets $25. So for what we get $2.5, somebody else gets $25 from our product. And all the jobs are exported because all that value addition level comes with jobs. Roasting, those are jobs. They go away. Grinding, the jobs go away. Packaging, the jobs go away. The same with textiles. You can go industry by industry. If you take textiles, textiles has got about 7 levels of activities around cotton. The problem of Africa is that we have been growing the cotton, which is level 1, and then harvesting it and ginning the cotton. Ginning the cotton means you remove the seeds from the fiber. And then Africa ends there. The cotton is exported as what they call lint cotton in bales. Now, when somebody takes this cotton and spins it, it adds value. But it also creates jobs. It creates spinning jobs. Weaving, that's level 4. More money, more jobs. Printing colors, another level. Tailoring, another level of value addition and job creation. And then the byproducts from cotton, including gunpowder. Many people don't even know that gunpowder is from parts of the cotton fiber. So here in Uganda, we are clear about this, and we are moving. And we also have our scientists. Our scientists are very active. They are making a lot of inventions, and we support them to get patents. But they don't have money. They have brains and knowledge, but no money. So they depend on the money from the government. But the government has got so many other things to do. So you find that, for instance, we have been supporting our scientists in the banana sector, because the foods you eat in the rest of the world are not good foods. Like this wheat, people eat wheat flour. But wheat flour, recently people were crying, oh, Ukraine, no wheat. I said, why are you crying? Me, I don't eat bread. I don't know when I last ate bread. It's a long time ago. Because I eat our foods here. They are very good, very healthy. Like wheat has got, what do you call it? There's a way they call it. Something, gluten. That wheat has got something called gluten, which is not good for human health. Here, we have got banana flour, gluten-free. And with potassium. Potassium is good for the heart muscles. That's why you find the women here in Uganda are very fat, but they don't die from heart attacks, because the potassium helps them. So, therefore, a first world economy, it is now entering the middle income level, but it can even go faster. Why? Because the raw material base is already big. Like coffee. Coffee, we are producing almost 9 million bags of coffee. And we are earning about $900 million from that. But if you add value, it can bring in 10 billion. The same quantity can bring in 10 times more money than it is bringing now. The same with cotton. I'm glad we are moving on steel, because we have been relying on recycled steel. Fortunately, Idi Amin had bought a lot of tanks from Russia, and we have been smelting them, but they were running out now. So we needed fresh steel from the iron ore, which we have, which is one of the best. For a long time, we didn't have investors. But now they are rushing in. We've got, I think, about 4 or 5 going to develop a steel industry inside the African continent, so that we don't have to get steel products from China or from Ukraine or from India. So therefore, the list is very long of the raw material base, but I can put it in clusters. As you see, the first cluster is agro-processing. Like we have had Lato dealing with milk, we need other people to deal with beef. We have already done some little work with leather, but more can be done. Then we have fibers, cotton and other fibers. Then we have starch from bananas, starch from cassava, starch from other crops. Then we have fruits. Then we have all sorts of agricultural products. They can give you the list, so that the oil seeds, they can give you the whole list. So that's one cluster of raw materials on which we want value addition. And then the other sector is minerals. I've told you about iron ore, steel. You have heard about phosphates. You have heard about copper. I'm glad I had somebody from Congo talking about cobalt, the gold, vermiculite, so many other minerals, nickel, and so on. But there's also lithium and niobium, because our scientists have designed our electric vehicles. We are no longer going to be importing these vehicles from China, Japan and so on. We have designed our own buses, our own cars, electric. That's why I told some people who are talking of assembling, I said, no, don't tell me about assembling anymore. I don't want to hear assembling. Because assembling means somebody manufactures everything and you come to put together here. That one I would not accept. It must be manufactured here and fabricated here. Maybe we may bring some few parts some few parts. So our scientists have already designed, and they're already moving on the road, those vehicles, they're already moving. But we want now to produce lithium batteries, because those vehicles need electric batteries. And we shall have to, we have the lithium here, we have the niobium, we have the other parts. I think even cobalt is needed somehow, I don't know, to make those batteries here. So that is the second cluster of raw materials, the minerals. There are other, the Chinese people, you said the Lohana have got a nose for smelling money, but the Chinese have got sharper noses. because they are calling me every month to come and open a factory. The other day, I was called to open a factory of ceramic tiles. They had already built it. How did you know that Uganda needed ceramic tiles? I was asking the Chinese. Said, no, we started because the Ugandans were importing ceramic tiles from China. And these Chinese who were exporting, they said, well, they came here and said, but why don't we make the ceramic tiles here? And they invested. For them, they look at the import list of these countries, and they substitute, import substitution. Then the other day, I went to open another factory, a joint venture between the Chinese and one of our army companies. This is commercial explosives. I didn't know that commercial explosives were being imported from, that first of all, so much was needed, and they were being imported. But this is because the economy is growing. Economy is growing. There's a lot of quarrying and construction and blasting rocks and so on, which needs commercial explosives. But these are nowhere in Africa. There was, I think, one factory in Egypt, another one in South Africa, nothing. So these commercial explosives, for a growing economy, were coming by ship. And the insurance cost was very high because bringing explosives in a big quantity in ships is very dangerous. That's how the Chinese, with their smart nose of smelling, let's make them here. Now we are making them here. Uganda is now not only self-sufficient, but we are supplying the region. And so on. You can go item by item, item by item. I visited another factory where the Chinese company are making motorcycle tires from rubber from natural rubber, and so on. So, but you are lucky, you, the Lohana, you already have the Lohanas who have been here for a long time. They know the situation. They can guide you where to go. And the investment authority is. So the second cluster of raw materials are the minerals. The third one are the freshwater resources. These huge lakes, 20% of Uganda is under fresh water. One time, when we were still fighting the whites in South Africa, a white general came to see me in Entebbe, and he looked at Lake Victoria and saw the islands and said, where do those people get fresh water from? He thought Lake Victoria was an ocean with salt water, and he was worried that the islanders had no fresh water to drink. I told him that, oh, this is fresh water. He couldn't believe it. Those whites were there in South Africa, fooling themselves that they were oppressing Africans, not knowing that Africans have got a lot of capacity. So when he came here, the man was amazed to see that all this, you know, in South Africa, they don't have a lot of fresh water. They have some problem there. So these lakes have resources there. Yes, there are factories there are quite a number of factories But we need more. If you take, for instance, I hear the global demand of Nairo patch enuni. Enuni is what in English? Enuni. Waliwo Abaganda wano? And there's a part of the Nairo patch which is very, very precious, apparently, somewhere. Enuni. Tulina Abaganda wano? We don't have. Huh? They're all international. There is a part of a Nairo patch which is very, very precious. Very precious. So that is the third cluster of raw materials. Then the fourth one are the forest products. I'm glad you are talking about the furniture, talking about the ceiling boards. Some groups are already involved. Paper industry, we are still importing a lot of paper. I know people are going digital now, but still we shall need paper. And I want us to develop a paper industry using bamboo. And there are other forest products. So that is the fourth cluster of raw materials. Then you have the knowledge sector, like the automobile. Our scientists are now engaged in the automobile sector. They are going to make all these vehicles. The car we are making here is called Chira. Chira is our name for the Nile. The foreigners call Nile, they call it Nile, but for us we call it Chira. So this vehicle is called Chira EV, electric vehicle, the car. You could show them the pictures of that on the screen. Later, not now, we'll show them of these products. So those products of knowledge, the automobiles, the electronics, that's another whole area that needs investment. Then you have the pathogenic, what we call the pathogenic economy. The human diseases are a problem, but they are also an opportunity. Again, there we are very busy with our own research. We are developing our vaccines, and we are developing our medicines from these herbs. Like when we had corona, our scientists discovered one substance called Covidex, and it saved a lot of people. That's why here we lost not so many people. We lost 3,600 people from corona. But you know how many people died in other parts of the world? Big number, big number. I hear in the USA, they lost more than 1.5 million. That's what I hear. So all these, then you have the services sector. Services sector, the hotels, the medical, the education, all those, like these hotels here of Sudir here. So all these are opportunities, and they are all listed by the UIA. And from what I saw there, many of you can play a role here. Now, we the political leaders, the strategists for social economic transformation, because because that was our issue. First of all, we had to get rid of people like Idi Amin, but thereafter, we have been aiming at building a new society, a modern society, a society not of peasants, traditional peasants, but a society of the middle class and skilled working class. So that's how we had to use the two channels. Use the channel of education, education for all, but also use the channel of business. Because once people enter the money economy, they become new players. Africa is very, very rich and underpopulated. Africa has been underpopulated all this time. Remember that Africa is 12 times the size of India. India is 1 million square miles. Africa is 12 million square miles. And with a lot of resources. But until recently, the population of India was more than the population of Africa. And this was because of the diseases of the tropics. This climate was good for us, but also good for our enemies. Good for the mosquitoes, good for the tsetse flies, good for the... So the population didn't grow all this time. Although all human beings started here, you are all former Africans, all of you. You are all black one time, then you lost your color when you went away. But we who stayed had to suffer with the diseases, with the mosquitoes, with the tsetse flies. But now, Africa is the superpower of the world for the next. We have now overtaken India. We are now more than 1.4 billion, and we shall be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years. So, because if you have got a smaller population in a large area with a lot of natural resources, there is a tendency for laxity. Some of these Africans are very relaxed. Because life is easy. Here, even a fool will not die. Even if he's very stupid, he will somehow get some food, so he will not die. In other parts of the world, if you are stupid, you die. But now, our struggle was to wake up our people, to tell them that no, don't go on with working only for the stomach, because that was part of the problem. Working only for eating, working only for home consumption. We've been telling our people to say, no, work for home consumption, but also for the pocket, for the money. And we are really moving. But apart from that, we had now to organize them. Because although Africa is huge, population is now going to be big, but it had been fragile, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania. So when we got a chance to be in leadership, we saw the problem here. There is a huge potential market here, but it is fragmented politically. We therefore approached our brothers and sisters initially in Tanzania and Kenya, and we revived the East African community. Then later on, Rwanda came in, Burundi came in, South Sudan came in, and now Congo, DRC, has come in. So we have a market now here of 300 million people. So apart from the raw materials, you have the market now. You have the market. But you also need infrastructure, because you cannot, if you don't have electricity, how will you manufacture? How will you produce? That one we have been working on, and we are moving very well. We have a number of hydropower stations on the Nile. We are now looking at the solar power, looking at wind, looking at nuclear. So we are planning ahead for adequate power and cheap power. That's why, for instance, I refused to sell uranium. Some people wanted to buy our uranium. I said, no, nobody will buy this uranium. Let it stay in the ground. We shall use it to run our own nuclear power stations. And we are going to build the first one in the next few years. Then the other element of infrastructure is transport. That's why we are working with Kenya, with Tanzania, on the new railway. They have built new railway systems in Tanzania, in Kenya, and we are going to build similar ones here, the standard gauge railway, from Kampala to Malaba, and from Kampala to Kasese, and from Kampala to the border with Sudan. Plus this water body is a very good transport system. So that we deal with the 4 cost pushers for business: electricity, transport, cost of money in banks, and cost of labor. The cost of labor is still low. So it is the other 3 which we have been targeting. So therefore, especially where we are going, it will be very easy for you and very profitable to make money here. And since you say the Lohana have got good nose for smelling money, but I think you need to compete with the Chinese. We will have to see who has got sharper nose. You are most welcome here. There is one of your people, the chairperson of the Indian Association. That young man has got a very good summary. He says Uganda is the land of the 3 Ps: peaceful, pleasant, and profitable. That's what he always tells me. So that is your Uganda. You are most welcome, and I wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let us put our hands together and clap for the President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you indeed, Your Excellency. Yes, we can take our seats. Your Excellency, we thank you very much for detailed presentation of investment opportunities in Uganda. I confirm and still insist the Lohanas have sharper nose of smelling money than the Chinese. That explains why we have 1,900 factories by the Indians and 900 factories by the Chinese. So keep it up. The competition is high. As you have heard my president say, the Chinese are really, really smelling money faster these days. Your Excellency, I just wanted to ask you for a few minutes. I know that you're very, very busy. I request, with your permission, sir, that we just perform 2 activities. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The President has allowed us to conclude our presentation in very fast. I want to first of all say 2 things. One, thank you, Mr. President, for always being available to talk to investors whenever we ask them to come together, and you're always there to come and talk to them about opportunities in Uganda. But again, I thank your PPS, Dr. Kenneth Omona, who always makes sure that in your busy schedule, at least investment takes priority. Your Excellency, indeed, we have 15 people who wanted to see you today, but because we know that we have other competing state duties, we would work with Dr. Kenneth to arrange for another day for you to meet them. But we thank you that you have been able to address them in general. Your Excellency, now, the 2 activities that we're going to do, one of them is flagging off the 50,000 uniforms. You'll not see all the 50,000 in front of us here today. The plane is going to Guinea, but I want to ask Southern Ranch, Nightil, to come forward. And I want to ask Lord Poppet and Mr. Chatten to go there right in front as the President does the symbolic flagging off of these uniforms to Guinea. Your Excellency, as we speak, 200 tons of milk, powdered milk, is also being flagged off, of Lato powdered milk will also be flagged off, and that I will do, and that is by Lato. Mr. President, I thank you very, very much for appointing my brother, my elder brother, Audrey Krabogo, in the position of senior presidential advisor on export and trade. He's done a very commendable job, sir, to the extent that Mr. Audrey Krabogo was here last night and met over 30 companies. And because of the effort that he put yesterday, we are able to realize markets and demand for exporting of our products. And Mr. Audrey Krabogo, Your Excellency, I now want to ask him to come in front and give few words. And after that, we'll ask for a few minutes of your time to be able to flag off to receive gifts and to present gifts to you, sir. Your Excellency, allow me ask my brother Audrey Krabogo to come and introduce the companies that are going to be exporting our goods out of Uganda. Audrey?
Your Excellency, we just want you to take your seat for 2 minutes. For just 2 minutes so that we can perform a small ceremony. So where are they ready? Okay, do them then 6 1. Yes. Okay. seat now? Okay. So, Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished guests, I'll be take a short time. So, yesterday when I got here at 3 o'clock and spoke about our food exports, food products, and the requirement for capital and investment in partnership in our companies, I found out that in this tent there is, for the last couple of days, for the first time in the country, $500 billion worth of wealth. And I felt that we are doing a disservice if we don't ask for 10% of that wealth to be retained in the country, but also to use the wonderful people who have visited our country to help us open markets. So in business, we only close a deal if we make a public commitment. So we said the only way to make a quick public commitment is to do a short communique and invite these 10 people who publicly said in various sectors they would not just invest in the country, but would help us attract skill, technology, and also open markets for us. So I'm going to read this communique very quickly, and then when I mention your name, just come forward. I just want you, Mr. President, to allow two people will come in front, the Honorable Evelyn Anite, to sign with the President of the Lohana community. The rest of us will join you there and just take a picture with these 10. So let me quickly read this communique. Recognizing that this is the first Lohana International Business Summit held in Kampala, Uganda, under the theme Africa Calling, that has attracted more than 27 countries, 110 cities in the world, and more than 700 delegates. Cognizant of the historical relations between East Africa and the Lohana community, evidenced by the findings of several archaeologists in Busia's North Teso district in Kenya, and Golgi in Gujarat, India, of ancient finger millet and sorghum grains dating 2,000 years ago, which shows a sign of trading and shared food systems of our peoples. Knowing very well the disruptions of these ancient trading relations by the arrival of Western Europe at Mombasa, Zanzibar, Pemba, Kilifi, Malindi, and other towns from 1498, and then the return in the last 3 decades, the resumption of trade with India and the Far East, with East Africa, with the end of the Cold War. Now, we would like to thank the Lohana Mahaparisad, the mother body of the Lohana community, the government of Uganda, the organizers and sponsors, and all officials who put this event of a historical significance in our business history together. We now affirm that the following companies and sectors have expressed deep intent to invest in Uganda in order to exploit the market opportunities in East Africa and Central Africa, to help open the offtake markets where possible for Ugandan food products and services, and invest in the value chains of the products Uganda is aiming to increase our exports to the world. We commit to the fact that appropriate follow-through measures for each of these companies listed below that I'm going to read. These measures will begin earnestly to ensure the Lohana International Business Forum leaves impact in the creation of jobs for young people of Uganda and Africa, increase investment in value addition, assembly, and manufacturing. So the first one I'm calling is a company that wants to make gelatin or collagen from bones, crushing bones for export to India. The company is called India Gelatin and Chemicals. So come forward, Mr. Vireni Mirani. Just come forward here quickly. Just put this for me there. Can I ask William Tenza to come forward? William Tenza, Shubash Taka, the people that I worked with yesterday. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the beeline you helped me create in the tent. The second company is the manufacturing of chicken feeding systems, feed trolleys, welded mesh, and greenhouse equipment. The company is called Quality Systems and Equipment. Mr. Jairaj Taka, come quickly forward. Jairaj Taka. The third one is flavored chewable tobacco for export to the Middle East. These are looking for ingredients like spices, herbs, mint, lemongrass, ginger, lavender, black pepper. The company is called Urmin Group. Jairaj Taka. So the next person from Urmin Group is Rajendra Majithia. Urmin Group, please come forward. The next one is, this is a local Ugandan company, but we just wanted to mention that they are making ready-to-eat nutrient food. This is Harish Bhuptani. Please come forward. I think these are looking for market in East Africa. So the other one is a company to grow Irish potatoes. And I've spoken to the Honorable Bahati about this. Irish potatoes in Kabale to supply KFC, McDonald's, and export these chips to India. This is SK Group, Sandeep Taka. Please come forward. The other one is, and I mentioned your name, if you can come quicker. Don't worry, we can find where to sign all over the paper. It's no worries, okay? Now, the other one wants to produce oil from sesame seed and sunflower and ground nuts. The young lady is called Avni Nathwani. Avni Nathwani, please come forward. Avni Nathwani from Gulab Oil and Foods. Now, obviously, the other one has been mentioned, so just for recognition, the increase in production of dairy exports for Algeria. Baksha Kotecture, I think you've been here, Pearl Dairies, but you can come and sign. The next one is a company called H&H. H&H Neil Tucker, come forward. They want to produce fruits and vegetables, chilies, ginger, jackfruit, milk and butter production. And they're looking for land to do this. I mentioned these publicly so the President and Investment Minister can hear. So we will pick these up, UIA, to make sure that we close. The next one is Mr. Hireni Chandrana. Hireni Chandrana. Okay. Sure. Hireni Chandrana is GNG Agro Products. This is cashew nuts for European market and sesame. The other one is Eswara Company Limited. Eswara Company Limited. Eswara, this is Prafuf Sejpal. Your interest is growing and selling vanilla oil. The other one is RB, Mr. Bharat Kakad, opportunities for buying and growing peanut seed. Please come forward. So that was agriculture. So the last ones are pharmaceuticals. Kotak Global Project, Miss Purvi Kotak. Purvi Kotak, fertilizers, pest repellent, wants incentives to set up a plant. The next one is Jitendra Saschad. This is cotton growing for surgical dressing materials. I think this just wants cotton for making swabs, gloves, and gauze. Medicare Hygiene Limited, you can just come forward, please. And then in the biorefinery, we have Godavari Biorefineries, Mr. Samia Somaya. This is production of ethanol, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, perfumery, and sugarcane production license. And then we have the mineral processing, the export of tin, titanium, tungsten, and smelting. This is Darani Kotecha. Darani Kotecha, please, from Kotecha Group from Congo. And then we have Mr. Jayesh Aditya. Jayesh Aditya, this is a juror. He wants to melt and trade in minerals for Middle East. And then we have Mr. Bharat Taka of plastics. And then I want Mr. Nirav Pajwani. Nirav Pajwani, that's production of suitcases and luggage. Yes. So I want, the next one is Deepen Barai for production and partnership. I think he wants a franchise for assistance in road breakdown and the distribution of e-bikes. And then Mr. Hamush Radia, Union Logistics, for mining, for power projects. And then Hitesh Karia, electronics, electronic fencing, lights, cables, and fans. And finally, I think this is one, Nirav Pajwan is one. He wants prefabricated buildings. So these companies made a public commitment yesterday. And Mr. President, I want you to just move and take a picture with them. And each one of them, we will follow through on what we can sell in their country or countries of origin, and also follow through with investment. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Big round of applause for Mr. Odrek Rabogo. I now want to request the following to please step forward for a picture, group picture with His Excellency. Dr. Sudhir Ruparelia, Mr. Satish Bhai Vitlani, Vijay Bhai Karya, Subhash Takrar, Mr. Vinay Dauda, Viren Mirani, Lord Dola Popat, Madam Nimisha Madvani, Sanjay Takrar, and Mr. Praveen Kotak, who is the immediate past president of the Lohana Mahaparishad. If you will please step forward for the next photograph. Please wear your masks. It's very important that you wear your masks. Please make it quick as we are short of time. Yes. Those of you who are coming back, if you have this agreement, please pass it on to me. I also want to request Sanjay Takrar, Ketan Morjaria, Rashmi Chatwani, Bhaskar Kotecha, Mr. Mohan Rao, Samir Bhai Somaya, Chetan Chug, Kaushik Majithia, Mukesh Nathwani, myself and Mitul Jobanputra to please step forward for the second pick. Can we all wear our masks, please? The third pick is Akash Adia, Raj Sakaria, Nilesh Kanabar, Sanjay Chandarana, Savan Kotecha, Sunil Amlani, Jitu Ruparelia, Alpesh Thakkar, Vivek Kesaria, Devan Kotak, Nasib Dattani, Parth, Nilesh Lakhani, Sachin Ramani, Vivek Thakkar, Meet Pabari, Parag Gadia, Hiren Thakkar, Balkrishna Raval, and Jane Nandaula. Please give a big round of applause for this very special group. Ravi Panchmatia, there have been volunteers, and I've been mentioning them and again, selfless service to the community. I would also like to request the ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satish, Mr. Vijay Karya, Mr. Subhash Takrar, Mr. Vinay Dauda and Sanjay, who are going to give the gifts to His Excellency, the President, and Shefali, who is all the way from Uti Kunur. Please go forward and present the gifts.
Let's all rise up and sing the national anthems. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We apologize for taking more of your time, but we thank you. Let's clap for the President for giving us all the time that we needed. Thank you very, very much. We value your time, Mr. President. We really indeed value your time. We are so grateful. We thank you, Mr. President. The anthems. Thank you very much. Safe journey, Mr. President. Thank you. Let's clap for the President.
Can we all assume our seats, please, as previously agreed? Can we all sit down as we listen to the chairman of the Lohana community of Kampala that is going to tell us what happens next. Please take your seats. Please take your seats as we go into the next program. Please take your seats. Let us please give a big round of applause to Sanjay Bhai Thakur, the chairman of the Lohana community of Kampala, for putting this together, worked tirelessly with his entire team. We thank you all for believing in us and accepting to come to Uganda. Now we continue with the program.
We would like to, I'm telling you, we would like to felicitate, all our Uganda volunteers, that they have worked, day and night, and, we always, say that, we'll be doing it later. No, we do it right now. They have done, they've been doing their job for 1.5 months. Let us give them a very big round of applause and standing ovation, please. Yes. We must give them standing ovation. They deserve. Can we have the shawl and the memento, please? Whoever, please bring them here. Let us please wait here. They have been doing a wonderful job. Do you all agree? Have they helped you in all the manner you want? Can we also thank the Speak Resort staff, which they've given us an excellent time here. No complaints at all. Do we all agree? Give 3 cheers for the Uganda team and the Speak Resort. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you. Just wait for a while. Let me just get their presentation things. Just give us a few minutes, just 2-3 minutes.
Yeah. You go on the stage. Yeah, go on the stage. Now they want to take this. Okay. Yeah. This is a presidential press unit system. They're going to take it away, but we are going back to our function. If you'll all turn on the stage, can all the volunteers go on the stage? Can the Mahaparishad and the team that did this, Vinay Bhai Dauda, Satish Bhai Vitlani, can you please go on stage? The Uganda team, can you go on stage as we perform the last thank yous?
Please sit down, all of you, please, few minutes. All our committee members and volunteers come aside the right side of the stage. Our Lohana Mahaparishad Core Committee, please, Satish Bhai Sahib, Subhas Bhai Sahib, can you come near the stage, please? Vijay Bhai. My team, the first, I want to start with Jitubai Ruparelia, who has 3 days continuously
Subhash bhai, can we have you on stage? Vinay bhai? Vinay bhai, it is now our turn not only to thank them, but they have done an excellent job. I tell you, superb. તમે બધા ખુશ છો એની અંદર જે અહીંયાની જે યુગાન્ડાની ટીમે કે 2 મિનિટ સુધી તો તાળી પાડો જ તમે એને. Thank you.
First, we start from airport.
Oh, most difficult job. It is by Jitubai Ruparelia. He received us at the airport. Are you all happy with Jitubai Ruparelia? One more clap.
Then comes to Sunil bhai. Okay. Sunil bhai is not around. He is still serving the people.
Where?
At the kitchen.
Can we have Sunil bhai? Sunil bhai Amlani. He can hear me. I tell you one thing. This is a mic, otherwise mic, without the mic also he can hear. Okay.
Sunil bhai, welcome kit.
Did you receive? તમને ન લાગ્યું કે તમે લગ્નમાં આવ્યા છો એની અંદર? Don't you feel that? જો લગ્નમાં આવ્યા આટલી યુગાન્ડાની આપણે કંપાલા મહાજને આખી ટીમે જે અત્યારના જે ગિફ્ટ બોક્સ બનાવ્યું આપણા માટે જે છે ને રસ્તામાં કેટલા રસ્તો અડધો કલાકના ખાવા પીવામાં સીતારામ સીતારામ રામ સીતા આટલા અડધો કલાકના રસ્તા માટે આપણને કીટ આપી એની અંદર આટલું ધ્યાન તમે રાખી શકશો સીતારામજી? અમે મુંબઈની અંદર ગભરાઈએ છીએ આટલી હોસ્પિટાલિટીથી. ટ્રસ્ટ મી, આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ, દે હેવ ડન એન એક્સેલન્ટ જોબ. Oh, my friend Ravi, I don't need any introduction. The captain, Ravi ભાઈ પંચમતિયા. આ કહેવાય ને એની અંદર કે જે છે ને એની અંદર જે છે ને ઓલું આપણે મોરના પીછા ન ચિતરાય. ટ્રસ્ટી સાહેબના દીકરા મોરના પીછા ન ચિતરાય. આવો રવિભાઈ પ્લીઝ. રાજભાઈ ને રાજ સાકરિયા સાહેબ ટ્રબલ શૂટર. એ કે અહીંયા આગળ તમે જે છે ને વોટ ઓફ જજમેન્ટ મારે 2 મિનિટ આનું માટે કહેવું પડે રાજભાઈનું. અમે લોકો જ્યારે પહેલે દિવસે 16 તારીખે આવ્યો, when I came, do you all understand Gujarati or should I start in English? Because when I came here on 16th, he said that look, here 750 અમે જોવા ગયા એની અંદર, a man of action. અમે લોકો જ્યારે 16 તારીખે આવ્યા તો તમને ગભરાટ થાય એની અંદર કે કંઈ રેડી નહોતું એની અંદર. અને અહીંયા આગળ જે છે ને 16 તારીખે નહીં, 17 તારીખે ઇનફેક્ટ, સોરી 17th આફ્ટરનૂન. અને અહીંયા આગળ બધું એક્સટેન્ડ કર્યું so that all who are participating, કારણ કે આપણે લોકો હંમેશા છેલ્લે કામ કરવા માટે ટેવાયેલા છે. જે 200 કે 250 રજિસ્ટ્રેશન came on the very last day or last week or 10 days. He made it possible. પાર્કો દેશ એની અંદર આટલું મેનેજમેન્ટ. Let us clap also for Rajbhai. Rajbhai, you have done an excellent job. એટલું નાની નાની વસ્તુનું ધ્યાન રાખ્યું. તમે 3 દિવસના થીમ જોયા. Excellent. મિતભાઈ પાબારી.
Photography, emergency and videography.
Photography, emergency and
youngsters party.
And youngsters party. You youngsters, where are you? Hey, do you like this gentleman? No. And Dr. Mithya, where are you? Dr. Mithya, this gentleman, do you remember him? He took you to the hospital at the right time. Super. Thank you. Thank you so much. એક સાથ ને હમણાં ઓડાવશો. Mr. Savan Kotecha. He is an executive committee member. Guest relations. Oh my goodness. Excellent job. We are really very proud of you, brother. Excellent job. આટલો ટાઈમ કાઢવો, આટલા દિવસો કાઢવા એની અંદર, આટલો વોટ કાઇન્ડ ઓફ વર્ક કામ ધંધો છોડી. અને મને લાગતું કે દિસ તૈયારી આ પોસિબલ જે છે એ એક દિવસમાં થઈ હોય, 2 દિવસમાં થઈ હોય, ઇટ મસ્ટ હેવ ટેકન લોંગ ટાઈમ. તમને આઈ એમ શ્યોર કે કિશનભાઈ તમને ખબર છે હમણાં જ તમે રિસન્ટલી તૈયારી કરી છે કે તૈયારી કરવી આ લગ્ન કરતાં વધારે તૈયારી છે અને એ બી લુહાણાને 4 દિવસ સાચવવા. થેન્ક યુ. Paragbai Gadia, PR and the guest arrangements. It means, see, I tell you one thing, we all have to learn. આટલું બધું જે બાયફર્કેશન્સ, આટલું બધું મેનેજમેન્ટ, મને લાગે છે કે વિનયભાઈ સાહેબ તમારા વગર તો એક ઇવેન્ટ નહીં જ થાય. તમારે કદાચ યશને થોડું વધારે કામ સોંપવું હોય તો સોંપજો સાહેબ. તમે ભલે ના પાડો પણ અમે તમારી નામમાં હાથ સમજીએ છીએ. તમે આમ કરો છો અમે હાથ સમજીએ છીએ એની અંદર. તમે ફરીવાર કરો તો આમ હા જો હા સમજી હા કરી કે નહીં એની અંદર તમે યુ વિટનેસ ધીસ એની અંદર. So thank you very much. You know, he is and our father જે છે, is working with us, you know, in Gogari Lohana Majan, Mumbai. Again, once again, you know, મોરના પીછા ન ચિતરાય. We really appreciate your work. Paragbai, thank you so much for everything. You know, please be here. સાહેબ તમે હું હમણાં એક વસ્તુ કહેતા ભૂલી ગયો એની અંદર. સાહેબ તમે લોકો જે સેક્ટર વાઇઝ તમે કહેતા હતા કે બેસાડો, you know, it used to happen, you know, immediately. તમે કીધું એની અંદર કે we would like to sit, you know, with the dignitaries, you know, the businessmen. They made it possible. આ તમે બધાના રંગો તમે જુઓ છો બદલાયેલા છે એની અંદર. Every day, you know, there is a different theme. You have different music. Really, I tell you one thing, આપણે જે છે ને ઘરે એટલો મીઠો આનો જે છે ને, we are all, you know, from different countries, we are taking a flavor, you know, wonderful flavor. What a positive attitude, what a positive vibration. અને એકે ઊંચો અવાજ નહીં. અને લુહાણા જે છે આપણે થકવી નાખીએ તો અડધી મિનિટમાં એનું મગજ જાય. આ એકે લુહાણા નથી જતું. તમે લુહાણા છો ને પાક્કા એની અંદર. ભાઈ ચેક કરાવડાવો, સુભાષભાઈ જરા ચેક કરાવડાવવાનું, ડીએના બધાને ચેક કરાવવા એની અંદર. પણ ફન્ટાસ્ટિક. આ લોકોનું કલ્ચર બોલે છે, યુગાન્ડાનું કલ્ચર બોલે છે. ઇટ ઇઝ લુહાણા, પણ યુગાન્ડાના લુહાણા આવા હોય. કેવા હોય તો આવા હોય એની અંદર.
PR અને sitting arrangement.
Hirenbhai is sitting arrangement and PR. Partner with Paragbai. Thank you. જરાય તમે થાકતા નહીં એની અંદર. સમીરભાઈ તમે ગમે એટલી દીપા આપણે વાત કરશો તો બી નહીં ચાલે એની અંદર. યુ રિયલી હેવ ટુ ક્લેપ ફોર ઓલ ધીસ પીપલ. યુ નેક્સ્ટ ટાઈમ આપણે ફરીવાર યુગાન્ડામાં આવવાના છે એની અંદર. તમે જેટલા બી બહારના પોસ્ટર્સ જુઓ છો આપણે બધું જો બધાનું પાછળના આટલા લોંગ રિયલી આઈ ટેલ યુ વન થિંગ. અને બીજું તમને ખાસ કહું, આ પર્ટિક્યુલર ડિવિઝનને મારે વિજયભાઈ કારિયાએ, વિનયભાઈએ અને વિજયભાઈએ એટલા માટે થેન્ક્સ કહેવું પડે એની અંદર, કારણ કે બધું અમે લઈને લાસ્ટ મિનિટ પર આપ્યું હતું, પણ દે હેવ એક્ઝિક્યુટેડ એક્સ્ટ્રીમલી વેલ. રિયલી થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. હા છે ને વિદ્યુતભાઈ સાહિતા ઇઝ ઓલ્સો. યસ યુ આર રાઈટ. જનકભાઈ ગઢિયા અમારા પરાગભાઈના ભાઈ. હોટલ એકોમોડેશન સર્વિસીસ બધું જે સંભાળ્યું એની અંદર, એકલા હાથે સંભાળ્યું એની અંદર. અને આપણા ડોન્ટ ફોરગેટ, યુ નો, વી હેવ અબાઉટ 400 રૂમ્સ હિયર. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. વી રિયલી એપ્રિશિએટ.
આકાશ અઢિયા ડેકોરેશન એન્ટરટેનમેન્ટ ઓલ આ બધું જોવે છે ને, આ થીમ બધી આપણી અને એન્ટરટેનમેન્ટ.
આકાશ અઢિયા ને હું બી પોતે હું જોઉં છું એની અંદર. હી હેઝ બીન અરાઉન્ડ. આ જેટલા બી જે છે ને તમે ડેકોરેશન્સ જુઓ છો, થીમ જુઓ છો, મ્યુઝિક જુઓ છો, એન્ટરટેનમેન્ટ જુઓ છો, ઇટ ઇઝ ઓલ બીકોઝ ઓફ હિમ. He has also not only that, you know, even the last minute, બચ્ચાઓને મને લાગે છે, I think, you know, you have got, you know, lot of entertainment. Am I right? Perfect. May God bless you. અમારામાંથી બીજું કંઈ ના પાય તમે કે ભગવાન છે ને તને 5-25 છોકરાઓ આપે, ભગવાન તારું ભલું કરે, કારણ કે મફતનું જેટલું થાય એટલું બધું જ કરતા હોઈએ અમે. ઓલ ધ બેસ્ટ.
નસીબ દત્તાણી અને નિલેશ લાખાણી.
નસીબ દત્તાણી
નસીબ દત્તાણી, નિલેશ લાખાણી.
નિલેશભાઈ અને નસીબભાઈ.
ઓલ ફૂડ અરેન્જમેન્ટ, કૂપન્સ.
ઓલ ફૂડ અરેન્જમેન્ટ્સ, કૂપન, ગાઈડિંગ. સાહેબ તમને અને ગાઈડિંગ, યુ નો, ટુ ધ ટેન્ટ. વોટ અ વન્ડરફુલ થિંગ. કારણ કે તમે જાણો છો કે આ એટલું બધું મોટું કેમ્પસ છે અને આ કેમ્પસની અંદર આપણને રસ્તો બતાવો. વી આર રિયલી વેરી થેન્કફુલ સાહેબ. અમને લોકોને જે છે ને બધા બુઢા માણસને તમે લોકો જે છે ને ટોયલેટ કર્યા અને રસ્તો બતાવીને બરોબર પહોંચાડ્યા તમે. થેન્ક યુ. રજિસ્ટ્રેશન ઓફ ડેલિગેટ્સ. રજિસ્ટ્રેશન તમને લોકોને કદાચ જે છે ને બેજ વગર તકલીફ પડી હશે એની અંદર, પણ સાહેબ, યુ નો, they really have handled everybody very well. Let us clap for them.
પ્રોગ્રામ માણ્યા વગર રજિસ્ટ્રેશન કર્યું છે. સાહેબ
એમ કહે છે કે પ્રોગ્રામ નથી માણ્યો એની અંદર, એ રજા નથી લીધી એની અંદર. એ કીધું કે જે છે ને અહીંયા આગળ જે સ્પીક રિસોર્ટને આપણે જે છે ને કહેવાના છે એની અંદર કે ડોલરભાઈ તમે આપણે સોરી સુધીરભાઈને કહેવાના છે કે સ્પીક રિસોર્ટની અંદર છોકરાનું ધ્યાન રાખજો. ક્યાં છે એની અંદર? સુધીરભાઈ નથી એની અંદર. એટલે ચોક્કસ ધ્યાન રાખજો એની અંદર. યુ નો, દે વન્ડરફુલ સપોર્ટ. અને જરા બી એની અંદર તમારા મોઢામાં હંમેશા કોઈ દિવસ ખુશી ન હોય, હસમુખા ન હોય, એવું થયું જ નથી એની અંદર. યુ હેવ બીન ફેન્ટાસ્ટિક હોસ્ટ.
He's assistant to Akash for entertainment. And
વાવ assistant, you know, it
Yes,
means
Vivek
કે તમે
Kasaria.
એક વસ્તુ જોજો સાહેબ, તમે કોઈ જગ્યાએ લુહાણાની અંદર સેકન્ડ લાઈન થતી જોઈ છે એની અંદર? We already have a second line. He says that he is deputy. આપણને સમીરભાઈ કહેતા હતા કે we should have the second line ready. We already have a second line in making, you know, here. So, you know, તમે અહીંયા આગળ બીજા 5 વર્ષ પછી કે 10 વર્ષ પછી પાછું યુગાન્ડાની અંદર જે બીજા નવા બિલિયનર્સ સાથે તમે અહીંયા આગળ જે છે ને પાછો એક એન્ટરટેનમેન્ટ પ્રોગ્રામ બીજા થર્ડ જનરેશનને લઈ આવશો કે ફોર્થ જનરેશનને લઈ આવશો ત્યારે he would be looking after us, you know, and probably he may be designing everything. Thank you. Venue and setup. A very, very, sorry? With Rajbhai, Alpeshbhai, right? Alpeshbhai Thakkar, with Rajbhai, આ તમે બધી જ અરેન્જમેન્ટ જુઓ છો, છેલ્લી મિનિટ સુધીની અરેન્જમેન્ટ જુઓ છો. He has been a good help, you know, to Rajbhai, because, you know, બધાના પોતાના હોય issues, but wonderful job, you know, even as far as this is concerned. તમે આજે on my right તમે જે જુઓ છો tent, it was built, you know, probably in one day, Rajbhai, એક દિવસ થયો હશે? One day, huh? Absolutely. સાહેબ, આ બધાને બીજા, please come.
દેવાંગ જીગર દત્તાણી અને પાર્થ તન્ના.
એક દેવાંગભાઈ કોટક,
દેવાંગભાઈ કોટક,
જીગર
દત્તાણી
અને પાર્થ તન્ના.
એક્ઝિબિશનનું જે કંઈ સ્ટોલનું અરેન્જમેન્ટ છે એ બધું
સાહેબ એક્ઝિબિશન એક્સેલન્ટ. જો તમે જેટલા લાઇટ માંગી, લાઇટ ઓછી હતી, કાર્પેટેડ એરિયા, બ્યુટિફુલ સેટઅપ એની અંદર, થર્ડ કન્ટ્રીની અંદર. લાસ્ટ મિનિટ સુધી આપણે નામ નહોતા આપી શક્યા, લાસ્ટ મિનિટ સુધી આપણે ડિટેલ નહોતા આપી શક્યા, પણ સાહેબ તમે અમને બચાવ્યા છે એની અંદર. એટલીસ્ટ વી શુડ ક્લેપ ફોર યુ. સાહેબ ડિફિકલ્ટ ના ઉભા રહ્યો એમ ના ચાલે એની અંદર. વિનયભાઈ તો ખરા જ એની અંદર, પણ અમે વિનયભાઈ કોને કે ખબર છે એની અંદર? જીની માટે તાલી. કોણ છે જીની? તમે મને કહો તમારામાંથી જીની કોણ છે? અમારા બધાની કોઈને વિઝા વગર લઈ આવ્યા, કોઈને પાસપોર્ટ વગર લઈ આવ્યા, કોઈને બેગેજને ડિલિવરી કરાવડાવી, કોઈને એની અંદર જે છે ને કોઈને બાય ગુડનેસ. મારા બધા માટે હું તમને પાછું 4 વાર ઊભા કરીશ એની અંદર, પણ યુ નો ઓલ ઓફ ધેમ ડિઝર્વ, યુ નો લોટ એન્ડ લોટ્સ ઓફ ક્લેપ્સ. પણ સંજયભાઈ હું તમને કહું એની અંદર કે યુ હેવ ડન ઇટ. You have made us very proud of your achievements. Excellent. See, I have not told them. This is impromptu. Oh! Bhartiben, you know, this is Bhartiben. Bhartiben is not. આજે કેટલો સેક્રિફાઈસ, કેટલો સેક્રિફાઈસ. તમે આવા રહેવા દેજો, બગાડતા નહીં એને તમે એની અંદર.
1 મહિનાથી મળ્યો નથી, આજે જ મળ્યો છું.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. આવ સાહેબ, હું તમને કહું, કંપાલામાં હું નૈરોબીની અંદર હું આ જે માણસને ઇન્ટ્રોડ્યુસ કરું, he doesn't require any introduction. He's a third generation businessman, a large businessman. તમે એનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન આજે સવારે સાંભળ્યું. મને ખરા દિલથી હું તમને કહું છું, હૃદયથી કહું તમને હું એની અંદર. મારો વિનય દાવડા ન હોત ને તો આ પ્રસંગ ન થયો હોત. હું તમને કહું વિનયભાઈ, આ પ્રસંગ ઝૂમ પર કરવો, ફેક્ચ્યુઅલી કરવો. સાહેબ 2 કે 3 મિનિટ સુધી અમારા મિત્ર, નાનો ભાઈ, સાહેબ હું તમને કહું એટલો ટાઈમ એને આપ્યો છે. ટીનાબેન ક્યાં છે? ટીનાબેન છે કે નહીં? ટાઈમે નથી હોતા. સાહેબ વી શુડ રિયલી, હી ડિઝર્વ્સ લોટ્સ ઓફ ક્લેપ એન્ડ કોમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ્સ. આટલું ઝીણું કાઢવું, સ્ટાઇલ ઓફ વર્કિંગ ડિફરન્ટ, મગજ ડિફરન્ટ ચાલે, આટલી શાંતિ રાખવી. રાતના 12 વાગે કરેક્શન કરે કે છેલ્લા 3 એગ્રીમેન્ટ જે છે એ કે મારા બિઝનેસ એગ્રીમેન્ટ જે છેલ્લા 10 દિવસના સાઇન કરવાના રહી ગયા તે રાતના ગઈકાલે એને 2 વાગે સાઇન કર્યા. સાહેબ, અને હી ઇઝ અ વેરી લાર્જ બિઝનેસમેન. લેટ અસ ગીવ ઇટ અપ ફોર વિનયભાઈ. જય. સુનિલભાઈ આવી ગયા.
સુનિલભાઈ
વેરી સુનિલભાઈ
એક જ બાકી છે કે જે બધું રસોડું ને વેલકમ કીટ.
બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ માણસ છે ભાઈ. બધા પેટથી આપણે બધાને જમવાનું બરોબર મળ્યું
ક્યાં છે સુનિલ?
ને હમણાં એન્ડ વેરી વન્સ લેટ સુનિલભાઈ કમ. અને આ ભાઈ કાંઈ વાંધો નહીં, બે પહેરાવી લેજો. મિસ્ટર બાલકૃષ્ણ રાવલ જે છે જે આપણા પિક્ચર્સ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુટલી રહ્યા છે, લગભગ 4 દિવસથી પોતાના પગભર છે. હી હેઝ નોટ ચાર્જ અસ એ પેની, નોટ ચાર્જ અસ એ પેની એની અંદર. બાલકૃષ્ણભાઈ, અમે લોકો રાવલ છો તમે, હું તમને કહું કે વી આર વેરી વેરી ગ્રેટફુલ. રાવલ એટલે બ્રાહ્મણ થયા ને સાહેબ એની અંદર. વાહ, થેન્ક યુ સો મચ એની અંદર. સુનિલભાઈ આવ્યા? સુનિલભાઈ આવ્યા કે નહીં? He has given relentless service, absolutely excellent એની અંદર. રાહુલભાઈ, રિયલી વી આર વેરી થેન્કફુલ. આ બધાની સાથે સાથે તમે અમારી સાથે એક પિક્ચર કરાવવા આવો એની અંદર. અને ધેન લાસ્ટ નોટ બટ ધ લીસ્ટ ઇઝ અવર વૈભવ બુદ્ધદેવ. લગભગ મને લાગે 1.5 મહિનાથી મને લાગે કે લાસ્ટ ઓલું કામ પૈતા પછી જાન્યુઆરીથી કોન્સ્ટન્ટલી મને લાગે છે કે આપણે વિજયભાઈ જે છે એની સાથે લગભગ 11-12 વાગ્યા સુધી ડેલી કામ કરતો હતો. એટલે આ ટોટલ ટીમ થઈ આપણી. પણ હું તમને કહું કે આ પ્રોગ્રામ અમારા 2 મહારથી, આ બધી ટીમ એની અંદર ઓફકોર્સ વિનયભાઈ મહારથી આવે, સંજયભાઈ મહારથીમાં આવે, પણ મારા વડીલ સુભાષભાઈ ઠકરાર, ભાભી છે અહીંયા આગળ, રેખાબેન છે. ડુ યુ હેવ રેખાબેન હિયર? રેખાબેન, પ્લીઝ કમ પ્લીઝ કમ અપ. રેખાબેન, નેક્સ્ટ હોલિડે અમારી વાડીની અંદર ઓછામાં ઓછો 1 અઠવાડિયાનો ચંપીવાળા મોકલાવી દેશું, જમવાનું ખાવાનું પણ મસ્ત મારા જ આપશું. પણ તમે એમ ન કહેતા કે નેક્સ્ટ હોલિડે ઓન તમારે જેટલા હોલિડે બધા મારા ઉપર એની અંદર. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ ફોર આ સુભાષભાઈને પ્રેરણારૂપ છે. દે હેવ તમે જાણો છો કે ધ લાઈફ ઇઝ વેરી ડિફિકલ્ટ ઇન UK. તેથી અમારા સુભાષભાઈ ઠકરાર. સુભાષભાઈ, આઈ એમ રિયલી, તમને મારા મોટા ભાઈ છો. અને વિજયભાઈ, મારા વિજયભાઈની વિજયભાઈની ઇન્ટ્રોડક્શન કોને જોઈએ છે? મને એક જણા હાથ ઉપર કરીને કહ્યું એની કે વિજયભાઈ કારિયાની કોઈને ઇન્ટ્રોડક્શન જોઈએ છે? શિલ્પાબેનની જોઈએ છે? ક્યાં છે શિલ્પાબેન? તો પછી વેર ઇઝ શી? બાપ રે, હેડ્સ ઓફ. શિલ્પાબેન, સાહેબ આ બેજ, સાહેબ એટલા ડિફિકલ્ટ કામ આપણે વિચાર ન કરી શકીએ. આ બધા બેજ બનાવવા, ગિફ્ટો, મોમેન્ટો, એની અંદર જે છે ને બધાની માથાકૂટ, એટલે ડિઝાઇનિંગની અંદર પાછા 3-4 માથા જુદા ચાલે, આટલું બધું છે. સાહેબ હું તમને કહું, હી ઇઝ અ લાર્જ બિઝનેસ ઓફ કેબલ. હી ઇઝ નોટ એન ઓર્ડિનરી મેન, પણ હી હેઝ નેવર શોર્ડ કે જે છે ને એ આપણા બધા કરતાં ઉપર છે એની અંદર, એટલીસ્ટ મારા કરતાં છે એની અંદર. મારા નાના ભાઈ છે, એને બી ગળથુતીની અંદર જે છે ને પ્રમોદભાઈ મારા વડીલ હતા, અને એને ગળથુતીની અંદર જે છે ને એને આ સેવાનો મોકો મળ્યો છે, એની અંદર સેવા મળી છે એની અંદર. પણ વી આર વેરી વેરી થેન્કફુલ ફોર એક્સ્ટ્રા ઓર્ડિનરી વર્ક. કુડ વી ઓલ્સો હેવ ડૉક્ટર સુધીરભાઈ રૂપારેલિયા? ડૉક્ટર સુધીરભાઈ, કુડ વી હેવ યુ ઓન સ્ટેજ? ડૉક્ટર સુધીરભાઈ રૂપારેલિયા. એન્ડ હાઉ કેન આઈ ફોરગેટ ભરતભાઈ ઠક્કર? ભરતભાઈ, સોરી યાર, તમે એ ભરતભાઈ શરૂઆતથી એણે ચાલુ કર્યું સોમનાથમાં મિટિંગ કરવાનું. સોમનાથ પછી એણે કરી જુનાગઢમાં મિટિંગ કરી, પછી રાજકોટમાં મિટિંગ કરી, પછી અમદાવાદની અંદર રોજ મહાપરિષદની ઓફિસમાં. અને હી ઇઝ અ ફેન્ટાસ્ટિક પર્સન. માથા પર કુલ રાખી આપણી બધી એપ બનાવડાવી, બધું જ કર્યું ભરતભાઈ. અને પ્લીઝ ભાભીને બી તમે લેતા આવો એની અંદર. લેટ ભાભી ઓલ્સો કમ વિથ યુ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ભરતભાઈ ફોર એન એક્સ્ટ્રા ઓર્ડિનરી વર્ક. આ બધી એપ બનાવવામાં અને બધાની અંદર ખૂબ ભાવ આપ્યો એની અંદર. હા, એ પછી હમણાં પછી સોરી, એ કોણ? રશ્મિએ ટોયલેટ મને કર્યો એટલે નહીં આપો, બાકી હું મારી સેવા તમે 1 મિનિટ ઉપર હું જ્યારે રિટાયર થાવ ને 2025માં, ત્યારે હું સરખી રીતે રિટાયર થઈશ. તમારા બધાની સાલ પહેરીને રિટાયર થઈશ, કહી દઉં તમને. હું એટલું કામ તમને હજી મને કામ કરવા દો. આઈ ડોન્ટ રિક્વાયર ધીસ એની અંદર. આઈ પ્રોમિસ યુ કે તમારી સાલ એની અંદર ના, એ બધું ના, એ તો ઓલરેડી કમિટમેન્ટ કરી છે કે જલારામ બાપાના નામે, એટલે તો ફિકર ન કરો, કરશે સાહેબ.
હવે સાંભળો, સતીશભાઈએ આપણા બધાનું ઘણું કીધું છે, પણ ઇન માય લાઈફ, માય 4 years life of Lohana Executive Committee Chairman, I am so many associations I have worked with. The program like this, the appreciation which Satishbhai and LMP team has given, I have never seen. and my team will endorse that. Am I right? So, the thank you first go to LMP team. રશ્મિબેન પ્લીઝ તમે આવો. સતીશભાઈ આ ઉંમરે જે કામ કર્યું છે, મને 2-4 વાર 5 વાર ખખડાવ્યો હશે, મને એટલું શીખવાનું મળ્યું છે. અને તમે જોયું હશે કે એક પણ માણસની ઇમિગ્રેશનમાં, ફૂડમાં, વેન્યુમાં, વિઝામાં, કસ્ટમમાં વિધાઉટ $1 પેઇંગ એટ ધ એરપોર્ટ અવર એવરીથિંગ હેઝ કમ. Is that right? Proved it. We have proved it. Thanks to Vinay our team, I have never seen in all my tenure team like this one. My organizing team. ગમે ત્યારે ઊભા છે સાહેબ. So again, બીજી વાર તાળી એમના માટે પાડીએ, કંજુસાઈ ન કરીએ. Thank you very much. અને સતીશભાઈને big thank you. Thank you very much.
સતીશભાઈએ જે આ ડ્રીમ જોયું ને આટલું સરસ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝ કર્યું, સાથે સાથે મને લાગે છે કે આપણે આપણા ડેલિગેટ્સ માટે પણ તાળીઓ પાડવી જોઈએ. આટલો ઉત્સાહ, આટલું બધો ટેમ્પરામેન્ટ આપણે આજ સુધી ક્યારેય નથી જોયું. અને આપણે શ્રીજી બાવાને, જલારામ બાપાને અને બધાને પ્રાર્થના કરીએ કે જે સપના જોઈને આપણે બધા લોકો અહીં આવ્યા છીએ એ બધા આપણા સપના પૂરા થાય. અને જે એન્થુથી આ બધા ગવર્મેન્ટે આપણને વેલકમ કર્યા છે, આપણે પણ યુગાન્ડાની અને ઈસ્ટ આફ્રિકાની ઇકોનોમીમાં થોડું ઘણું કન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કરી શકીએ એવી ભાવના સાથે 3 cheers ફોર ટીમ યુગાન્ડા, ટીમ સતીશભાઈ એન્ડ ટીમ LIBF. હિપ 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 હિપ. યા
હેલો, એક મિનિટ ખાલી. અમારા USA તરફથી, યુનાઇટેડ સ્ટેટ્સ ડેલિગેટ, કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન્સ ટુ ધીસ ટીમ. આઈ ડોન્ટ થિંક આપણી આ લાઈફમાં કદાચ પાછું આ સ્કેલનું આપણને જોવા મળે. એઝ મચ એઝ વી હોપ એન્ડ પ્રે કે UAEમાં કે ક્યાં પણ કરો, આ લેવલનું થાય તો ધન્યવાદ ભગવાન, આપણે બહુ મોટા આશીર્વાદ મળે કહેવાય. 3 વખત જલ્દી સીતારામ બોલીએ. સીતા રામ. હરી બોલ, હરી બોલ. સતીશભાઈ, કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન્સ. ધીસ ઇઝ આઉટસ્ટેન્ડિંગ, આઉટસ્ટેન્ડિંગ. સીતારામ.
સુરુભાઈ સોરી, હા, તમે કદાચ સાંભળ્યું નહીં મેં પહેલે દિવસે શું કીધું હતું. કદાચ તમે ભૂલી ગયા હશો. મેં કીધું હતું,
હું ખાલી એટલું જ કહીશ કે સતીશ અંકલ 2025માં તમારે રિટાયર્ડ નથી થવાનું. વી વોન્ટ સતીશ અંકલ વન્સ મોર. અને ટુ ઓલ ધ ડેલિગેટ્સ, એવરીવન, અમે અહીંયા ખાલી આવ્યા હતા, અમે મેમરીઝ ભરીને જઈએ છીએ અને અમારી આંખમાં પાણી ભરીને જઈએ છીએ. ટુ એન્ટાયર ટીમ ઓફ મહાપરિષદ, આપણે જલારામ બાપાને પ્રાર્થના કરીએ, ટચ વુડ, કે આમાં કોઈ દી નજર ન લાગે. ખાલી એક જ વાત કહીશ કે બધા પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ દેતા હતા, ઘણા બધા સજેશન્સ દેતા હતા, એ લોકોએ જે રીતે, મેં ગઈકાલે પણ કીધું હતું કે જે રીતે સોલ્વ કરતા હતા, આપણે ટેન્શન લઈને જઈએ, સંજયભાઈ પાસે જઈએ, સતીશ અંકલ પાસે જઈએ, કોઈની પણ પાસે જઈએ, એમના એક કામ માટે ખાલી હું એટલું જ કહીશ કે वो मेरे चेहरे तक अपनी उदासियां लाया तो था, मैंने उसका हाथ चूमा और बेबस कर दिया. Once again, thank you very much from entire team of Gujarat, India, everyone, to all the delegates. We wish all the very best to all of you and the team of Uganda youngsters. We are really impressed by you, and you have made our vacation successful and a memorable one. Thank you. Jai Jalaram, Jai Mahaparishad.
સોરી, બધા એમ નહીં સમજી લેતા કે હવે આનાથી પ્રોગ્રામ બંધ થઈ ગયો. આપણે જમીને બધા પાછા આવીએ છીએ, આપણું ક્લોઝિંગ બાકી છે, એટલે પ્લીઝ બધા જે પોસિબલ, શું કામ કે આપણું ક્લોઝિંગ હજી બાકી છે, પ્રેસિડેન્ટ સાહેબના ક્લોઝિંગ રિમાર્ક્સ બાકી છે, એટલે પ્લીઝ નોબડી ગો ઓફ ટુ their rooms, nobody go off to anywhere else. We gather back here as soon as possible. આપણે 3:30નો ટાઈમ રાખેલો હતો, 3:10 થઈ ગઈ છે, જેટલું જલ્દી શકે બની શકે એટલું પાછું આવો પ્લીઝ. આવો ને. નીતિનભાઈ પૂછેલું છે સેકન્ડ હાફના કાર્યક્રમ શું છે ને શું શું બાકી છે. સેકન્ડ હાફના કાર્યક્રમમાં એક બહુ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન છે. ધ પ્રોસેસ ઓફ એજિંગ. બુઢાપો જે છે ઇઝ અ વેરી ડિફિકલ્ટ સ્ટેજ થ્રુ ગો થ્રુ. દેર ઇઝ અ શોર્ટ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન ઓન દેટ. પછી આપણું ક્લોઝિંગ છે ને આપણે ટ્રાય કરશું કે લગભગ 5:15 સુધી ક્લોઝ કરીને આપણે બધા એક્ઝિબિશન હોલમાં ફરીથી ભેગા થશું ને એક્ઝિબિટર સાથે આપણે વી વિલ ગો થ્રુ ધી એક્ઝિબિશન. ત્યાં ફોટોગ્રાફ કાઢવાનો, ત્યાં પ્રોડક્ટ્સ જોવાનો બધાને મોકો આપો. એક્ઝિબિટર્સે બહુ મહેનત કરેલી છે એટલે વી વોન્ટ એવરીબડી ટુ પ્લીઝ ગો ટુ ધી એક્ઝિબિશન હોલ. આજે પ્રેસિડેન્ટ પણ ગયા હતા, તમે જોયું ઓન સ્ક્રીન કે પ્રેસિડેન્ટ સાહેબે પણ બધા સ્ટોલ્સ ઉપર જઈને બધાને કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેટ કર્યા. લેટ અસ ઓલ ગો બેક ધેર એન્ડ ધેન એટ નાઇટ દેર ઇઝ અ ગાલા ડિનર. એટલે હવે ડિનર માટે કોઈ ફોર્મેલિટી નહીં, પણ ત્યાં સુધી આપણે બધા સાથે રહીએ. ડિનરમાં વી વિલ હેવ ફન. નો અધર એજન્ડા ઇન ધી ઇવનિંગ આફ્ટર ધી એક્ઝિબિશન બટ ફન. ઓકે. કોને આપવાનો છે?
3 જણા
છે અહીંયા.
મહેન્દ્રભાઈ ગેલાણી છે, પછી છે.
કોણ?
3 જણા છે.
છે એ લોકો અહીંયા?
2 નથી, બપોર પછી લઈ લો.
કોણ છે અહીંયા? ઓકે. 3 મેહુલભાઈએ ના મેહુલભાઈએ 3 એવોર્ડ રાખેલા છે બેસ્ટ સિગ્નેચરના. તો એમાંથી જે અહીંયા અવેલેબલ હોય એ આવે, બાકીનાને આપણે લંચ હોલમાં આપશું. અંજલિ, you are one of the prize winners. Please come back. એક અંજલિ ઠક્કર છે. બીજું ભરતભાઈ ગેલાણી. સોરી, મહેન્દ્રભાઈ ગેલાણી. મહેન્દ્રભાઈ ગેલાણી અહીંયા છે. ત્રીજું કોણ છે? We can call Anjali Thakkar on stage to receive the award. The prize from Mehulbhai Kanani. It seems that you have got very good handwriting. એટલે he is taking. A big round of applause for Anjali Thakkar. Anjali wins the award from Mehulbhai Kanani for the best signature. Please. મહેન્દ્રભાઈ ગેલાણી અહીંયા નથી, એને આપી દો. ત્રીજા વિનયભાઈ દાવડા. વિનયભાઈ, મેહુલભાઈ કહે છે તમારી સિગ્નેચર બહુ સારી છે. હું તમને કહું મેહુલભાઈ, આટલા બધા કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ સાઇન કરીને મારી પણ સિગ્નેચર સારી થઈ જાત. ના મારો છે નો, મેં તો સાઇન પણ નથી કર્યું. Did you get your award? Yeah. You'll get this also as a speaker. તમારા હાથમાં છે તો તમે રાખી લ્યો. She's gifted herself the award. વિનયભાઈ આપો એમને. અંજલિબેનને એઝ અ સ્પીકર. I think Anjali was a speaker on 3 occasions, right? She was asking for 2 minutes. She was asking for 2 minutes and she got 3 sessions. Right, Anjali, you should be grateful.
I am very grateful.
But good, well done. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I really
હા જમીન.
હલો ઓય ઓય એક સાલો તો દીધું ગમે લાવો બે પાછી લઈ લેજો બે લાવો બે આપી હા સુઈ બેન
એટલું યાદ રાખજો, આપણે જેટલા વાગે જશું 3:30 પાછું આવવાનું છે. રાજેન્દ્રભાઈ, મેહુલભાઈએ તમને જોઈને કીધું કે ચોથો એવોર્ડ રાજેન્દ્રભાઈને આપી દો. આવો પધારો સાહેબ. See the advantages of sticking on. Advantages of sticking on. તમે અહીંયા ઊભા હતા, તમને જોયું, કીધું ચોથો એવોર્ડ એમને આપી દો. કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન.
શેનો
એ ભાઈ મેહુલભાઈને ખબર છે નો.
તમે આવડી સાઈન જોઈ લો એટલે તમે ખરેખર રાજેન્દ્ર ખરેખર છે એવું નથી
છે હકીકત સાચું. ચાર લોકોની સાઈન આવી જાય એટલું એક રાજેન્દ્રભાઈની સાઈન છે. હે રાજેન્દ્રભાઈ, તમે આમાં જોઈ લો, અમારા 3ની સાઈન.
આપણું થઈ ગયું ને ફર્સ્ટ ડે થઈ ગયું.
વૈભવને તો જોઈ. વૈભવ સોરી. મીટ ના આપો સુનિલભાઈ. યુથ સેશન સ્પીકર્સ બધા એક્સલન્ટ ફૂડ. હા સુનિલભાઈ. ગાંઠિયા જલેબી જ નહીં, દાબેલી વોઝ એક્સલન્ટ. દાબેલી વોઝ ઓલસો ગુડ. ના ના, અરે આપણે કોઈ ફોર્માલિટી નથી. ના ના, એ રાખો પ્લીઝ, રાખો. ના ના, એક આપે. હું તો કહું છું બોલાવો. પ્રથમ મિત સ્પોન્સર્સના જે સર્ટિફિકેટ્સ કે શિલ્ડ્સ છે ને એમને આપી દો. મિત, તું પણ એક સ્પોન્સરર છે. પ્રથમ તું મિતને આપ, મિત તું પ્રથમને આપ. બીજા કોણ કોણ છે અહીંયા? આવી જાઓ. રાજેન્દ્રભાઈ છે. એટલે એટલા ઓછા
છે કમ આકાશ એક મોમેન્ટ આપી દે ને આના માટે આપી દઈએ હા સાલ અને એક સાલ આપી દે ગમે પછી એડજસ્ટ કરશું આપણે અલા ઓય અલ્પેશ અહીંયા કમ એક સાલ અત્યારે આપી દે પછી પાછી કરું છું આપણે અત્યારે સુભાષ
આ બધું ઇવેન્ટ વાળા
Prakashbhai Radia Chair. Is Prakashbhai Radia here? If you are here, please make yourself known. Prakashbhai Radia. We have a session this afternoon. We want to check if you are here.
Just a little bit less expensive. And even have one child. Some have 2 children, but almost nobody has more than 2 children. Okay. Now, if you think that you're spending 100,000 on a kid, and we have hundreds and thousands of kids, just think of the opportunity available in the education sector for Lohana kids, especially supportive education sector. And what I mean by the supportive education sector, I would say day schools. Okay? Because if you have day schools and you can help the lady of the house or the mother follow a career, chase a career, then you have a 2-income family. And once you have a 2-income family, you give them the confidence to have a second child. So we need to encourage education for the women, which we are already doing. And in fact, I think in some places, the women are better educated than the men amongst Lohanas. And I was very happy to see that Satish Bhai talked about education bursaries or loans to help educate children. Once you do that, and once it gets off the ground, this will financially secure the family, and they will have the optimism and the confidence to have a second child. It is important we have a second child or a third child, because otherwise our community is doomed. Okay. It was also interesting to see Mr. Chugg say that, even if once you get old, it's a good idea to just work. And maybe you work flexible, maybe 4 hours a day, 2 hours a day, or you change your job to something that is easier. But keep working, because when you keep working, you give confidence to everybody in your family. Your financial stability is secure. Maybe LMP slogan should be "Hum do, hamare teen," if you're going to survive. Okay. It would truly be a tragedy if we let the legacy of the Lohana warrior race that fought the Mongols and the Mughals, that produced Rana Jasraj, that defeated Genghis Khan and his hordes, but that Lohanas could not handle peace and got wiped out during peace and not during war. The other issue that brings about the aging of Lohana population is that modern science and medicine has increased our lifespan from 60 to 85, or 65 to 85. That's about 20 more years to everybody's age. Now, there's nothing wrong in living longer. It's something to celebrate. It's not something to complain about or to feel bad about. It's something good. In conversation with other Lohana leaders, Mahajans, Oswal, Patels, Brahmins, we found that this problem is similar all over. For example, in Mombasa, 60% of our population is over 60. Okay? At one time, we had 1,700 members. Today, we have 200 members. Okay? And Mombasa is where it all began. Uganda began from Mombasa. Congo began from Mombasa. Rwanda began from Mombasa. Nairobi began from Mombasa. Everybody came in dhows to Mombasa and then moved up country. We have a lot of assets, but they are the wrong assets because they're assets for a thriving community, whilst what we have is an aging community. We don't have the right hospitals. We don't have the right old people's homes. We don't have the right daycare. And with 100 or 200 people, there is no point in building that. We have the funds. We have the space. We have the properties. We have property worth more than $5-6 million, maybe more also. Okay, but there's a big hall that can sit 2,000. It gets used 10 times in a year. Diwali, Norta, that kind of stuff. Okay, maybe 20 times. We lease it out occasionally, and the town comes, all communities come and play badminton in the evening. But it doesn't really get used for Lohanas, and it's a wasted asset, and we need to reposition it sooner or later, one way or the other. If there is an investment, let's say in India, or Kampala, or Nairobi, where we have an old people's home, we can buy a piece of it. We can invest a piece of our assets into that. And we would like to do that, but we need leadership. We have skills, we have resources. We don't have, frankly speaking, the leadership yet. Because this is not crystallized as an issue. Okay? What we really need is macro assistance, which means we need institutions to be built, not just Koyawe and a Jaruroi, we find a nurse for him, or we find medicine for him, or if he's broken a leg, we get somebody to go and fix him, look after him for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks until he gets well. We need institutions, we need the right hospitals, we need the right homes, we need the right palliative cares, we need the right hospices to look after our old age, okay? Luckily, we ran into Lord Dolopopat in Mombasa. He was there on official government business at the port of Mombasa, working on the northern corridor, going from Mombasa to Uganda to Rwanda and Congo. He's a prominent member, as you all know, of the House of Lords. And he's got a book on aging population. The book is here. If anybody would like a copy, please help yourself. Okay? We really enjoyed reading his book because it crystallizes some of our problems and possible some solutions. Okay? The report, the other thing is this. Old age is a complex issue. Usually, it deteriorates into finger pointing and name calling. I don't think anybody is at fault on old age. The old people are not at fault, the young people are not at fault, nobody's at fault. This is reality. It's just something we have to face and we have to learn to manage properly. And there's a lot of money in this. I'll give you an example. An average person in UK, by the time he retires, because he's paid up his home, he's worth $500,000, okay? Now that's more than enough money for him to spend the rest of his life, okay? But not in UK. Possibly in India, possibly in Africa. In UK, the government gives you £1,000 a month if you're old age. And most kids, it's not that they don't love their parents. They love their parents. They're willing to spend money on their parents. But they don't have the time because they're busy in a career. Okay? Right. Now, they are ready to spend money on their parents also. So the issue of money doesn't come up. We have 2.5 million Lohanas. On average, if you consider UK, Africa, we spend about $100,000 from their age 65 to 85. That's $250 billion. This is our market. This is our game. It's our community. We have to exploit this market. If we don't exploit it, there are others who are willing to exploit it. We have to get in front of the game. We have to be proactive, and we have to prepare for our old age. Right now, you can't see it. Because if a community like Rajkot, it's a huge community. If one or two 200-500 માણસ વયા જાય તો કોઈને કંઈ દેખાશે પણ નહીં, કોઈને કંઈ ખબર પણ નહીં પડે કે આપણી કોમ્યુનિટી ઘટી ગઈ. ઘટે છે, બધી કોમ્યુનિટી ઘટે. ઇફ યુ હેવિંગ લેસ ધેન 2 children per family, બધી કોમ્યુનિટી ઘટે છે, બધા ગામમાં. ઓકે, there is no city that is અમને વાંધો નથી, અમારી પાસે છે. It's not true. You have big populations, but it's the main thing is to understand the trend. The trend is going down. It's not going up. And it would be a tragedy કે આપણે આટલું કર્યું, આટલી લડાઈ કરી, અફઘાનિસ્તાનમાં લડ્યા, પાકિસ્તાનમાં લડ્યા, બધે લડીને સિંધમાં પણ આવ્યા આપણે. સિંધથી ગુજરાત આવ્યા શાંતિ માટે, ને શાંતિમાં આપણી પ્રજા સાફ થઈ ગઈ. લડાઈમાં આપણે સાફ ના થયા, પણ શાંતિમાં આપણે સાફ થઈ ગયા. I do not want to impose any recommendations, okay? I would like to see a think tank developing under Lohana Mahaparishad that worries about our future, worries about old age, and how we can manage people. કારણ કે આજે માણસો પૈસા હોય, આવડત હોય, તો પણ સડીને મરે છે. અઢળક પૈસો છે, પણ એકલા છે. એ પણ ખાવાનું 3% મળી જાય છે, 4% જોતું 4% મળી જશે, પણ કોઈ વાત કરવાવાળું નથી, કોઈની કાંઈ વાત સાંભળવા તૈયાર નથી. એવું પણ નથી કે છોકરાઓ ખરાબ છે. છોકરો સવારથી સાંજ આવ્યો, કામે ગયો હોય ને ઘરે આવીને તમે એને વાર્તા કરો કે આ બાના આજે પાણી જરા ગરમ હતું, ઠંડુ હતું, તો ઇવન હી ગેટ્સ ટાયર્ડ બીકોઝ હી નોઝ કે વીકેન્ડ સુધી કાંઈ કરી શકવાનું નથી. ને આખું વીક તમે કહો તો બેયને કોઈને ફાયદો નથી. એન્ડ ફેમિલીઝ નાઉ હેવ It's a tough world out there. You either move very fast up or very fast down. There is no in between. There is no in between. So either you're on the treadmill and running or you are sinking. There is no in between. So a person, for example, investment banking in UK, માણસો રાતના 2 વાગે ઘરે આવે, 6 વાગે ઉઠીને કામે જાય. That's the way it is. You can't change it. You try to change it, you'll get off the treadmill. You'll be put aside. Then you'll have to flip burgers. There's no other job there for you. Okay? As you can see, Lord Popper does a good job, and he's studied this issue wide, and he has come up with many solutions. Okay? At the macro level, we do things like bhajan, organized functions, medical insurance support there, ration support there, housing jarak there. But you know, housing is not fit for old people. There are no safety bars. You know, you need to, if you want to look after old people, you have to really invest in the house. You have to build safety bars, garam pani which doesn't go beyond a certain temperatures. Today, for an old person, the most dangerous place is the bathroom. At least half the people who die die because they bathroom padi gaya ne vaya gaya. Bathroom has become the most dangerous place. If you have a home, or if you have home care, where somebody comes, helps you take a shower, helps to clean you up, helps to feed you, give you company, it will make a big difference in lifestyle, in life, and overall happiness and the wealth of that family and the community as a whole. Okay. We are right now not properly prepared for this. As a community, we are just not prepared for this. We don't want to even discuss it. Okay? Nobody wants to discuss old age. Okay? Ajay, look at it. The people just are not interested in discussing. And we are all going to get old. Each and every person here is going to get old, yet we don't want to discuss it. People who are 60, 65, they don't want to discuss it. Leave alone somebody who is 45. Okay? Key issues which the report flagged were loneliness, a major problem, housing not fit for purpose, attitudes to aging, which we have discussed just now, medical issues. You know, you can't just go to a normal doctor for old people. There are specialists who are better at dealing with old people than the average doctor. The main issues that old people face are dementia and Alzheimer's, heart disease, stroke and angina, diabetes, mobility issues, as hip and knee replacement, digestive disorders, and ENT conditions. Now the first 2 or 3, dementia, Alzheimer, heart disease, stroke and angina, would be much reduced if the old person has just somebody to talk to. Nothing more than that, just somebody kok sathe vaat kari shake, even if it is their own age mate. And so we should focus on creating daycare, okay, and full-time care. Old age people, the segment of old age is the fastest growing segment amongst all communities, including Lohana's. There are more people growing old than are being born in every community. There is no age group that is growing as fast as old age. Okay. This is the following things they really need: counseling, medical and social counseling, some assisted living, house care, and there's a good example of daycare. Nairobi had a squash court, which was not being used. Nobody was playing squash anymore. So they turned it into a lounge or a club for old people. Old people can come there, hang out, talk to each other, watch television, discuss, day-to-day politics, day-to-day stuff. And they get a meal, 2 times a week they are served a meal by the Maharaj's wife. It's worked wonderfully, and a lot of people come there, and it's getting fuller and fuller. I think that was a brilliant way of repositioning their assets. We don't have the same luxury everywhere. Okay? There are a lot of business. They need succession planning, they need conveyancing, they need to sell houses, they need to sort out their properties. There's a lot of business in home care for developers, designers, etc. There's a lot of business here. That's about $250 billion worth of business amongst the 2.5 million Lohanas. Social investing is a good business. It's not a bad business. It gives you both social rewards as well as financial rewards. I'd like to thank Lord Poppert for the work he has done and the Lohana North community for the interest it has taken in this issue. I hope today's session will be a step in the right direction to help raise awareness of these issues, better understanding of these issues, how we can prevent them, how we can prepare for them. I hope the Mahaparishad invites experts on these issues and a kind of a think tank to work on these issues, make recommendations that we can send to all the Lohanas. Finally, I would like to thank Satish Bhai and his team, the team Lohana, I call them, And I assure you that we pay a lot of attention to what he has to say, and we take his work seriously. I'll give you an example. Satish Bhai created a LMP Kenya group. That LMP Kenya group is headed by Mr. Bimal Kantaria. Now, we've just received licensing in Mumbai, in Kenya, for a savings and credit cooperation. In short, we are now going to have a Lohana bank. All Lohanas will own it. Whoever Lohana deposits money in it will be part of the shareholder. So, thank you, Satish Bhai, and thank you, Team Lohana. Okay.
કંટ્રોલ કરી દઉં કંટ્રોલ કરી દઉં ને બેઠક બોલાવો એમને છે નહીં કોઈ ત્યાં છે કોઈ નહીં હાર્ડલી 2-3 માણસો છે હા હે આવો સતીશભાઈ વિઠલાણી સભા સમાપન માટે આવે છે એ પહેલાં અહીંયા જે સાહેબ બોલતા હતા હું તે વખતે રૂમમાં હતો મારી એટલે મને એમનું નામ ખબર નથી પ્રકાશભાઈ રાડિયા તમે બહુ સુંદર સબ્જેક્ટ છેડ્યો છે કારણ કે આ જે છે ઇઝ ધી મોસ્ટ વરીસમ સબ્જેક્ટ એઝ ઓન ટુડે કારણ કે ગુજરાતી ભાષાના ઉત્તમ કવિ રમેશ પારેખે 2 શેર લખ્યા છે સતીશભાઈ ખાસ સાંભળજો કે એકલા સાંજે બગીચે બેસવું શું ચીજ છે સુભાષભાઈ એકલા સાંજે બગીચે બેસવું શું ચીજ છે બાંકડો શું ચીજ છે બુઢ્ઢા થવું શું ચીજ છે અને પછી બીજો શેર છે એની અંદર કે કઈ તરસ છે આ કે જેને આમ પાલવવી પડે કઈ તરસ છે આ કે જેને આમ પાલવવી પડે રોજ આખે આખું છાપું પી જવું શું ચીજ છે એટલે આ ઓલ્ડ એજની સમસ્યા છે અને એના ઉપર જેટલું થઈ શકે એટલું આપણે બધા પણ વૃદ્ધો થઈ જ ગયા છીએ પરંતુ આપણાથી હજુ પણ વધારે વૃદ્ધો છે એના તરફ કન્સિડરેટ થઈ અને જેટલું થઈ શકાય એટલું બધું થઈ શકે એટલું બધું જ કરવું જોઈએ વિથ ધીસ આઈ શોભિત દેસાઈ ટેક ધ પ્રિવિલેજ ઓફ કન્ક્લુડિંગ માય અસાઇનમેન્ટ ઓવર હિયર બહુ આનંદ થયો તમારી બધાની સાથે સમય ગાળવાનો પરિચય છે મંદિરમાં દેવોને મારો અને મસ્જિદોમાં ખુદા ઓળખે છે નથી મારું વ્યક્તિત્વ છાનું કોઈથી તમારા પ્રતાપે બધા ઓળખે છે થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ
થેન્ક યુ શોભિતભાઈ for your warmth, your words. You are a fantastic orator, and you have a depth. And what I liked about it yesterday is that when you are concluding, any speaker, in conclusion, you are really be able to, you are paying attention, and you really did that job very well. Because the whole purpose of your visit was that whoever speaks in English એનું તમે બરોબર સરખી રીતે જે છે એનું બરોબર લખતા હતા અને ગુજરાતીની અંદર બહુ સરખી રીતે સમજાવતા હતા. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ સોબિતભાઈ ફોર યોર વિઝિટ એન્ડ લેટ મી ટેલ યુ that Sobitbhai has not charged a fee for this particular visit any other. It seems that that we are spread across many different hall in different areas. I've been given chance. I mean, I've been told that let us now conclude this 3 days seminar. Now, મને ખબર નથી એની અંદર કે ક્યાંથી શરૂ કરું પણ મારે ક્યાંયથી બીજે શરૂ કરવું હોય તો અગેન આઈ રિયલી હેવ ટુ થેન્ક મારા મોટા ભાઈ સુભાષભાઈ ઠકરારથી ફોર અ વન્ડરફુલ સપોર્ટ ડેપ્થ ખૂબ શીખો છું ઇન ધ પ્રોસેસ. સુભાષભાઈ તમારી પાસેથી એની અંદર ધીસ અ લર્નિંગ પ્રોસેસ. તમે આ ગજાનો ખૂબ કામો કર્યા છે એની અંદર મારા માટે આખો એક લર્નિંગ પ્રોસેસ હતો. I have really thoroughly enjoyed all your suggestions. તમારી પાસેથી શીખવા ઘણું મળ્યું એની અંદર અને ઇન ધ પ્રોસેસ એની અંદર તમારું જે છે ને યુ હેર સૌથી વધારે મને તમારું જો ગમ્યું હોય એની અંદર તો તમારો નેચર એન્ડ હાઉ યુ હેન્ડલ થિંગ્સ. સિમિલરલી પણ તમે ટાયરલેસ એફર્ટ હતો સાહેબ. આ કદાચ મને લાગે છે એની અંદર કે જે છે ને તમે મને ત્યાં આગળથી જે છે ને પહેલેથી ઓલું કે ને એની અંદર કે આપણે ગાતા હોઈએ ને લોકો એક ઝીલવાવાળો જો ન હોય તો એ ગાવાવાળાની મજા ના આવતી હોય એની અંદર. સુમિતભાઈ એવું હોય ને? ઓ શોભિતભાઈ કહું છું ગાવાવાળો હોય અને સરખી રીતે એને ઝીલવાવાળા લોકો ન હોય તો એ ગાવાની કદર ન થાય એની અંદર. આઈડિયા એક આવવો અને એ આઈડિયાને મૂર્તિમંત કરવો આઈ મીન ટુ મેક ઇટ હેપન ઇટ્સ નોટ સો ઇઝી એની અંદર એન્ડ દેટ વુડ હેપન ઓનલી ઇફ યુ રિયલી હેવ અ ટ્રુ સપોર્ટર ઓફ અવર કોમ્યુનિટી. સિમિલરલી વિજયભાઈ બિઝનેસની અંદર અત્યાર સુધીની અંદર લોહાણા મહાપરિષદની જે બિઝનેસ સેલ જે છે સુભાષભાઈ એ હતી કે નહીં મને નથી ખબર પણ હું તમને કહું એની અંદર કે બિઝનેસ સેલ શું કહેવાય અને કેવી રીતે આગળ વધારી શકાય એની અંદર એનો દાખલો મારો વિજયભાઈ કાર્ય એની અંદર. આપણે તમે અને મેં વિજયભાઈનું કામકાજ જોયું છે એની અંદર. વી આર ક્વાઇટ અવેર અબાઉટ હિઝ ઇન્વોલ્વમેન્ટ ઇન હિઝ વર્ક, હિઝ ઇન્વોલ્વમેન્ટ ઇન અધર એક્ટિવિટીઝ, એની પહોંચ he's directly, એની અંદર નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીને ત્યાં સેક્રેટરીએટમાં વાત કરવી હોય તો he's able to do that. એટલું જ એની અંદર જે છે તમે જુઓ તો સ્વામિનારાયણ મંદિર સાથે એટલા સંકળાયેલા. તમે જુઓ છો આપણી પાસે બ્રહ્મવિહારી સ્વામી આવ્યા હતા એની અંદર આપણને આશીર્વાદ આપવા. Do you understand this language? એટલે એમણે એટલી જગ્યાએ આંબા વાવ્યા છે, બાવળ નથી વાવ્યા એની અંદર, એનું ફળ આપણને બી મળે છે એની અંદર. હું વિજયભાઈ ઇન ધ પ્રોસેસ એક્ઝિબિશન, વિજયભાઈ નહોતો એક્ઝિબિશનનો મને આઈડિયા, મને આ રીતનું એની અંદર જે છે ને છેલ્લા 3 દિવસનો પ્રોગ્રામ કેમ બનાવો એવી આઈડિયા નહોતો એની અંદર. પણ હવે પછી જે છે ને તમારી સાથે ને સુભાષભાઈ સાથે આઈ એમ વેરી શ્યોર દેટ આઈ વિલ બી એબલ ટુ વર્ક બેટર એની અંદર. આઈ હેવ લર્ન્ટ અ લોટ. પણ આઈ એમ રિયલી મારું એક ચોક્કસ માનવું છે કે ધ હોલ પ્રોસેસ ઇઝ અ લર્નિંગ પ્રોસેસ. અને માણસે કોઈ દિવસ ભણવાનું શીખવાનું બંધ ન કરવું જોઈએ એની અંદર. એક્સલન્ટ એની અંદર એક ભાઈ ગણીને મને માફ કરજો એની અંદર. મારું ઇન્ટેન્શન તમારું ઇન્ટેન્શન જે છે બધા સરખા જ હતા એની અંદર. વી હેવ ઓલ ગિવન અવર બેસ્ટ. લેટ મી નોટ ફર્ગેટ વિનય દાવડા. વોટ એન એક્સ્ટ્રા ઓર્ડિનરી પર્સનાલિટી. તમે માનશો નહીં તમે આપણે સુભાષભાઈ કે હું એને જ્યારે નૈરોબીમાં મળ્યો ત્યારે હી સેડ દેટ લુક આઈ કેન ગાઈડ યુ બટ આઈ કેનોટ ટેક ધ રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી. હું તમને કહું કે જો લોકલ રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી એણે એક્ઝિક્યુશનની ન લીધી હોત તો આપણે એટલા સક્સેસફુલ ન ગયા હોત. વી રિયલી હેવ ટુ એપ્રિશિએટ હિઝ વર્ક, હિઝ ડેડિકેશન એન્ડ હિઝ ડેપ્થ એની અંદર. આઉટસ્ટેન્ડિંગ. એને મને લાગે છે કે હમણાં જ 3-4 મહિના પહેલાં જે ઇવેન્ટ કર્યો હતો આપણે નવેમ્બરની 17, 18, 19 એનો અનુભવ હતો બહોળો. એક ડર બી હતો એને કે આટલું પાર્ટિસિપેશન કદાચ નહીં રહે એની અંદર. પણ ભગવાન ગણપતિ બાપાએ આપણી બહુ ઓલી કરી. Similarly, Sanjay Thakkar, we already have spoken about him, but he deserves all compliments એની અંદર. એને કોણે એક જણને એને જે મદદ કરી છે એની અંદર. સંજયભાઈ ક્યાં હશે ભગવાનને ખબર. હા છે. થેન્ક યુ સંજયભાઈ. વી રિયલી હોલ હાર્ટેડલી લુહાણા મહાપરિષદ, LIBF, વી રિયલી એપ્રિશિએટ યોર વર્ક અને આઉટસ્ટેન્ડિંગ સાહેબ. સંજયભાઈમાં શું છે ખબર છે એની નિરાભિમાની અને એબ્સોલ્યુટલી એણે જરા બી એવી કોશિશ ન કરી એની અંદર ટુ એસ્ટાબ્લિશ એની અંદર હિમસેલ્ફ એની અંદર જરાય મોઢું નથી બગાડ્યું. તમારાથી સુભાષભાઈ કરી અને જતું કર્યું છે અને જરા બી મન મેલું કર્યા વગર he has extended the best probably એની અંદર જે છે આખી ટીમની અંદર એક્સેલન્ટ સર્વિસીસ સંજયભાઈની એની અંદર. ટીમની માટે આપણે લોકલ ટીમ માટે ખૂબ વાત કરી. વી હેવ સ્પોકન અબાઉટ ધ લોકલ ટીમ રિયલી આઈ મીન બધા જ એની અંદર એકે જગ્યાએ મને કોઈ એક કમ્પ્લેન એમ કે ભાઈ જે છે ને વી હેવ નોટ બીન અટેન્ડેડ. આપણે જે છે ત્યાં આગળ બી એની અંદર તમે જોતા હશો એની અંદર કે આપણા શું કહેવાય એક્ઝિબિશનની અંદર લાઇટો ઓછી પડી હોય કે બીજા કોઈને કંઈ તકલીફ પડી હોય ધીસ વોઝ વેરી વેલ અટેન્ડેડ. રૂમ રિઝર્વેશનથી લઈ એરપોર્ટથી લઈ આઉટસ્ટેન્ડિંગ વર્ક ઓફ ધીસ ટીમ એની અંદર. એમ આઈ રાઈટ સુભાષભાઈ? વી હેવ નો વર્ડ્સ ટુ સે થેન્ક યુ. સિમિલરલી આ લોકોને જેણે ગ્રૂમ કર્યા હોય, જેને આપણે લોકો જે કહેવાય ટ્રસ્ટીઝ છે, અહીંયાના પદાધિકારીઓ છે, પાસ્ટ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ્સ છે, જે આખી નવી ટીમને આપણે ઊભી કરી એની અંદર એ બધા જ ટ્રસ્ટીઓને આપણે નતમસ્તકે વંદન કરીએ છીએ કે યુગાન્ડામાં એ લોકોએ આપણને ખૂબ પ્રેમથી સાચવ્યા છે. સ્ટાર્ટિંગ ફ્રોમ ડોલર પોપટભાઈથી થઈને બધા જ ટ્રસ્ટીગણનો લુહાણા મહાપરિષદ બહુ અને LIBF બહુ જ નતમસ્તકે એમને વંદન કરે છે અને વી એપ્રિશિએટ યોર વર્ક, વી એપ્રિશિએટ વોટ યુ હેવ ડન ફોર LIBF એન્ડ LMP. Trust me, this would have not been possible without your active support and participation. પ્રસંગ કહી દેવો કે અમે અહીંયા આગળ કરશું એની અંદર વિધાઉટ એની what you call event manager, without this એની અંદર without any proper support અને આ લેવલનો પ્રસંગ એની અંદર કરવો એ બી 3-4 દિવસ સુધી this is a great work. We really appreciate all trustees for their support ફાઇનાન્શિયલી, ફિઝિકલી બધી રીતે ઘણા લોકોનો બી જે છે ને બહુ જ મોટો ભાગ છે આની અંદર અને વી રિયલી થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. સિમિલરલી નો પ્રોગ્રામ કુડ બી સક્સેસફુલ વિધાઉટ ધ સ્પોન્સર્સ. તમે જાણો છો that we have just covered $250. તમે જાણો છો કે about $35 per meal તમે ગણો તો it works out to be roughly about $245 plus 18% GST, which works out to be about $270. So whatever you have paid as a delegate fee, we could hardly even cover our expense for the food. And તમે જાણો છો એની અંદર for such an extraordinary giant function જ્યારે તમે લોકો 750 જણા હો અને બાકીના don't forget your spouses were offered only at $100. So there was all this આ બધી જ વસ્તુ આપણે સરભરા કરવાની હતી છે. Thank you. એટલે ફર્ધર એની અંદર $200 આપણે પાસે આના હતા એની અંદર જે સ્ટેન્ડના એ $200ની અંદર તમે જાણો છો કે મુંબઈની અંદર બી વી વુડ નોટ ગેટ ધીસ ફોર $200. એટલે એ રફલી અબાઉટ મિનિમમ ત્યાં આગળ આપણો $500 કે ઉપરનો ખર્ચો હશે પર સ્ટેન્ડનો એની અંદર. સો દેર ઇઝ ઓલ્સો લોસ ધેર. આ બધું વસ્તુની બેકઅપ માટે the kind of support which we have got from the trust from the sponsors is outstanding. આપણે જોરદાર તાળીઓથી બધા ટ્રસ્ટીઓ બધા સ્પોન્સર્સને વધાવી લઈએ. સ્ટાર્ટિંગ ફ્રોમ વિનમાર્ટ ચેતનભાઈ ચક, તમે જોયું કયા લેવલની વ્યક્તિ છે. વોટ અ વન્ડરફુલ પર્સન હી ઇઝ. પૈસા હોવા અને પૈસા વાપરવા અને આટલું જમીન પર રહેવું એની અંદર વેરી ફ્યુ પીપલ કેન ડુ ધીસ. એન્ડ ઇટ ઇઝ રિયલી વન્ડરફુલ દેટ LIBF ને આવા સરસ વ્યક્તિની ઓળખાણ થઈ. And I'm sure that we are all very proud of his achievements. And he is not a third generation here. He has started in 1997 and he has reached this beautiful journey in a very short span of time. And તમે જોવો છો કે even જે છોકરાઓનું બી જે bringing up છે it is excellent and they have been brought up very well. એના પછી તમે જુઓ મને લાગે છે કે once again I must put this on record કે માધવાણી ફેમિલીની અંદર તમે ગયા ત્યાં આગળ મયુરભાઈ માધવાણી અને કમલેશભાઈને મળવા ગયા એની અંદર they did welcome you. Not only that, they understood that you are here for something. And they immediately said that what are you looking for, Subhash bhai? So he says platinum sponsorship. He said agreed. Now you do what તમે બાકીની વાત કરી આપણે એની અંદર. This is done and they already have sent the money accordingly. So there was a good money which was in the beginning committed. Similarly, even Chuck Saab, he says that look, platinum ni upar apo humne. Am I right? And he committed, we said, okay, fine, we give you the presenting sponsor. And have you seen the benefit that, Madhwani's, they were with, today, he had one-to-one meeting, with them, we wanted him to speak in plenary sessions, along with the, when, president is here. So there are, whatever we have committed, actually, I think, prove, બધા જેટલા બી આપણે સ્ટેન્ડી કીધા હતા, જેટલા બી એમને જે પોસ્ટર્સ આપણે, whatever advertisement we could think of, એ વર્ષો સુધી રહ્યા કરશે. It is not going to restrict Subhash bhai, only to this particular time. This is a history. And all this, in the background, this is going to remain, till the time, this Mahaparishad exists and, આ પ્રસંગને લોકો યાદ કરશે, ત્યાં સુધી this is going to exist. So people have to understand that though, they are sponsoring, for the event, but અત્યારના આજના ટેકનોલોજીના યુગની અંદર, this goes viral and this goes, to many countries, and people are aware that, who is Winmart, because when, we gave, some work to somebody, they said that, I have gone through all the sponsors, and, when I took out, all the details, I'm really very flabbergasted that, you have such new sponsors. Then, we have Dr. Sudhir Bhai Ruparelia. What an outstanding work. Let us clap, let us big round of applause, for Dr. Sudhir Bhai. He never bothered. તમારી બધી જ રૂમો તમારી માટે છે. Wherever you would like to have a meeting, we never bothered. બચ્ચાઓએ કીધું કે રાતના અમારે pool side party કરવી છે. It cost him money. કારણ કે લાઇટો ચાલુ રહેતી હોય, બધું જ રહેતું હોય એની અંદર, એના particular સંજોગોની અંદર આ બધું કરવું એની અંદર. So this one thing, we clap for him. Then, we have સુરેશ આપણે સંજયભાઈ ઠકરાર. ગઈકાલે તમને હું કહું વાત કરું એની અંદર, ગઈકાલે અમે લોકો કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરતા હતા that should we mention $60 billion or $100 billion worth, the people here. એ કે ત્યાં આગળ એને ખાલી શાંતિથી કોઈ કે 60 બિલિયનની ને 100 બિલિયનની વાત કરી વિરેનભાઈ, તો he says that લાસ્ટ યરનું મારી કંપનીનું જે છે મારું આ હતું એની વેલ્યુએશન was $19 billion. કેટલું? આ સંજયભાઈ ઠકરારને જુઓ છો સાહેબ, સાંભળજો તમે, કેટલા ડોલર? બિલિયન બ ફોર બોમ્બે. કેટલા લાગે તમને એની અંદર એ વ્યક્તિ? લેટ અસ લર્ન સમથિંગ ફ્રોમ હિમ. અને એમ કહે છે કે ધીસ વોઝ લાસ્ટ યર, એમ કે આ વર્ષનું હજી અમારું બાકી છે એની અંદર. સો યુ કેન ઇમેજિન, even if he has grown at the space of about 10 to 15%, he has crossed 20 billion. So he said that, અહીંયા લુહાણા જે ભેગા થયા છે એને અંડર એસ્ટિમેટ ન કરો. આપણે જે લુહાણા વર્લ્ડ ઓવર એ ક્યાં હશું એમ કે you don't unnecessarily commit anything. So we just rested that we are અહીંયા આગળ માણસો જે હતા they are worth more than 100 billion. એ 100% છે, પાકી વાત છે એની અંદર. કોઈને ગણવા નથી ગયું, બધા દિલદાર માણસો છે અને એટલા માટે જ અહીંયા આગળ છે. We already have recognized the rest of them. Already આપણે જે છે ને આપણે માધવાણી ગ્રુપ, યુરો બેંક, કેતનભાઈ કોટેચા, absolutely સામેથી એની અંદર મને ફોન કરવાની બી જરૂર પડી એની અંદર, they have been very nice to us. Mehta family again, always supportive. Then we have got આપણે રશ્મિભાઈ ચતવાણી. I think one phone call. I don't think we made a phone call to Rashmi Bhai Chatwani. He, on the contrary, on his own, he said that, look, I would like to sponsor, and this is our sponsorship, and he sent it. I don't want stall, I don't want anything, and he was. I think logo also we had to insist that we'll send your logo, but it was excellent. What I'm saying is, Prime Bank and Elgon, all Kantaria brothers, this, કાકા રસિકભાઈનું તો ઘણું ફિલોન્થ્રોપિક માણસ છે, બહુ મોટું બહુમાન હંમેશા રહ્યું છે, પણ જ્ઞાતિ પ્રત્યેનો એટલો જ પ્રેમ છે એની અંદર. અને સિમિલરલી વિમલભાઈ કંટારિયા, had to go, with the finance minister of Kenya, to London, and therefore, he could not remain with us for 3 days. But we really appreciate your support. And then, we have got Standard Chartered, and in the Standard Chartered, is a bank, and in there, we really appreciate, Sanjay Bhai Rughani, for your support. And I'm sure that, this will continue, when, we are holding, such session next time. Thank you so much, Sanjay Bhai Rughani. Lato Milk is a fantastic, that President has spoken 2-3 times Lato Milk, It means that, Bhaskar Bhai Kotecha and the family, we are very, very thankful, for your support. We really appreciate. I&M Bank, Ketan Bhai Mojaria, super. Actually, he is very, very positive person. તમે જાણો છો એની અંદર કે કેતનભાઈ મોરજરિયાનું બી ઘણું મોટું કામ છે. He has supported us extremely well. Then, we have got, Jobanputra Group, Keshwarbai Jobanputra and the family, તમે જાણો છો કે મિતેશ, they are also into army supplies. Jobanputra is in real estate. They are into many things. We are very thankful, Jobanputra, for doing this honor. And then, we have got, Urmin Group is from Bombay. excellent. And we really appreciate Urban Group. They are into also, they are already settled here. They are known. Even I think, Anita also, we're knowing her, knowing the family. So I'm sure, they are popular. Thank you very much for Urban Group, for your support. And then we have got, Somaya Group. Somaya નું તો ગઈકાલે presentation જે જોયું, સાહેબ આપણે બધાની વાત કરીએ, સાહેબ એ જેટલા મીંડા લગાડ્યા હતા એ may be worth that much. Trust me, I tell you one thing, and I don't want to say, એ જેટલા હું બોલ્યો 100 billion ની વાત કરો છો, સાહેબ અમે લોકો, હું તમને અહીંયા, I'm not supposed to be talking on record, but let me just tell you for the knowledge of the people, કે અમે લોકો 1998 ની અંદર જ્યારે વાત કરતા હતા, ત્યારે એ લોકોની બે વસ્તુ છે, એની અંદર ગોદાવરી સુગર અને બીજી જે છે આ બાજુ જે છે ને એ લોકોનો એક ફિલન્થ્રોપિક વર્ક, એની અંદર જે વિદ્યા વિહારની અંદર સોમૈયા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ. સોમૈયા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ જે છે ગઈકાલે એને પ્રેઝન્ટ કર્યું, હું 100 એકર કહેતો હતો, ધેર ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ ઇઝ સ્પ્રેડ ઓવર 150 એકર્સ. અને ઇન મુંબઈ, ત્યાં મુંબઈની અંદર જે છે ને 150 એકર્સની તમે વાત કરો છો, ત્યાં મીટરમાં વાત ન થાય, સ્ક્વેર ઇંચમાં વાત થાય સાહેબ. એ મુંબઈ અમારો. અને એ મુંબઈની અંદર હી ઇઝ ડુઈંગ ધીસ, અને નોટ ઓનલી ધેટ 40,000 સ્ટુડન્ટને ભણાવે છે, એન્જિનિયરિંગ સ્કૂલ કહો. અને બીજું અમુક વસ્તુ જે છે ને એ લોકોની લેંગ્વેજની, કલ્ચરલની, એ લોકોની, દે આર એક્સ્ટ્રીમલી વેલ નોન and a very highly educated person. I don't want to say many things about him. બહુ નાનો પડો, એક્સલન્ટ. આપણી વચ્ચે આવી વ્યક્તિ જે પ્રભુત્વવાળા હોય એની અંદર આવી વ્યક્તિ હોય એ બી આપણા માટે બહુ મોટી વાત છે એની અંદર. વી આર રિયલી વેરી થેન્કફુલ, સમીરભાઈ, ફોર યોર સપોર્ટ. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. એન્ડ ધેન માય સન ઇઝ ધેર, એન્ડ ધેન વી ગોટ એક્ટિવ સપોર્ટ એની. And then we have got MEC group, that is Yogeshbhai Manek. Super Yogeshbhai was here, we have heard him. Thank you very much Yogeshbhai Manek for your support. He's also into several sectors. Superb, thank you very much. ISKCON group is Praveen Bhai Kotak, my immediate past president. Thank you very much. They are also, ISKCON group is extremely well known, very well to do people. They are worth, quite a bit. Any other Bhagwani they have now, but thank you very much, for your support. Then we have got other families, like I really have to go and look, because it's missing. But what I'm saying is that we have the what do you call Khyati group, that is Rughanis. Then we have got Synergy group, Parin group. Then I think I hope that we are not making any mistake in recognizing anybody. But કદાચ કોઈ બી વસ્તુ રહી ગઈ હોય તો સિન્સિયરલી આપણે DHL ગ્રુપ અમારા લાખાણી સાહેબ જે છે he is into real estate, he is into એનું પોતાનું એક્સપોર્ટ 2600 કરોડ રૂપિયાનું છે into commodities એની અંદર. એટલે હરીશભાઈ લાખાણી જે છે એને આપણે બહુ બહુ ધન્યવાદ આપીએ છીએ કે that they were really nice to us and we appreciate this. And the Vadera family also has supported us. આપણું ડિનર સ્પોન્સર હતા. So likewise we have got all the support from all the sponsors. હવે આવી મેઇન મુદ્દા ઉપર એની અંદર I'm sorry I'm going to take little long કારણ કે કોઈ છે જ નહીં તો બી ઘણા બધા ભેગા થયા. One more thing I must say, આ એક આપણો પહેલો પ્રયોગ હતો. ઘણી બધી મિસ્ટેકો રહી હશે એની અંદર. તમને લોકોને કોઈ બી જગ્યાએ you might be also suffering, you must have not like few things, સિસ્ટમ કદાચ નહીં ગમી હોય, થોડી ઘણી બધાને કોઈ અગવડ પડી હશે એની અંદર. Let me tell you today that we the organizers ની બધી જવાબદારી એ લોકોની જવાબદારી હતી, સતીશ વિટલાની જવાબદારી લે છે. And I promise you that we will improve upon this. તમારા suggestions જે બી હોય please do send us. અમે લોકો કદાચ નાની મોટી કંઈ બી મિસ્ટેક કરી ગયા હોય એ પ્લીઝ તમે લખજો એની અંદર, please bring it to our notice so that we stand corrected. And we will try our best to see that if we can do it sometime. This certainly program will reduce the size of this program to 2 days. And this will be done probably મને મારા હમણાં હું અત્યારના વાત કરીશ તો બધા થાકેલા છે એટલે મારે બહુ વાતો નથી કરવી, પણ હું તમને તમારે કાનમાં ખાલી કહી દઉં that we are planning some event in Dubai in 2025. રેખાબેન સાંભળ્યું નથી, રશ્મિએ સાંભળ્યું નથી, શિલ્પાબેને સાંભળ્યું નથી કે અમે લોકો 2025માં કરીએ છીએ. રેખાબેન અત્યારના તમે નાચ સાંજ સુધી સાંભળતો જ નહીં કરતા, મહિના સુધી પૂછતા જ નહીં કાંઈ, પછી મહિના પછી ઇન્ડિયા હોલિડે માટે આવશો ત્યારે આપણે વાત કરશું. શિલ્પાબેન બરોબર છે ને એની અંદર? ક્યાં ગયા સાહેબ? વિજયભાઈ હમણાં કામ કરો, આપણે જૂન એપ્રિલ મે મહિનામાં વાત કરશું શાંતિથી 2025ની. અને 2024ની અંદર જે છે ને જો તમને બધાને કોને રસ છે એ તમે મને કહેજો, હાથ ઉપર કરજો. આપણે રઘુવંશમ લુહાણા મહાપરિષદનું પહેલું એક્ઝિબિશન અંડર ધ નેમ ઓફ રઘુવંશન અમદાવાદની અંદર 5 લાખ સ્ક્વેર ફીટની અંદર કરવું. જેને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ હોય તમે હાથ ઉપર કરો એની અંદર. નોટ બેડ. પણ સાહેબ તમે દેટ વુડ બી ઓનલી એક્ઝિબિશન, દેર વુડ નોટ બી એની ટોક, નો ડિસ્કશન. અને લગભગ અપ્રોક્સિમેટલી જે છે ને આપણે 3 દિવસનું એક્ઝિબિશન રાખશું. અત્યારનો આપણો વિચાર છે 5, 6 અને 7 જાન્યુઆરી 2024. સાહેબ ફાવશે ડાયરી જોઈ લો એની અંદર. સુરભાઈ એવિએશન સેક્ટરનું તમે પ્લેન બી લેતા આવશો તો ત્યાં તમને પાર્કિંગની જગ્યા આપશું તમને એની અંદર. મેક અ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન. સો મેની પીપલ, આમાંથી લોકોને એન્કરેજમેન્ટ મળે એની અંદર. મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગની અંદર સપોઝ તમે માંડ બનાવતા હોય, તમને આઈઓસોની અંદરના કોઈ બનતા હોય એની અંદર, ધ હોલ આઈડિયા એવું હતું એની અંદર કે એક માણસ બીજા માણસો સાથે જોડાય, પ્રોફેશનલો એકબીજા સાથે જોડાય. એક નાનો એવો પ્રયોગ થયો છે, ઘણી કદાચ નાની મોટી મિસ્ટેક રહી ગઈ હશે એની અંદર, પણ વી રિયલી સિન્સિયરલી મેડ ઓલ અવર એફર્ટ્સ 100% વી કુડ ગીવ એની અંદર. અને કદાચ ભૂલ થઈ હોય તો હું મારી ટીમ વતી હું માફી માંગુ છું તમારી. અને અત્યારે હું અનકન્ડિશનલ કહું છું તમને એની અંદર દેટ આ બધી વસ્તુ માટે હું જવાબદાર છું એની અંદર, પણ વી હેવ ગિવન અવર બેસ્ટ એની અંદર. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ફોર યોર પાર્ટિસિપેશન. વી રિયલી એપ્રિશિએટ યોર પ્રેઝન્સ. એન્જોય. સી યુ દેન. હવે લાસ્ટ એક અનાઉન્સમેન્ટ, ધીસ ઇઝ કન્ક્લુડેડ. આ મિટિંગનું અહીંયા આગળ જે છે ને આપણે એક પિક્ચર લઈ લઈએ એની અંદર. પ્લીઝ કમ અપ એની અંદર. વિજયભાઈ પ્લીઝ કમ અપ. સંજયભાઈ પ્લીઝ કમ અપ. સંજયભાઈ થાકી ગયા છે, સૂઈ ગયા છે. સંજયભાઈ પ્લીઝ કમ અપ. આવો એક લેટેસ્ટ એક વિનયભાઈ છે અહીંયા આગળ? વિનયભાઈ નથી. લેટેસ્ટ એક 4 of us એટલીસ્ટ વન પિક્ચર એની અંદર. એટલે એક આપણે જરા જોઈ લઈએ એની અંદર. અને બીજી વસ્તુ મારે તમને વાત કરવાની હતી એની અંદર કે કાલે કકીરા કેટલા જણાને જવામાં ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ છે એનું રજિસ્ટ્રેશન તમે મને આપો એની અંદર. હાઉ મેની ઓફ યુ વુડ લાઈક ટુ ગો ટુ કકીરા ફોર અ ડે વિઝિટ? કકીરા 1 can you please do it? We can either, I can take either 25, maximum 50 people along. So please you need to register immediately. કે અહીંયા બધાના નામ સંજયભાઈને લખાવી દો, so that we may have to take 2 coaches, small coaches to કકીરા. કકીરા જે છે ને શું છે હું તમને સમજાવું. કકીરા જે આવો ને સંજયભાઈ, આપણે સુભાષભાઈ, કકીરા એ સુગર ફેક્ટરી છે. ત્યાં એ લોકો જે છે ને ત્યાં કકીરા ઇઝ અ લાર્જ યુનિટ. એ લોકો આપણને વધારે એક ટાઈમે 25 જણને લઈ જવાનું કીધું છે એની અંદર. બહુ જ વધારે મેં કીધું છે કે વી કાન્ટ રિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ અવર સેલ્સ ટુ ઓનલી 25. મને કીધું હું તમને 25 માણસ બીજા આપણે લઈ જઈ શકશું એની અંદર. સો વી આર ટોકિંગ અબાઉટ 50 એટ ધ મોસ્ટ. તો જે વહેલું તે પહેલા ધોરણ એની અંદર એ આપણે જશું કકીરા કાલે. એન્ડ વોટ ટાઈમ વી વુડ બી લિવિંગ એન્ડ એવરીથિંગ વિલ મેક વન સેપરેટ ગ્રુપ ફોર ધીસ. એન્ડ will whoever would like to whoever wants to join, please register અહીંયા જ કરાવી દેજો એની અંદર. અને જે નથી આવ્યા એને કહેજો કે સારું થયું તમે આજે સાંજની મિટિંગની અંદર નહોતા આવ્યા, કન્ક્લુડિંગ સેશનની અંદર, એટલે આપણે જે છે ને થઈ ગયું એની અંદર કામ અહીંયા. પણ એનીવે વી ડોન્ટ મીન દેટ, મજાકની વાત છે. whoever wants to come will take them. અને ત્યાં કકીરા જઈ અને ત્યાં આગળ જે છે ને આપણે ત્યાં આગળ ઓનવર્ડ્સ we will go to this thing, what you call source of Nile. ત્યાં ગાંધીજીના અસ્થિ પધરાવ્યા છે. સોર્સ ઓફ નાઇલ જે છે એ જગ્યાની અંદર સોર્સ ઓફ નાઇલ. અને ત્યાં આગળથી જે છે ને સોર્સ ઓફ નાઇલ ઇઝ ધ લોંગેસ્ટ રિવર. એન્ડ we are going tomorrow. At what time do we have to leave tomorrow? હા, આપણે જોઈ લઈએ. આપણે એકવાર આવી જાય રજિસ્ટ્રેશન. સો ત્યાં આગળ જે છે ને કકીરાની અંદર ત્યાં ગાંધીજીના અસ્થિ પધરાવ્યા છે. વિલ બી વિઝિટિંગ. સો પ્લીઝ ડુ રજિસ્ટર. સો we take you this on an excursion. Thank you so much.
Just to also announce the exhibition is going to be open now till 8 o'clock. So please, as many of you can go there, please visit. And are you going to do the honors to thank? Otherwise, let me do my piece. Satish Bhai has thanked everybody, but it remains upon me and Vijay Bhai to think and thank our really very elder, important member of our Lohana family, wider world family, Satish Bhai Vitlani. You've done absolutely a wonderful job in looking. I think he deserves a standing ovation from everybody. He's done. He's thanked everybody, but without his leadership and his vision, we would not have made it. આઈડિયાઝ તો બધા આપતા હતા, બધા અમે બી બેસીને આપીએ કે આપણે આમ કરવું જોઈએ, પણ પછી 2 દિવસ પછી એનો ફોન આવી જાય કે ભાઈ આપણે આના ફોલોઅપ કર્યું છે, મેં વિજયભાઈ સાથે મિટિંગ કરી છે, આપણે છે ને ઝૂમમાં મિટિંગ કરી દે, ચાલો ફોલોઅપ કરીએ. That was him. He was an action man. He's the man who's delivered this project. He's the one who's delivered. So thank you, Satish Bhai.
આપણે પૂરું કરીએ. આપણે પૂરું કરીએ એ પહેલાં આપણને થોડું ગર્વ હોવું જોઈએ કે આપણા જે લોહાણા છે અશોકભાઈ કોટેચા, જે આપણું સ્વામિનારાયણનું મંદિર આવે છે આબુધાબીમાં, ફર્સ્ટ ટેમ્પલ in a Muslim country is something that we all need to be proud of and headed by a Lohana. એ અહીંયા આવ્યા હતા ખાસ ને હું કહું કે એ કેનેડાથી 17 તારીખે રાતના 2 વાગે દુબઈ લેન્ડ થયા ને 18 તારીખે સવારના બ્રહ્મવિહારી સ્વામીને એ લોકો સાથે સવારના 9 વાગ્યાની ફ્લાઇટ પકડીને અહીંયા આવ્યા. અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી હી હેડ ટુ ગો બેક ધ વેરી નેક્સ્ટ ડે. શું કામ કે હી લોસ્ટ હિઝ મધર. હી હેઝ રિક્વેસ્ટેડ કે ભાઈ એક ટ્રિબ્યુટ, સો હી વોન્ટ્સ અ સ્મોલ ફિલ્મ ઓફ the Abu Dhabi Mandir to be played. I will request that it be played. આપણે એમની મધર પાછળને એમની મધરની પ્રાર્થના સભા કાલે છે સાંજના 4 વાગે દુબઈમાં. પણ ઇન ધ મીન ટાઈમ આપણે આ ફિલ્મ પ્લે કરી નાખીએ ને આપણે એમના મધર જે પરમ દિવસે જ પરલોક સિધાર્યા એમને આપણે એની માટે પણ પ્રાર્થના કરીએ. કેન વી પ્લીઝ પ્લે ધ ફિલ્મ?
The story of the land in itself is incredible. Initially, His Highness the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi allotted us 2.5 acres of land in Al Watfa on the road from Abu Dhabi to Alain. Then, without us even asking, they increased it to 5 acres. Then suddenly we got instructions that keep everything on hold. And as we suddenly were informed that a special parcel of land has been allotted to us, 13.5 acres on the arterial road of Abu Dhabi to Dubai. The BAPS Hindu Mandir has become a shining example of a spiritual oasis for global harmony. Imagine a Muslim king donating land for a Hindu temple, where the lead architect is a Christian Catholic, the project director is a Sikh, the structural engineer is a Buddhist, the contractors are Parsis, and the chief consultant is a man of no religion. People of all countries, of all communities, of all religions are coming together to give a hand to harmony. Imagine on a land we never asked for, never selected, and when we were moved almost 3 times, that land had a thick strata of sandstone, so strong and so hard that it was just 1 meter below the surface. And I was told by one of the structural experts from Malaysia, Dr. Kong, that Your Holiness, your temple will be like a small pigeon sitting on an elephant's back.
When I was there during the test, the profile of the rock actually is not flat, and such a big site, and the profile is sort of like we are standing on the backbone of something. Is slope down and surface, so that you feel like it's something backbone standing, and which immediately I think of is an elephant have such a big bone to support something. So that's what immediately I thought, yeah, we are standing on an elephant. So you're going to build a mandir on a back of elephant like a pigeon because compared to the strength is so much lighter.
Once the ground was ready, it was time to start the foundation. The intent of giving the mandir longevity also reduced its environmental impact during construction.
આપણે જે અત્યારે કોન્ક્રીટ કરી રહ્યા છીએ એ હાઈ વોલ્યુમ ફ્લાયસ કોન્ક્રીટથી આપણે આખું ફાઉન્ડેશન અત્યારે ભરી રહ્યા છીએ એટલે કે જે સિમેન્ટ હોય એના 55% જેટલું સિમેન્ટ આપણે ફ્લાયસથી આપણે રિપ્લેસ કરી રહ્યા છીએ કે જે વેરી એન્વાયરમેન્ટલ ફ્રેન્ડલી અને કાર્બન ફૂટપ્રિન્ટ એનાથી ઘણી બધી ઓછી થઈ જાય છે.
In the end, with a total of 30 professionals from 10 countries and over 5,000 man-hours, a model was made in ETABS, alongside with the support of 3 additional softwares. It was for the first time in history that the traditional Hindu mandir was fully digitally modeled and then put through such extreme seismic simulations. Fortunately, for the millions of people who will visit this mandir every year, it passed with flying colors. But for the design team, accomplishing a historic task was not enough. They wanted to do something that would leave a legacy of knowledge for the future.
So this will be the first temple in the world that embedded instrument during construction will predict the behavior and back calculating physical parameters. That will generate a new theory for the structure design, especially in stone structures.
300 sensors are continuously emitting live data to engineers and researchers at this very moment, and will continue to do so for decades to come.
Today, the orientation part, which helped me to understand the whole journey, is not less than a miracle. Something is there at a cosmic level which makes it align to happen, and it is going to be a very magnanimous thing here.
And I'm sure for generations to come, this temple will stand out as the biggest contribution of this generation.
Once the temple gets built, I will share the temple's ideas and the innovation with my friends and tell them to come here.
It was nice to see that there's such a big, there's really young kids to really old people in the community. There's everyone. Everyone is involved and everybody's really committed to making this place a place of worship.
When I came here, I recall all the things what I was missing. So that thoughts and that religious soul and whatever I observed here and felt, that was really tremendous.
I mean, it's really impressing, what we're seeing here being built. And we're really happy to be part of it, just experiencing it before it's being, at its final stage.
So it's going to be part of history. I mean, it's going to be the first temple ever built in Abu Dhabi.
I won't say it's a Hindu project. It's a project for human beings. This is for everyone.
BPS हिंदू मंदिर इस यूए के अंदर पूरे विश्व के अंदर एक नई संस्कृति, एक नए धर्म की दिशा देने का काम करेगा. हिंदू मंदिर सभी धर्मों को साथ लेकर, सभी विचारधाराओं को लेकर ये मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है, जो अद्भुत है.
आज अपने आप के हम भाग्यशाली समझतानी, अपने आप के बहुत ही कोनो अच्छा कर्म कैले हो हम जे आज यहाँ अबू धाबी में हम सब जो छोटे छोटे भक्त हैं, हम सभी के लिए एक बहुत ही बड़ा त्यौहार है।
घर पे रहते हैं तो जैसे फील होता है कि हाँ आज रक्षाबंधन है, आज बहन राखी बांधेगी, तो मैं यहाँ पर आया, राखी बांधा गया, वो फील मेरे को हुआ।
यहाँ बहन का महसूस किया है, बहन के लिए अपने को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि मेरी बहन यहाँ साथ में है, लेकिन फिर भी सर अकेलापन से बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। आज ऐसा लगा कि हम रक्षाबंधन दुबई में मना रहे हैं। इस हाथ से हमको एक ईंट रखने का यहाँ पे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ।
One other announcement to make. Many of you may not be aware, but something similar, not as big as this project in Abu Dhabi, but something very valuable and something that we can be proud about, is happening in the UK under the auspices of Anupam Mission and the blessings of Hujjah Sahib. We are building the first ever Hindu crematorium to be able to utilize. And it's a beautiful lens that they've found by the Anupam Mission, and there's a little river going through, and so that is a nice project that I want you to be all aware of and be able to support. Now, very, very lastly, and we're going to switch off the mic after this, we have with Jane, anybody who's not collected their moral code frame, and also Mahaparisad a frame with a flag, please pick your copies here because they will not be available at any other place after this. So please collect your copies and, well, not copies, they are originals, but take them with you, please. Thank you. And anything, yeah.
Sorry, frames will be available at the reception, but I think one again, એક બહુ મોટો એરર થઈ ગયો છે. આપણે ભરતભાઈ ઠક્કર જે અમારી કમિટીના ઇન્ટિગ્રલ પાર્ટ છે પાછા રહી ગયા છે. ગઈકાલે હું ભૂલી ગયો તો આજે પાછા સતીશભાઈ પણ ભૂલી ગયા. સોરી ભરતભાઈ આવો પ્લીઝ. સોરી માફી માગું છું. ને વી હેવ ટુ એકનોલેજ ધ કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન ઓફ ભરતભાઈ ફોર ધી નોટ જસ્ટ ધી LIBF એપ બટ હિઝ ડેડિકેશન એન્ડ હિઝ સર્વિસને. તમે LIBF એપ ખોલશો ને તમને ખબર પડશે કે બધાના નામ જે છે ઇઝ ઓલ ક્રેડિટ ટુ હિમ. પ્લસ દેર ઇઝ અ ટીમ વિચ હેઝ ડન ધીસ એપ. નિમિશભાઈ માનેક, પ્રશાંત પુજારા એન્ડ ધી એન્ટાયર ટીમ ફ્રોમ અમદાવાદ હેઝ ડન ધીસ LIBF એપ. આપણે પ્લીઝ ઇફ યુ ડોન્ટ માઇન્ડ ગીવ ભરતભાઈ અ હ્યુજ રાઉન્ડ ઓફ અપ્લોઝ. અમારા બધાનું ભેગું કરીને સામટું એમને બધું આપી દો.
Not only that, એની અંદર જે છે ને ભરતભાઈ શું કર્યું એની અંદર કે ભરતભાઈ the whole journey started with ભરતભાઈ's visit to સોમનાથ. અને અવેરનેસ જે છે ને કારણ કે અમે લોકો જે છે ને શરૂઆતની અંદર ગોતતા હતા કે 20, 25 કે 35 આપણી પાસે યાદ હોય તો તમને થયા હતા એની અંદર રિઝર્વેશન આપણે બુકિંગ. આસ્તે આસ્તે ધ હોલ સ્ટાર્ટેડ ભગવાનનું નામ એને લઈ અને જે ચાલુ કર્યું. મેં એમને કીધું કે તમે તમારા હોલિડે માટે જાઓ છો, વાય ડોન્ટ યુ કવર ધીસ 3 એરિયાઝ એન્ડ હેવ અ મીટિંગ. મારી લોકોના હોલિડે બગાડવાની આદત તે કન્ટિન્યુડ. But this is what exactly has happened. And New Year ની આજુબાજુ મને લાગે કે the whole process started. Thank you very much ભરતભાઈ. Initial આપણી પાસે જે છે ઓલી પેમ્પલેટ બી એમણે બ્રોશર બી એમણે બનાવ્યા હતા. The design was appreciated by સુભાષભાઈ. Very world class design. It was this thing. And subsequently all the activities, આટલા બધા phone call અને હું તમને કહું કે crazy amount of work has been put in. We really appreciate your work, Bharatbhai. Sincerely, please do not, sincere apology. Don't think that, we have, this is a wonderful job you have put in. And we know that you are a professional and, you have given your excellent, good quality time to this. Thank you so much, Bharatbhai. And now, this really comes to an end. and please collect your ek lejo, and so that we can distribute amongst all, because there are about 750. અને રિસેપ્શન પર બી છે, સપોઝ અહીંયાથી ન લઈ જાવ તો ત્યાં આગળ ડુપ્લિકેટ ન લેતા આવી વિનંતી છે પ્લેજ એની અંદર. અને અત્યારના એ અને એક આપણી ફ્રેમ છે એની અંદર. દીપકભાઈ, તમે ઓલ ધ વે અહીંયા આગળ આવ્યા, મને તમારું જે છે ને વન્સ અગેન એની અંદર વી રિયલી ડોન્ટ અંડર એસ્ટિમેટ યોર વર્ક એની અંદર. નોટ ઓનલી દેટ એની અંદર આપણે આ વખતે બી દીપકભાઈનું આપણે લઈ ન શકીએ એની અંદર. અને દીપકભાઈના કેસમાં દીપકભાઈ પોતે આપણી પાસે જે અનુબેનનું આશ્રમ જે છે વિચ ઇઝ કમ ઇન રફલી અબાઉટ 1000 એકરની અંદર આશ્રમ આવ્યું સાહેબ, 1000 એકરની અંદર. બનુબેન સ્ટાર્ટેડ વિથ અ સ્મોલ આશ્રમ. ઇટ ઇઝ કોલ્ડ અ ગ્રીન આશ્રમ. અને બધી જ એની જે સેવા જે છે ને ટોટલ ઇટ ઇઝ આઈ થિંક બહારથી દાન નથી લેતા, મને લાગે છે કે સેલ્ફ ફાઇનાન્સ છે. ઇઝ ઇટ મોર ઓર લેસ? સોરી. સો એ પર્ટિક્યુલર પ્રોજેક્ટની અંદર જે છે સોલારના પ્રોજેક્ટની અંદર આપણા બધા જે છે ને એનો જો પ્રોજેક્ટ આપણે સમજી ન શકીએ એની અંદર હજી બી સોલારનું, કારણ કે સિન્સ હી ઇઝ ધેર એની અંદર રાતની ફ્લાઇટ છે એની, સોલારનું કોઈને સમજવું એની અંદર, તો હી ઇઝ ધ પર્સન. આપણે પ્રકાશભાઈ રાડિયા કે મને આપણે રાડિયા તમે મળ્યા એની અંદર, યુ વોન્ટેડ ટુ નો અબાઉટ સોલાર, હસમુખભાઈ, હી ઇઝ ધ પર્સન, દીપકભાઈ ગઢિયા. સો તમે યુ હેવ 1-to-1 મીટિંગ નાવ. સો એટલીસ્ટ દીપકભાઈને સંતોષ થાય. દીપકભાઈ, મને પોતાને હું તમારી રિયલી માફી માંગુ છું કે તમે ઓલ ધ વે અહીંયા આવ્યા. થોડું ઘણું આપણી પાસે હંમેશા કંઈ ને કંઈ રહી જાય છે, કારણ કે બધા મોટા ફંક્શન થઈ જાય છે. પણ મારું એવું એક વસ્તુ છે કે દેટ આઈ વિલ રિક્વેસ્ટ ચિંતન ટુ ટેક વન ઓફ યોર દિસ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન જે છે આપણે લોહાણા મહાપરિષદના પ્લેટફોર્મ પર ઓનલાઈન. I promise you that we'll have more participation, and we'll see that it goes on. We really appreciate your presence. બધા જ સ્પોન્સર, બધા જ પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ્સ અને બધા જ સ્ટેન્ડ જેણે લીધા છે એ બધાનો ખૂબ 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 આભાર. અને કદાચ કંઈ નાનું મોટું રહી ગયું એની અંદર તો વિલ મેક અપ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ફોર યોર પ્રેઝન્સ. એન્જોય. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. આપણે મહેન્દ્રભાઈ મહેતાની ઓટોગ્રાફી છે, ઓટોબાયોગ્રાફી છે. અહીંયા કોઈને જોતી હોય તો પ્લીઝ કાઇન્ડલી કમ એન્ડ કલેક્ટ ઇટ. એની અંદર ઓટોબાયોગ્રાફી મહેન્દ્રભાઈ મહેતાની અહીંયા છે. અને ઇન્ડિયા આપણે કદાચ કોઈ ખૂટતી હોય, કદાચ કોઈ વધારે જોતી હોય તો એની અંદર ઇન્ડિયામાં ડિલિવરી કરાવે છે. સો ઓલ ધીસ થિંગ્સ આર અવેલેબલ હિયર. પ્લીઝ કાઇન્ડલી કલેક્ટ ઇટ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. થેન્ક યુ.